seconds to air. Stand by, all cameras.
1 and 2 ready.
Stand by, open your mics on the field.
Standing.
Ready, stand by. Slow-mo.
Slow-mo's ready.
3, 2, 1. Take tape.
As the Steelers meet for one team that's been toughest to beat for them here in Pittsburgh. In fact, in the Central Division, only the Oilers have beaten the Steelers in Pittsburgh, and they've done it 3 times. Working with me, former All-Pro Merlin Olsen, and on a day like this, you even hear some of the old-timers say, hey, I'd like to pull on the pads and be down there and get a shot at tackling the likes of Earl Campbell.
I would like to be down on the field just briefly, but then come right back up here, because one of the exciting things about being here is that I don't have to tackle number 34, Earl Campbell. Dick, I've never seen a runner dish out the punishment to defensive players that Campbell dishes out, and he is just awesome. Those huge thighs and the tremendous shoulder strength, he really puts it on you.
Well, that's quite a high comment. And Terry Bradshaw, man, when he decides to run, has been a tough runner, and he's coming off a mild injury. The toe is okay.
Very concerned. His teammates were upset. He left the field against New England, but he says he is feeling better. I asked him if he could run full speed, and he kind of smiled and said, not unless they chase me. But they do rely on his leadership tremendously. I think the most effective quarterback, certainly the most effective quarterback in football last year, and he's off to a blazing start in 1979.
Whereas Bradshaw blessed with 2 outstanding receivers, some say the best pair in the National Football League, and that's all he has today, Stallworth and Swan.
If one of those is hurt, he's going to have to go to Randy Grossman, who's a tight end. He'll have to move outside. Both Stallworth and Swan are playing injured today, but they're real troopers, great athletes, and they can play hurt.
As these Steeler fans get revved up for the introduction of their Pittsburgh team, of course, this is the first home game since they won the Super Bowl. We'll remind you that Pittsburgh will be attacking an Oiler area defensively, the deep secondary that Bum Phillips says is his biggest improvement.
Phillips went out of his way, along with Coach Biles, to help beef up the secondary of the Oiler team. They did it by adding a couple of young men. Vernon Perry, who came to them from Canada, number 33, and they've elevated J.C. Wilson to a starting position. Wilson, a young man who has better speed than what they've had in there. They're not quite positive of what they've got. They do feel they're going to be more aggressive in the secondary, and that should be helpful.
A quick look, because injuries to Pittsburgh personnel could be a factor today. Some of the outstanding names for the Super Bowl champions will not be playing today, and many will only play in an emergency. We'll be right back.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the toughest Steeler of them all?
When it starts to rain, the Steelers start to bite and hold. Yeah, they do.
Uniroyal presents the Steeler Radio. It's built tough with 2 steel belts, and it's tough to beat when you look at its price.
You want to see a cowboy beat a Steeler?
The Uniroyal Steeler. You want a tough tire at a price that's fair? You want Uniroyal there.
NFL 79. Executive producer of NFL 79 is Don Ohlmeyer. Today's show produced by Don McGuire. Directed by Bob Levy. Technical director Sal Nagita. Associate director Mary Buda. Coming up in this second week of the NFL season, the Houston Oilers and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The Vikings trailing San Francisco by a point, less than half a minute on the clock. Tommy Kramer unloads and finds Ahmad Rashad for his 4th touchdown reception, and the Vikings pull it out 28-22 over San Francisco. Today in Chicago, Kramer faces his former teammate Alan Page, who registered 2 of the Bears' 6 sacks against Green Bay a week ago, as Chicago opened with a 6-3 victory. It's the Vikings and the Bears from Soldier Field in Chicago.
The NFL on CBS. Today's game is sponsored by the Miller Brewing Company, brewers of Miller High Life. If you've got the time, we've got the beer. Ford Motor Company, building tomorrow's cars today. And by Sperry, we understand how important it is to listen.
Sunny, windy, and sold out Soldier Field in Chicago. Both the Vikings and the Bears come in here with records of 1-0. Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Costas, along with Johnny Morris. We've told you about the exploits of Tommy Kramer, but on the Bear side, John, problems at quarterback.
Yes, Mike Phipps has been sick for 2 days. He's missed practice for a couple of days. He can't seem to hold anything down in his stomach, but he is listed as a starter. He's going to go and see how long he can go and see if he's well. If not, we'd have Vince Evans or Bob Avellini in as far as the quarterback situation for the Bears.
One or the other. Important Central Division game.
Welcome to the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan for this afternoon's NFL matchup, the Washington Redskins and the Detroit Lions. Hi, everybody. I'm Frank Lieber along with Sonny Jurgensen, and neither of these clubs wants to be 0-2 after today, but in all likelihood, somebody's going to be.
Well, the Redskins are a team searching for an identity, and 0-2 isn't the identity that they're looking for. And they would really like to be rewarded for some of the hard work they've been doing with a little success. I think the Lions, on the other hand, are a team that's suffering from the shock value of losing all the players they have, and they want to get back to playing the football they're capable of.
Lions not in good shape physically. Redskins, on the other hand, are very healthy, and we're ready now for the opening kickoff.
This man, O.J. Anderson, rushed for 193 yards last week. Second highest total ever for a rookie in his first game. His college teammate Ken Johnson led the Giants in receiving, catching 6.
The NFL on CBS. Today's game is sponsored by the Miller Brewing Company, brewers of Miller High Life. If you've got the time, we've got the beer. Ford Motor Company, building tomorrow's cars today. And by Sperry, we understand how important it is to listen.
Welcome to Giants Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey, the home of the New York Giants, who play host to the St. Louis Cardinals. Both teams last week losing their opening games. I'm Gary Bender along with Tom Brookshire. Tom, the big question about the Giants is, which team are they, the first or second half of last week?
Well, the awful problem is that Pisarcik has to keep getting up and being tough because he has no tackles at all. He doesn't have Gravel back yet, so he'll have Coppins, who's well known around the league, released by L.A. earlier. He's got Michael Ochik, who will be out, and Neville will be in at right tackle. He's going to have to really try to get by with really a patched-up offensive lineup, and this is the home opener. It's tough.
Boy, Tom, last week, O.J. Anderson, he was sensational. Can he expect to have as much success today?
I think you have to watch the second back. Anytime you have a guy with 193, the Giants might shut off O.J., and a guy like Wayne Morris can have a big day himself. But I don't think the Cardinals lost. They lost by a point to Dallas, but I think that was probably the biggest impetus game, losing game that I've ever seen for an opener. St. Louis looked very tough.
From County Stadium, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, it's the NFL on CBS. The New Orleans Saints versus the Green Bay Packers. Two teams that had opposite profiles last week. I'm Kurt Gowdy with Hank Strand. New Orleans could score but couldn't stop Atlanta. The Packers stopped the Bears with just 2 field goals, but the Packers couldn't even score a touchdown. So today, the Packers want more points. New Orleans wants a better defense and should make for an interesting confrontation.
It should be a very interesting game and a high-scoring game. I sincerely feel that the New Orleans Saints are one of the very explosive teams in professional football. The Green Bay Packers are much better, I'm sure, than they expressed last week against the Chicago Bears, so I'm sure we're going to see a fine game.
You drafted some of these Saints. You've coached them. Is there any team that has better players in the skill positions?
Well, I'm a little prejudiced, Kurt, but I sincerely feel that no team in professional football has better ability at the skill positions than the New Orleans Saints.
All right, let's go down on the field.
Sellout crowd, Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh to see the Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers and the Houston Oilers, members of the AFC Central Division. Dick Enberg with Merlin Olsen. Welcome to this, what should be a bruising battle in this second week of the NFL season. The Steelers kick it off. Matt Barr, high short kick. Ronnie Coleman, no, it's taken out of his grasp by Tim Wilson at the 15, the 20. He slides out across the 25 to the 26-yard line. And the Oilers offense onto the field with number 7, Dan Pastorini at quarterback. NFL Rookie of the Year, former Heisman winner, NFL rushing champion Earl Campbell at running back along with Tim Wilson. In essence, a blocking back is Wilson, number 45. Receivers, Ken Burrow, veteran at one wide spot with Billy White Shoes Johnson, 84 at the other. Mike Barber, the tight end, number 86. Of course, Barber and Mike Wagner, the safety man of the Steelers, embroiled in considerable conversation during the winter. We'll talk more about that later. A whistle on the opening play from scrimmage as referee Pat Haggerty checks with his crew, and it's a legal procedure against the Oilers. That's a tough way to start things. There are the men in the zebra shirts. Conway, Peters, Marshall, Poole, Creed, and Lewis collaborating with the referee, Pat Haggerty. That's not a good way to open a ball game, will it?
You don't want to open with a mistake for sure. Let's take this time to look at the offensive line for the Houston Oilers. The Oilers have had to rebuild a little bit. They lost the whole left side of that line. They now have Gray and Heyman over there in place of Sampson and Reiner. Mock at center and Fisher and Towns on the other side of the line.
Well, the Oilers come from behind winner last week in Washington against the Steelers. They needed overtime to beat New England in their opener. 1st and 15. No surprise there. It's Campbell out to the 26-yard line. A gain of about 4. 2nd down and 11 as we look at the Steeler defense.
The people that Earl is going to be trying to run over today, a very substantial Steeler defensive line. Beasley has gone in place of L.C. Greenwood, who's out with a knee injury. Joe Green, Steve Furness, John Banaszak. Some new names in there, but some real quality.
2nd down, 11. Pastorini facing a pass situation. He was 12 for 30 last week. Gives to Campbell. Maybe 2. It'll be 3rd and 9 as Tom Beasley, 65, spearheaded the charge. Oh, what linebackers for the men in the black shirts. Ham, Lambert, and Cole. Cole has beaten out Taves at that right side. And the deep backs for the Steelers, Johnson and Blunt at the corners, and Shell and Wagner. On 3rd and 9, Pastorini has 3 wide receivers, Barber, Casper, and Burrow. Throwing long for Burrow, incomplete. Mel Blunt getting help from Mike Wagner, and the Steelers will get the football.
Pastorini's had some arm problems, Dick. He had a viral infection attack one of the nerves in his throwing arm, and he's had trouble getting back into shape for this year. Talked to him yesterday and again this morning. He is improving, says it won't be long before he'll be throwing at maximum efficiency, but right now he's still kind of getting used to it.
Cliff Parsley, who had an excellent week, 45.6 last week in Washington. And Jim Smith, who was not going to play, back at the 34 of Pittsburgh.
How's that, boy?
Beautiful kick. Smith at the 22. Flags are down, and so is Smith at the 36-yard line. The flag is down at the line of scrimmage.
It would appear
Mike
that
Murphy made the tackle.
Excuse me, Dick. Would appear that someone was off to the line too quickly. Of course, you're not allowed to leave except for the end man until the ball is kicked. Pittsburgh apparently happy with their field position. Just as soon not have another shot at their return.
2nd and 16. Whitehurst right into the hands of number 54, Pat Hughes, who intercepts in the 25. He's up to the 30 and down to the 31. There's your first turnover of the game. The interception by the right outside linebacker, Pat Hughes.
Pat Hughes really got terrific depth on the play, which a linebacker has to do to help the defensive back. He was going back at his normal position in good shape, got good depth, came up with a beautiful interception. Was able to maintain possession of it, run laterally a little bit, but he makes a nice play. But a good defensive look by Pat Hughes, number 54.
We'll be back to watch New Orleans with the ball. There's no score.
Swan and Stallworth come out on the left side as Bradshaw moves Harris, right halfback. Rocky Blyer starting. Check that. It's Harris who gets out to the 38-yard line, a short gain. Franco Harris and Sidney Thornton are the running backs with quarterback Terry Bradshaw. There's the offensive backfield set for the Steelers. Wide receivers Stallworth and Swan. What a combo. And Randy Grossman for Benny Cunningham at tight end.
There's the offensive line for the Steelers. Veteran crew, Kolb, Corson, Webster, Mullins, Peterson. 2 new names in there, Corson and Peterson.
2nd down 8. Thornton, who scored the 2 touchdowns at New England, one on a rush and the other on a pass wide open, gets it to the 41-yard line where it'll be 3rd down and 6.
Veteran defensive unit for the Oilers, certainly up front. 2 of the finest defensive linemen in football. Curly Culp, Elvin Bethea, young man Andy Doris on the other side, and outstanding linebackers. Washington, Bingham, a new man in there, Art Stringer, who's taken the place of Steve Kiner. And on the other side, of course, they got Robert Brazil, who's really a great one.
Fumble, and Bradshaw covers it at the 39-yard line, and Andy Norris to make sure that Bradshaw didn't take off with it. L.C. Greenwood on the sideline. Some rate him the best defensive lineman in the NFL, but will not play today.
Get a chance to see why that ball was dropped. It appeared to be a bad snap. Bradshaw and Mike Webster don't have that problem very often. They played together a long while. It goes to show you, even between experienced players, there can be problems.
Colquitt delivers a short punt, slides it off the side of his foot, gets a Pittsburgh bounce, and out of bounds about where the Oilers gave up the football after their first possession, just inside their own 30. So neither team able to pick up a first down. We have no score in Pittsburgh.
Oklowicz was in the ball game, made the stop.
Yeah, they made a little change. They've gone to their 34 defense. They expected to see some of this if Washington if the Lions just wanted to run, and they put Oklowicz and Hover in the middle, and they got Malata and Dusick on the outside.
Thompson wide to the right side. Scott in the slot. The handoff. Robinson tries the left side and pulls his way up to the 34. That'll set a third down. There's still 6 needed for the first down, so he may go to the air.
Kind of a historic pass coming up here. Looks like it's a situation. You got third and about 6 to go, and this young man's could be his first throw in professional football in a league game.
Third down.
Think he'll put it up?
I think he'll put it up, don't you? You got to sooner or later, don't you?
You got to.
There's Monty Clark, former All-Pro lineman with the Cleveland Browns. Don Shula's right-hand man at Miami, and of course head coach at San Francisco. Quick pass to David Hill, the tight end. First down, Lions at the 46. Mark Murphy, number 29, making the stop. David Hill, their Pro Bowl tight end, one of the more underrated tight ends in the game.
Boy, good safe pass and a good read by Jeff Comlow. Redskins going inside and outside on Hill. You see the first man to hit him was Mark Murphy. The middle linebacker had gone weak, and very wisely, he just took the little looky pass. Smart play.
12-yard pickup on the play, and a Lion first down at the 46. Dexter Bussey across the 50, 45. Murphy from behind at the 35-yard line. First down, Detroit. They're rolling.
Boy, he really gets a block out of number 36, Bo Robinson right here. Bussey follows him well. You see if he just missed him. He made the block there. He gets outside. Murphy has to chase him down from behind.
Obviously, the Lions saw that Houston had little difficulty running against the Redskins last week. They're doing the same thing. That was good for 20. First down. 34-yard line of the Redskins. Rick Kane, number 32, has come in at running back. That's Kane to the 30, to the 25, and down to the 24. Hard-running veteran. Oklowicz making the stop at the 24-yard line. That'll be very close to another first down.
Just remember where this drive started, back on their own 8-yard line, and they're down to the 24-yard line right now. Very impressive drive.
Referee Gene Barth and his crew handling the ball game this afternoon here at the Silverdome. Just one pass so far by the rookie quarterback. They've moved it on the ground against the Redskins. Second down, less than a yard. Ball is at the 24 of Washington. Straight handoff and a big hole up the middle. Bo Robinson, the fullback, picks up the first down at the 16-yard line. They're tearing big holes in that defensive line.
That offensive line of the Lions is doing an excellent job coming off the ball. They're running at will right now. And the Redskins have given them a couple of different looks. They went to the 34 to try to confuse them a little bit. That didn't seem to work, and they've gone back to their 4-man rush now. But they're just coming off the ball doing a job. Nothing fancy.
Gene Washington wide to the left side. Scott in the slot inside of him. I think there's his first rookie mistake. Well, the preliminary indication we got is illegal motion against the Lions. I thought maybe the 32nd ran down on him.
Well, both teams last week, Frank, beat themselves with mistakes in the game. The Lions made all their mistakes very early. The Redskins made some late in the game.
Illegal motion is the call against the Lions. It costs them 5, so move it back to the 21-yard line. We'll see if we can pick that up for you.
See if that right guard moves. Watch the man. Looks like the fullback flinches a little bit.
Back to live action. First down 15 from the Redskin 21-yard line. Dexter Bussey throws his body into the middle. Makes it inside the 20 down to the 18-yard line. Dave Butts, number 65. On the bottom of the pile for the Redskins, who are in white. In case you're wondering, behind Comlo at quarterback, the Lions have Scott Hunter, who they got 2 weeks ago from Atlanta on waivers, and Jerry Goldstein, the former New York Giant quarterback they picked up just this week. 2nd and 12. Detroit at the Redskin 18. No score early in the game. Comlo looking for 6. Intended for Gene Washington and knocked down by Joe Lavender, number 20.
Well, that was almost picked off, too. He was very late throwing the football then. Could have been picked off, and he had open field in front of him.
3rd down. You might wonder, and Redskin fans might wonder, why the Lions wouldn't be interested in your friend Mr. Kilmer in the situation that they're in.
I don't think Billy was contacted. I'm not sure that he wanted to play or not.
3rd down 12. Redskins dig it in, trying to hold the lines. Again to Hill over the middle, but not enough for the first down. Tackled at the 12 by Mark Murphy. And that, of course, sets up a field goal situation for Benny Ricardo, who was 3rd in scoring in the league last year. Fine hand for the Lions offense and the young quarterback, Comlo particularly. We have less than a capacity crowd here. This place holds about 80,000, and they're expecting about 60. The punter, Swider, is the holder, and here's Ricardo from the 17, which will make it a 27-yard try. It's good. Lions are first on the scoreboard with 4 minutes and 17 seconds left to play in the opening period. It's Detroit 3, Washington nothing.
He was coming out throwing, huh?
Good idea.
Joe Pisarcik, Tom Brookshire, wasting no time putting this ball up, is it?
Well, when you don't have a rushing game and you're not going to fool anybody with it, you might as well air it out and throw it 60 times. Maybe he will today.
First down from the 47-yard line of St. Louis. In motion comes Gray out of Memphis State. Doug Coder, and Coder, who's always been effective against the Cardinals inside the 45 to the 44. Last year, he had 118 yards rushing in a game against St. Louis.
Yeah, and I've seen him catch 11 balls on the given afternoon against the Cardinals, too. He is a tough inside runner. But make no mistake, he can't get outside. If you can't throw the ball or get outside against that 34, it can be a very long afternoon. Carney missed the tackle, by the way.
There's the sideline, and already Eric Williams has been shaken up in this game. He's one of the inside linebackers, maybe their best linebacker.
Is Allerman in there for him?
Allerman has come in. 2nd down, 6 from the 43, and wait a minute, we're going to have another football. Evidently, Jim Clack didn't like that one.
Maybe it's an off track. I didn't think it was raining or snowing yet. And
well, defensive backs, they don't notice the difference anyway, do they?
Boy, those centers do, though, don't they?
2nd and 6 from the 43. The blitz is on. He got rid of it. Boy, a blitz by Ken Green coming up the middle. The intended receiver was Gray. He was lucky to get that one off.
Watch the left cornerback, 27, Allen, come from the lower part of the screen, too. Right on through. Ball is on target. Roughly handled. I think that is Allen that's making the tackle. Good tackle, and that's the one area that I think Wilkinson's forces are worried about, the left corner a little bit, huh?
That's the reason they sent Green up there in a hurry. Pisarcik now 2 of 4 for 31 yards. 3rd and 6 from the 43. Pisarcik with a flag on the play. Intended again for Gray, and you saw almost the same result as the play before. It's Carl Allen over there, and that Allen's playing pretty tough.
Yeah, that's two good contact, John. Let's see, this is near the line of scrimmage. Pollard thinks he was being held by the offensive right tackle. Nope. Illegal procedure, Giants.
Well, that will bring up a 4th down, so they're going to refuse that penalty.
What does that signal mean? That it might mean that you're jumping off sides early and holding.
Don't try to interpret that one, huh? Willard Harrell will go back for this punt, as the Cardinals will obviously refuse it.
Illegal formation, number 74. Refuse, holding, 74. Refuse, 4th down.
That's Tom Neville, who they just picked up from Denver. He may be still learning the system for the Giants.
He might have lined up in the backfield trying to get a deep position. Good drop.
Dave Jennings will kick. He's averaged 43.5. He's going to throw it. Far side, Johnny Perkins. Perkins to the 25. Perkins to the 20. He's still on his feet. He may go. Inside the 10-yard line, and Johnny Perkins, who's had an injury problem, didn't start the game, but he came in and made a remarkable catch and run.
But this is exactly what the new coach has put into the Giants. Perkins last week threw on first and goal to go from the 1 against Philadelphia, intercepted. But Jennings throws to Perkins, who had 2 touchdowns a week ago. It looks like from the second half on that the Giants are sort of a new team right now.
That was a 27-yard gain, and you know Perkins had a bad ankle, but you couldn't see it on that run, could you?
Good fake by Jennings, too.
So they're going to set the ball just outside the 15-yard line, and wait a minute, we've got another timeout call. Cardinals have asked for the timeout, so they use one as Kurt Allerman comes over the near side to talk things over. And with 12:42 left to be played in this first quarter, the Giants are looking very, very impressive.
I can tell you the Houston Oilers are glad it's not the scene of another rainstorm in 26 degrees temperatures. This is more their kind of day.
It is a perfect football day. No breeze, sunshiny skies, temperature in the high 60s. Second possession for the Oilers. It is Tim Wilson, figuring that the Pittsburgh defense would key on Campbell. Wilson, who lugged the ball only 4 times in the opener against the Redskins, hit by Furness and Ham.
One of the interesting things about this Steeler defense, defensive linemen on this team are trained to play all 4 positions. And when you have an injury, you don't worry about it. George Perlis, the defensive coordinator, said, hey, I hate to see L.C. Greenwood on the sideline, but we've got some great people. I want to see him play.
Johnson to the right side. And Earl Campbell bowls his way for a yard, but he's paying for every inch in this first quarter. Banaszak and Lambert storming in to close the hole.
Earl Campbell, of course, known for running over defensive players, and has not done that so far in the ball game. The Pittsburgh defense, I think, pretty well juiced up for the game. They came in ready. Look at 2 of them right there to meet him at the line of scrimmage. They're not going to give him an extra yard as they drive him toward the sideline, turn him toward the sideline, and put him down.
3rd down, 6. Campbell is out. 3 wide receivers. Mike Renfro, 82, seeing his first action of this season. Did not play this summer. Pastorini, Steve Furness, as they had what the Steelers call a game on. Furness looping around the outside to make the tackle.
I think we'll see a lot of stunning between the defensive linemen as the Pittsburgh Steelers try and put additional pressure. There you see it on the outside. Defensive end coming to the inside, locks up both the tackle and the guard. Furness looping around to the outside, does a beautiful job of getting on Pastorini. And had Pastorini had time to throw, Burrow had gotten open, so the pressure took it away from him.
Well, Fires made a kick from around his own 10. Smith back at the Pittsburgh 41. Wobbly boot. 42, 45, and the Steelers are in Oiler territory at the 49-yard line. Ted Thompson made the tackle. Steve Furness, who logged the Steelers sack.
Well, Coach Ray Perkins came over from San Diego, Tom Brookshire, and he said, I'm going to open things up, and he's done exactly that.
It really hurt your defensive team to have St. Louis have the fake punt thrown on him. Pisarcik's in good shape right now.
We come to the 16-yard line with a first down for the Giants. Pisarcik, a blitz by Green. Pass intended, and an interference call coming up against Carl Allen. That's 3 times they've gone to Gray against Allen.
Good play by Allen, though. The taller receiver, 6'2", has a little bit of a reach advantage on him. And again, you're only giving up a first down and 5 yards by trying to make the great play. Pretty solo effort here and not badly done on defense. You got to take the chances.
You think maybe the scouting report was to pick on Allen a little bit in this game? They're really coming after him.
Defense, number 27, first down.
If you don't have a few of those as a defensive back, you're not playing at all.
There's the Giant bench. Thus far, the Giants picking up where they left off last week when they came back and scared the dickens out of Philadelphia. 48 seconds to go. They still had a chance to win the game. First down from the 9-yard line. Pisarcik to Gary Shirk, the big tight end, and he is about a yard short of the touchdown. Ken Green coming over to make the stop for St. Louis.
I like the way Pisarcik threw that one. He threw it early. Sometimes Joe gets the ball glued to his hand and has to stand to rush. Look at this. Sets it up after 3 steps, hits the tight end on the outside. Boy, good effort by number 87. Shirk gives you about everything he's got. Pretty good pass protection. I see Neville working on Pollard and doing the job. Not bad execution.
Shirk's had some good games against the Cardinals. At 77, he caught a 64-yard pass. Operating now from the 1-yard line, 2nd and goal. Pisarcik to Ken Johnson, and Johnson did not get in. Johnson will be short, and it'll bring up a 3rd and goal.
On the line of scrimmage, let's take a look at it. We only show this because it really is a game of inches, even when it's down that close and with that much meat on the hoof occupying all the territory. There's Perkins. He looks like he's lost about 20 pounds. Ray, huh?
You think he didn't catch some passes from some great quarterbacks? Namath, Stabler, Unitas. Here we go. You can see how close it is to getting in on 3rd down. Up the middle, and Coder is rammed backwards. What an effort that time by the forward wall of St. Louis.
Carney, Tim Carney really stuck him right on the thigh guard. Watch number 56, right in the center of your screen. Hello, that'll get your attention, even if you're from Kentucky.
And now the Giants have asked for their 2nd timeout. They've called timeout on a 4th and goal at about the half-yard line. Pisarcik goes over to talk to Ray Perkins. The Giants would like to maybe go for the touchdown.
They better. They're going to argue about it.
Minnesota Vikings, so many years they have frustrated the Bears. They've won 11 out of the last 13 games between these teams. And as you mentioned, the last 6 games, a total of 18 points have separated these teams, and the Vikings won 4 of those, usually on the special teams with the kicking game.
Usually blocked punts or field goals, fake plays off punts or field goals. Those have been the deciding factors historically in the games between these teams. 3rd down, heavy pressure. Phipps gets it away, and it's complete to Brian Baschnagel. And Baschnagel is across the 30-yard line.
A good play by the Bears. They had Peyton up at the top side with Golden Richards, and they cleared the zone, and Brian Baschnagel came right underneath and came across the field and was wide open, and they're very close to the first down. Good play by Baschnagel.
But it's going to be 4th and 1. The fans want them to go for it. Neil Armstrong has other ideas. Enter Bob Thomas for a field goal try. Thomas hit 17 of 22 a year ago, 2 of 3 last week to win the game against Green Bay.
And he's usually pretty good from this distance, but he does have a strong wind against him.
Baschnagel will hold at about the 37, a 47-yard attempt by Thomas, the former Notre Dame star, and it is short and no good.
Did you see that wind slow that ball up?
It was on line, but short. And so the Chicago drive comes up empty, and with 6:22 remaining in the first quarter at Soldier Field, we still have no score.
Well, there's the story. Less than a yard to go, but that's a long ways in this situation.
Or nothing at all. What do you go for it? An easy 3 points with Danilo, or do you try to get 7? I think they'll go for the 7, don't you?
They sure are.
You better believe it.
Pisarcik's got him lined up. Big play early in this game. Pisarcik giving off to Coder. He's in. Touchdown. Doug Coder takes it in. And for the Giants with a gamble early, it pays off.
I'll tell you, Ray Perkins, does have guts. That's a gutsy call for the freshman head coach here at the Giants, and I like it, and I think the people do too. And your offensive linemen will eat it up with a spoon. They love it. Let's go in and get the touchdown. Black got a good block, and Coder only makes it by the hair of his chinny chin chin. That's all you need to do.
Joe Danello to attempt the point after. Randy Dean will hold for the Giants. 11:35 remaining in this first quarter. This is the initial series of the game. And Danello adds the point after. So the Giants have jumped on top. 7-0. The Giants moving the football, a team that last week found their offense in the second half, and they have continued it.
New Orleans ball on their own 32-yard line. Archie Manning will be the quarterback. The running back, Chuck Muncie, 42. Tony Galbraith, number 34.
They should run right. Let's see if they do.
And it's a cutback. There's a split coming through, breaking the ball to the fumble. Ezra Johnson made the hit on Tony Galbraith, number 34. Mr. Everything, they call him, Tony Galbraith. Let's take a look at the rest of the offense. That's the backfield we already gave you. Wide receivers, Wes Chandler, what a day he had last week, over 200 yards receiving. He's 89. Ike Harris is 82. And the tight end is Henry Childs, 85. First down, New Orleans on the Green Bay 48-yard line. Standard set. Out it goes. Quick pitch to Wes Chandler. Chandler trying to cut back. He's at the 50. He can go with the ball, and he's down in the 46-yard line. One of his secrets is not only leaping ability and speed, but his great talent of running with the ball after he catches it.
Here's a play-action quick screen. The play-action fake was very poor. They throw the ball outside, however, to Chandler. He's supposed to go inside the block of the right tackle, but he reverses his field and tries to get what he can out of the play. And now it's second down for the Saints.
All right, Harris is to the right this time, and Chandler left. They're running out of the I formation. Now Muncie going in motion. The pitch is to Galbraith. He's at the 45. Galbraith is at the 40 and may have the first down, Tony Galbraith. He and Muncie were drafted by Hank Stram the same year, 76. Muncie a #1 pick, Galbraith a #2 pick, and they're quite a tandem in that backfield.
You know, Muncie went in motion that time, and they gave a quick pitch to the fullback, Tony Galbraith. Nice blocking at the point of attack by Dobler and Robert Wood, and a nice gain on the play.
New Orleans moving the ball. There's the linebackers, Weaver, Hunt, and Douglas for Green Bay. And the secondary, they're quick, they're hard hitters, Hood, McCoy, Luke, and Gray. 2 first downs in a row for the New Orleans Saints. That's the straight give, and look at New Orleans move this ball on the ground, and Tony Galbraith again.
Really, the strength of the Packer defense is really their defensive ends. Butler and Ezra Johnson are excellent people. Here's the play just straight ahead. Watch it give it to Tony Galbraith. Good blocking there by the offensive center. John Hill did a great job of taking his man beyond the hole. He cut back inside and made a nice gain. But really, the strength of this defensive team of the Packers, Butler, 77, the left end, and right end, Ezra Johnson. The 2 tackles inside are big and strong, not very active, do not provide much rush in the passer, and they ought to be able to do a good job of running outside those tackles anytime they want to.
Second down 2, New Orleans inside the 30. Galbraith again hits over the 25 and to the 24 for a first down. Steve Luke, the strong safety who led Green Bay in team tackles last year, led the team in tackles, had to come up from the strong safety to make that stop, and New Orleans continues to move. They have the ball now on the Packer 23. First down, there's no score early in the first period.
One other observation, Kurt. Steve Luke is going to have a busy time trying to cover Henry Childs when they do throw to him, because Henry is very explosive, a terrific receiver, and Luke is not a good pass defensive man.
Manning looks them over. Chandler has it. He's on the 20. Chandler sprints to the 15, and he's down to the 13. Wes Chandler didn't start last year, but how he got going, he was the #3 pick in the entire draft, caught 35 passes the last half of the season, had 205 yards against Atlanta last Sunday, an all-time New Orleans yardage record for a receiver in one game, and he's destined to be one of the great receivers over the next few years in the National Football League. Ike Harris goes out. Rich Motti comes in now as a wide receiver. The Saints have the ball. They're on the Green Bay 14. First down, New Orleans.
The defensive backs, both Estes Hood and Mike McCoy, are playing very loose. They ought to be able to throw in front of them just like they have very often in this football game.
And they send Galbraith straight ahead again. He's hit by Mike Douglas, the right linebacker. Galbraith around the 10-yard line. This telecast presented by authority of the National Football League. It's intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Packers and the National Football League prohibited. Just short of the 10. You always advance the ball officially to the next yard line. Looks like the 10.5, but they call it the 10 officially. So it's first down again. New Orleans on the Green Bay 10. Here's the option play out to Muncie. Muncie's at the 10. And he's stopped at the 7-yard line by Mike McCoy, the right cornerback from Colorado, a fourth-year player. Muncie's family is here, his brother, his mother, and we saw them in the coffee shop today, all here to watch him play.
Mike Douglas, the right linebacker, came up and missed the tackle, forced Muncie inside, but he still was able to make some yardage on the play.
Second down, 7. Quite a drive here by the Saints. 8:28 to go in the first period. Matthews intercepted a pass. New Orleans took the ball in their 32, and they've just grounded down. Mostly on the ground with the running of Tony Galbraith. Second down, 7. No score.
Here's a bump and run again. They might. No, they don't. A counter play.
Gary Weaver smelled that one out, number 53. Or Mike Douglas, number 53. And he's right on Tony Galbraith. He wanted it to look like a hitch out there.
Well, there was a bump and run defense, and I'm surprised that Archie didn't change the play on the line of scrimmage and try to get the ball over the top, but he didn't. Ran a counter play, and there you see Gary Weaver coming in and making the tackle. A great play by Gary Weaver, number 52.
Galbraith goes out, and Kim Jones comes in from Colorado State. He'll be number 32. Third down and 9. They're in a double slot now, putting Ike Harris in motion. And they're going to be stopped short of the 5. Barzalowskis, the left tackle, hits Kim Jones. Jones had that carry, number 32. And the Packers finally cool him off on the ground.
That was a double wing formation, which means they had a wing back outside of the offensive tackle. They tried to go outside with Kim Jones, and evidently they wanted to save Tony Galbraith for this kicking situation. In the event they didn't make the first down, they didn't want to use him and get him tired before the kick, because he is going to be forced to kick the field goal here because of the injury to Russell Ertzleben.
Ertzleben from the University of Texas, the number 1 pick, has a pulled muscle. Went out, had one practice kick in warm-up time, and his leg hurt. There's Galbraith doing a booting, and he kicks it. Galbraith boots it, a short one, but he drills it through, and New Orleans is on the board. They march from their 32 to the 6, stop, boot the field goal, and the score. New Orleans 3, Green Bay nothing.
Terry Bradshaw from the Oiler 49-yard line, first quarter, no score. Thornton, little trouble on the handoff, and Thornton corralled by Greg Bingham, 54. The flag is down.
Both of the defensive linemen on the right side, Bethea and Curly Culp, having a little trouble with Bradshaw's count as they leaned in on Webster. We got to look at them going off sides. They're going to mark it off against the Houston Oilers. Give you a chance to look at it at home. Watch them as they anticipate the count. They stagger a little bit. I will let the referee tell you. But they both apparently were guessing on the count. Bradshaw threw them off and pulled them off sides. Got a 1st and 5. That's kind of down as he liked to have, Dick.
See what Bradshaw does with it. Going long, open, Stallworth out of bounds at the 11-yard line, and a flag is down, holding Pittsburgh. Now the Steelers with a long throw to Stallworth at the 11, but it's called back.
Boy, you hate to see that. Beautiful execution. Bradshaw right on the money to John Stallworth. And you got to walk all the way back up the field. One of the offensive linemen had used his hands a little too effectively. We had a chance to look at the center, Mike Webster, on that last play. Maybe we'll get a chance to see the holding. I don't think it was on Webster's. He did a beautiful job. Watch Webster as he takes Curly Culp here. Pushes him off, gets excellent position on him, pushes him again. Getting a little help from 77, Steve Corson. Webster doing a great job here. Obviously not him that they called the penalty on.
It was on 55, John Cole, Merlin. And how Webster has developed now in his 6th year out of the University of Wisconsin, made All-Pro last season, and especially on that odd man defense, he really is tough against that nose guard, isn't he? First down and 15. Bradshaw forced that one. Incomplete at the 37-yard line. Lynn Swan well covered a trio of white shirts. Hawking number 88, Swan. It'll be second down and 15.
Bradshaw looked and looked and looked, had plenty of time, but simply unable to find anyone open and gunned that one. And that was a dangerous pass. But Terry's arm is so strong that he's not afraid to throw some of those dangerous passes. Occasionally gets him into trouble, but as in that case, his receiver had a shot and no one else.
Bradshaw, who led his Steeler team to 9 victories in 10 games here at home last year, 9-1, Three Rivers record for the Steelers. Bethea appeared to be offside, and flags are down as Thornton powers to the 48-yard line. And again, the Oilers a bit too eager and jumped at the count.
Elvin Bethea jumping off on the right side, and you can hear that hut, hut, hut. A staggered count. Watch Bethea on the right side of your screen as he thinks he's got the snap count. Takes the one step. Webster alertly snaps the ball to Bradshaw, and they'll mark off 5 yards. Going to be 2nd and 10.
Offside, 65, defense, second down.
Here's the first score of the day from New England. The Patriots on the board with a Steve Grogan to Harold Jackson 49-yard touchdown pass.
What an emotional game they played against these Pittsburgh Steelers last Monday night. Had to wonder if they'd be able to bounce back, but apparently they're doing it.
And again, the Oilers offside, intended for Stallworth, but this time it was number 67, Mike Stensrud, a rookie from Iowa State. He was offside. The man they call Mongo.
Got to wonder if Bradshaw hasn't crossed him up. He usually does not bark his signals quite as aggressively. And of course, drawing the young rookie off here, he gets his 3rd offsides on the Oiler defense. And boy, those are the kind of mistakes that kill you. And you're playing well defensively. You hate to give up that free yardage.
And for the Steelers, number 20, Rocky Blyer makes his first appearance of this new season. Former Vietnam veteran, like a 3rd guard. He's a great blocking back. 2nd and 5. Harris. Great blocking upfield. And Harris out of bounds at the 40, just shy of the first down. Bumped out by J.C. Wilson and Mike Reinfeldt. First report from the Silverdome today. The Lions have taken the early lead against the Redskins. Manny Ricardo, 27-yard field goal. Rocky Blyer in to help Harris on that play. Comes out. Thornton back in on 3rd and 1.
Blyer, of course, recovering from a knee problem that kept him out of the preseason and out of the opener. And they have missed his performance. He's one of the great blockers in the game and also a great team leader.
2 tight ends in there, Cunningham and Grossman. And again, the Oilers are offside. Thornton will get more and almost broken for the touchdown. First down at the Oiler 29.
Bradshaw really has the number on the Oiler defense as he's able to get them off again and again and again with that staggered count. Watch him here. He's not even bobbing his head. He's doing it all with his voice. Right there. Gets them off, quickly calls again, and then something happens that is very dangerous. A lot of the Oilers relaxed, knowing they were offsides. Thornton took advantage of that, plunging into the end zone. Watch Thornton sliding over behind the fake to Franco Harris. Off tackle behind Steve Corson, who gets a block to the outside. He really accelerates. Great thighs. Runs a lot like Robert Newhouse, Dick.
He does indeed. Let's listen to Bradshaw. Couldn't pick him up that time. Flag down again. Caught. Swan at the 4-yard line. Tackled by Reinfeldt and Perry. Now let's check the penalty. It is illegal procedure. Steelers. So twice Bradshaw has hit Stallworth and then Swan to get Pittsburgh into deep Oiler territory, and both throws have been called back, and Chuck Knowles' brow furrows a bit deeper.
Well, this is not the kind of game we would expect from two polished veteran teams. The mistakes have been really the dominant here in the early going. Pittsburgh twice apparently getting into range for some scoring and being called back on their own mistakes, and the Oilers have been offside, what, 5 times already in this game?
First and goal? No, it's 1st and 15. New Orleans takes the lead at Green Bay on a field goal by Tony Galbraith of 23 yards. So Galbraith kicking field goal. Something's wrong with the Saints. Erxleben. Screen to Harris. 30, 25, 20. First down at the Oilers 16. J.C. Wilson finally bumped Harris out of bounds, and when he gets a full head of steam, he can be mighty rough.
Franco Harris, one of the most productive backs in all of football and one of the most durable. One of the things that happens to you when you play against this Pittsburgh offense, Dick, they've got such great speed on the outside that they really lengthen you out. They send those receivers down. They're getting double coverage, at least on one side, sometimes on both sides. That opens up wide territory, opens you up to the screen, and Bradshaw took advantage of them there.
First down at the Oilers 16. Bradshaw, end zone. Swan at the 1-yard line came out of the end zone to make the catch. First and goal, Pittsburgh.
Not much of a trace of that toe injury that was supposed to slow Lynn Swan down. Two things here. Bradshaw has tremendous time to throw the ball. You just can't give Terry Bradshaw that kind of time, or he'll do this to you. As he finds Swan and puts it right on the money, throws it low so there's no chance of an interception, and that's a patented Swan reception.
What a throw. Did you see that tight spiral of Bradshaw dart to Swan? Thornton, touchdown. Sidney Thornton. Big hole on the right side by Corson and Peterson.
A lot of concern here because of injuries which have taken down a number of the good offensive linemen that have been playing regularly for Pittsburgh. But they show their great depth here as they go in behind a couple of reserve linemen, Corson and Peterson, and of course Sidney Thornton himself, a reserve for many years, carrying the ball in for a touchdown.
Matt Barr to kick out of Craig Holtwick's hole. Good. So the Steelers on the board first with 8 minutes left in the first quarter. Thornton's 1-yard run gives Pittsburgh the early lead.
Okay, Tommy Kramer could not generate a first down last time the Vikings had the ball. He'll put it in the air on his first try here, and it's picked off. The Bears have the football as Terry Schmidt comes up with the interception. And once again, Chicago is in Minnesota territory.
The same as last week. This here was a zone as Terry Schmidt came up to cover the short zone. I think Kramer was trying to hit Chuck Foreman, number 44, but they got messed up, and there was Schmidt right up there in the short zone, takes the interception, and the Chicago Bears are putting lots of pressure on the Minnesota Vikings early in this game.
2nd and 10. Redskins at their 47. Reagan's up the middle. Crosses the 50 to the 48-yard line of the Detroit Lions.
Some good blocking at the point of attack. Watch Bob Cazillo coming off. Good block on Doug English by Ron Saul. See Weaver, the linebacker, coming over. First man to make contact. Terry Hermeling couldn't quite cut him off.
Reagan's coming off a year where he gained 1,014 yards. 3rd down. Long 5 needed for the first down. Crowd comes alive here in the Silverdome. Redskins at the 48-yard line of Detroit. Blitz is on. Theismann gets it away. Completes it for the first down to Fugit at the 38-yard line.
Boy, he made a real good throw there, strong throw, little turn-in pattern. This is what Theismann's really been working hard on. He hangs in there. You see the rush by English. He steps right in and throws the ball under pressure and hits Fugit on a turn-in.
That's the end of the first quarter with the score: the Detroit Lions 3, the Washington Redskins 0.
From the 20-yard line, the Cardinals' first offensive play. Jim Hart giving off to Wayne Morris. And Morris for a yard, and that's all to the 21. Gary Jeter hit him. Jeter, the third-year man from USC. Let's set now the Cardinal offense. What a fine offensive
Other
line.
than Pittsburgh, I think this is the best offensive line as a unit perhaps in all of football. Extremely big, strong, and that time Wortman was whipped by Jeter. That's a surprise.
Wortman did a good job against Harvey Martin last week. Dave Steve going to play some Mel Gray, who has a hamstring problem.
Pat Tilley can play with anybody.
There is the backfield at number 32. Watch him, Otis Anderson. Second down, 9. This is Anderson. Anderson draws a crowd as he gets about a yard. Mike McCoy, along with Gary Jeter, as you look at the Giant bench, this is Alan Caldwell, number 45, a free agent out of North Carolina coming in.
That's Coach Hawkins that used to be with the Redskins, sending him in. And you're looking at a great quarterback who was a pretty fair free agent back in 1966. Is that true?
That's right. They met in a hotel and decided, I think, to give him all of $100 to sign with the ball club.
Now he owns the hotel, right?
I'll check and see. Third down, 8. That's Al Chandler. He'll jump out of that Y formation backfield into the tight end quite frequently. Back to throw, Hart. Tilley intercepted. Picked off on the far side by Ernie Jones, and Jones is up and running, and Jones is going to take it in. Ernie Jones with the interception, the return for a touchdown, and it's 13-0.
Big Ernie at 6'3", 180 pounds. He can turn sideways. You can't spot him sometimes. Hart underthrows, and watch this play by number 31. Hello there, touchdown. First interception of the year for the Giants. You're right, Ernie Jones is happiness, right? My heavens.
31-yard return for Jones, who last year had 3 interceptions. And now Danello, who was just there a moment ago, is back to add another point after. And he gets it. And the Giants have shocked the Cardinals in the early going with only 5 minutes gone. It's the Giants with a 14-0 lead.
Watch the Giants hustle now. Watch number 24 come over. That's Terry Jackson to get the block. And the crowd reaction, it's a lot like a folk festival right now here at the Meadowlands, right? Everybody seems to be up, including the crowd.
Now penalties have put him back to the 3.5-yard line. First and 21. Manning throwing out of the end zone. Out to the 10. And out of bounds is Chuck Muncy. Excellent pass catcher coming out of the backfield, number 42. Brought down by Estes Hood, the left cornerback.
It was just a pass on the flat to Chuck Muncy, and it's a good play because it's a very high percentage play. And as good as Muncy can run in the open field, it's very difficult to tackle him one-on-one, and they make a nice gain on the play. A good-looking play by Archie Manning to Chuck Muncy.
Archie Manning, the player of the year in the National Football Conference last year, was 3 for 3 in this game. Giants 14, the Cardinals nothing first period. Here's a screen to Muncy. Look at that catch one-handed. They hit him and knock him down, and he's 13 now. A loss on the play. Mike Hunt and Gary Weaver, the 2 linebackers in there to screen and hit it.
Yes, it was a screen to Chuck Muncy over here to this side. And Weaver, number 52, really does a fine job. Archie does a good job of acting, goes back into the pocket. Muncy makes a fantastic one-handed leaping catch. But Weaver, number 52, comes in to make the play and keeps it from being a big gain.
All right, the Packers are playing much better on defense now.
The defensive backs are playing very soft. They ought to be able to throw in front of them on early downs, especially because they're very deep.
This is a 3rd down and 12. Manning gets the protection. Shoots it out. He completes it to Muncy. Muncy trying to get that first down is short. He goes down on his 24.5-yard line, hit there by Howard Sampson.
number 36.
Muncie knew where he had to go. He was trying desperately to make the first down. He came very, very close to making it. He might have it.
Well, if he does, it'll be that point of the ball. The front point of the ball will just meet that yard marker.
They made it.
That close.
It was just a great play on the part of Muncie. He knew specifically where he had to go. Watch it. It's very deep back there in the secondary. They throw underneath, making a linebacker cover Muncie. And look at this. He fell forward, and that's the important thing. A back must fall forward, not sideways or backwards. That was the difference in the first down.
New Orleans ball, their own 25-yard line. They were set back to the 2.5. The Steelers lead Houston on a Sidney Thornton run 7-0 in the first period. This score is 3-0 Saints. 2.5 to go in the first period. Wang down there, Tony Galbraith, who has gained now 47 yards already in the first period. Mike Douglas slanted in the right linebacker, and Ezra Johnson the right end. 27-yard line. And Grogan hit another pass, and New England now has the Jets down in the first period, 14-0. The Saints on their 27, second down 8.
I mentioned again, Mike McCoy and Estes Hood are very deep on the offensive formations of the New Orleans Saints. They ought to be able to throw in front or inside of them whenever they want.
Those are the two cornerbacks.
There's a draw.
Play. Chuck Muncie, 30, 35, and up to the 40-yard line, maybe to the 41. Nice call. Gary Weaver brought him down, along with Mike Douglas. You know, I was reading through some program, Hank, and the draw play was originated as an accident when Otto Graham bumped into Marion Motley one game, and he didn't know what to do, so he just sort of handed him the ball. And all the linemen had charged by him, and Motley ran up the middle for big yardage, and that was the birth of the draw play in pro football.
They put it in the playbook.
Yeah.
Here we go.
First down, New Orleans, on their own 40. Manning looks, throws.
There he is.
Pattern. Wes Chandler has caught his third of the game. Chandler coming across. You can see why he was a high draft pick, the way he moves.
Watch, this is a play-action pass, and they throw in front. Throw in front. He comes back away from the fake. Throw in front of the left cornerback, Estes Hood, who has given the receiver, Chandler, a lot of room over there on that side. And here again, as I mentioned earlier, I hate to belabor the point, but Archie's going to have a field day throwing in front of those two defensive backs. There you see it again, right at the numbers. A beautiful catch by Chandler, 89, and tackle there by Estes Hood, 38.
Mike Strawn has come in, number 33, replacing Chuck Muncie. First down for the Saints, Green Bay's 47. And that is a great catch out there. Wes Chandler again. And as Hank Stanley's been pointing out, the Packer cornerbacks are playing about 10 yards deep. And Muncie is just picking them, especially on Chandler, who sort of goes down and then comes back for the ball a step or two.
Well, he's got such great speed, and you have to play him deep and make sure that he doesn't get anything easy. For that reason, they can throw in front anytime they want to, and I'm sure that Archie Manning is recognizing that, which he has already, taking advantage of it. Nobody will do a better job of recognizing what they see or what he sees than Archie Manning as an offensive quarterback.
That's the end of the first quarter in County Stadium, Milwaukee. And our score, the New Orleans Saints 3 and the Green Bay Packers 0.
As we head back to action, it'll be 3rd down and 3 for the Redskins at the 8-yard line of the Detroit Lions. Redskins trailing 3-0. Lion defense digging in. Theismann back to throw it. Protection is good. He's got a touchdown. Fine strike to Ricky Thompson.
Well, what a catch he made, and a great throw by Joe Theismann. Watch this. He goes back, gets good protection here. Thompson runs it out and comes back around the defender and makes a diving catch. He hit circle the defender then, came all the way around him to make the catch.
So the Redskins capture the lead 6-3, and Mosley on to try the extra point. Theismann will hold.
Whatever he found out during the timeout certainly was the right play, wasn't it?
Absolutely. It's good.
It is good.
11:57 now left to play in the first half. Fine drive by the Washington Redskins, who lead the Lions now 7-3.
Pastorini looking for his first down. Earl Campbell. Got out of the hole to Jack Ham, but Jack Lambert nails him. That's the trouble with the Steelers. You get by an all-pro and Ham, and here comes another guy, Lambert, to nail you.
Campbell showing fine speed, getting to the outside. But one thing you'll see at the end of this replay is about 8 or 9 Steelers out there where the action is. Ham strings it out, forces Campbell behind the line, and really makes the play. He gives the defense time to come to the outside. There's nowhere to go. Donnie's shell up, and that's Lambert coming in to stick it away.
Campbell now, 4 rushes, has only 5 yards. 2nd and 12. Pastorini. Reverse to Campbell. He's got some running room. 10, 15. Outside at the 20 and out of bounds near a first down at the 23. So Pastorini gave it the pass look, and Campbell with a couple of false steps to the right, then circled back, kind of a Statue of Liberty type play.
Variation off the statue play. You're going to look at it right there as Campbell had started to his right, reversed and came around. And now watch some of the elusiveness of this big back. Cuts inside, gets away from one man there, a nice block thrown on him, and then breaks outside, uses his speed and power to get the extra yardage.
He's just short of the first down as the Oilers look for their first of the game. Campbell and Wilson on 3rd and 1 behind Pastorini. Campbell. First down at the 27. Merlin, you almost get the feeling that the Oilers love that situation, short yardage and giving it to Campbell, because if he can pop through that initial defense, he's the kind of guy that can turn a short gainer into an 80-yard score.
One of the dangers always in stacking the line of scrimmage and taking the gaps as you do on short yardage is that you leave yourself vulnerable if, as you say, if the receiver or if the ball carrier can pop through that initial yardage, especially with a ball carrier like Campbell. You don't want to get him isolated on your defensive backs and linebackers. He'll just run over him.
First down at the 27, 7-0 Pittsburgh. 2 minutes left in the first quarter. Campbell again. Oh, is he hit by John Banaszak, number 76, and Robin Cole, 56. Other scores. First report from Buffalo. 3-0. The Bills on Tom Dempsey's short 18-yard field goal. And the Redskins have taken the lead at Detroit. Joe Theismann to Ricky Thompson, a 9-yard score. 7-3 Washington leads.
Steelers varying their defense a little bit for this game, knowing that Campbell must be stopped. And they've stacked their people inside pretty well. Furness able to take advantage of his position to make that last stop on Campbell.
2nd and 10. Holding, I believe, against the Oilers as Joe Green takes care of Pastorini. The All-Pro from North Texas State still gets his share of sacks.
Well, of course, the man I think responsible for that play more than anybody, as you see Beasley coming off, he's broken his mask, was Steve Furness, who broke quickly inside, got away from Heyman, and I think Heyman hung on to him. I think that's where the flag came from. Watch it yourself. Watch Furness. Whoops, here he comes. Inside of Conway Heyman. You see Heyman trying to hold him out of there. He gets by Mock. Now watch Joe Green slide onto the other side and get a clean shot right there at Pastorini. But I think the flag went down on Conway Heyman.
There's another one of those games that defensive line plays, and let's follow that as one of our themes today, Merlin Olsen. We'll first get the word from the official.
Holding, number 70, decline, 3rd down.
Even with a hold, Heyman couldn't stop Furness from ruining the play. The fact that those 4 defensive linemen really have their own creativity, and I know you were a part of that, it kind of helped to originate that system when you were with the Rams.
The defensive linemen love to stunt, gives them freedom, and gives them a chance to use some finesse on those offensive linemen.
3rd and long for Pastorini. He goes long to Burrow. Off his fingertips. Mel Blount on the coverage, one of the better man-for-man cornerbacks in the had it.
Blount and Burrow have been playing against each other for about 13 years. 4 years in college and 9 years in the pro. And I asked Burrow about Blount. He said, yeah, he knows me better than my wife does. And he proved it there as he was right on top of Burrow for that pass route.
Right off the fingertips is Pastorini trying to hit the long bomb threat of Burrow. Parsley's last 2 kicks have not been good. Jim Smith stands at the Steeler 44. at the 40. And he's strung out by good coverage. Ted Thompson, 51, finally made the tackle. He's one of the top special teams players for the Oilers. A 41-yard punt, 3-yard return for the Steelers.
And an all-New York final on the men's side. Geraldinus and McEnroe, and of course Chris Everett Lloyd against Tracy Austin. On the women's side, Calicut lets this one sail over his head and on out of the end zone for the touchback. So the Lions will put it in play at the 20-yard line.
Kind of an unusual kick for Mark Mosley. He usually gets a great deal of height on the ball and tries to get it real high so his people can get down in coverage. That time he hit the ball a little high and drove it over the goalpost, almost to the goalpost anyway.
Redskins, as you saw, fine 80-yard touchdown drive using the pass very sparingly, running Malone and Riggins. And now lead it 7-3. Jeff Comlow, the 10th quarterback selected in the draft this year and the only rookie to do any passing in the opening games last weekend. He came on in relief from Tampa Bay. Didn't have that much success. Robinson trying to fight off some tacklers, gets a couple of yards. Carl Lorch, number 71, on the stop for the Redskins. Helping out was Brad Dusek, number 59.
Dusek and Lorch really played that well. They stayed away from their blocks. Carl Lorch is going against a young man they're really high on, and that's Keith Dorney from Penn State. Excellent offensive lineman. They say he's got such great potential. They're real high on him. That was their top draft choice.
He may have been the top offensive line prospect to come out of the draft. 2nd and 7, Dexter Bussey. Caught as he tried to turn the corner there by Oklowitz.
In the first period, Buffalo with a field goal 18-yarder by Tom Dempsey leads Cincinnati 3-0.
Oklowitz, of course, a Maryland boy. We mentioned that the Detroit quarterback Comlow went to school at Delaware, grew up in the Washington area, went to DeMatha High School, and very much wanted to go to Maryland, but they weren't recruiting quarterbacks that year, apparently. So it on did very well at Delaware. There's a fumble, and the Redskins have it. Lorch fell on the ball at the 23-yard line. Quick turnover.
A bad exchange. You can see it right here. Take a look. It's hard to tell whether Comlow pulled out too soon, but he didn't make the exchange with Larry Terry. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Carl Lorch was alert because he's right down on the football.
A big break for the Redskins, who have a first down at the 23-yard line of the Detroit Lions. Theismann sending Bugs wide to the right side. He's got Ricky Thompson flanked to the left. Just one running back. That's Riggins. And it's Riggins who gets the call. Big hole, 20, 15, 10, and out of bounds at the 6-yard line. Boy, did that open up for him.
I think the little different set surprised Detroit with only one running back. They went into a double wing set. And you see Riggins finds a lot of daylight outside. Finally pushed out of bounds by James Hunter.
Riggins off to a pretty good afternoon running the football. 1st and goal to go. Redskins at the 6-yard line. Thompson wide right. Bugs is split to the left. Malone in the slot left this time. Another double wing setup, and this time they're ready for Riggins. Riggins is stopped standing up for a loss in the play. Good defensive charge by Charlie Weaver, number 59, the veteran linebacker of the Lions.
Obviously, they made an adjustment because this is the same play the Redskins had run to the right side, but they're running it this way against a veteran linebacker instead of John Brooks, the rookie linebacker from Clemson.
They say his progress was halted at the 10-yard line, so it'll be a loss of 4. 2nd and goal to go, Redskins from the Lion 10.
Boy, this is where they like to go to Gene Fugit. He smells that goal line when he gets close.
They've got Buddy Hardiman in the backfield now, along with Harmon. Theismann over the middle and misses a wide open Gene Fugit. Just as you mentioned, he was there.
He was wide open. There was a mistake in the coverage. Eddie Cole, you can see the strong safety, Doug Jones, talking to his middle linebacker. Take a look at this. Fugit is wide open. Nobody around him. Cole did not move. Gets a hand up. Could have just taken a little bit off of that, laid it in front of him. Easy touchdown. Joe would like to have that one back.
Oh, I guess so. Third down, goal to go. Warren has come in at tight end, replacing Fugit. Bugs wide to the right side. Thompson set in the slot inside of it. Third and goal from the 10. Lions faking the blitz on Theismann. Let's see if he checks off. He's back to throw. Here they come. He lost the ball. The Lions pick it up. However, it'll be whistled dead. The play will be whistled dead back where the recovery was made at the 20-yard line. James Hunter, number 28. That draws a lot of boos.
Big break for the Skins. Big break for the Skins and not losing that football then. And the people in Detroit don't like it.
They mark the ball at the 18-yard line, and that is a huge break.
Boy, it certainly was.
Mosley.
A touchdown and almost going the other way for a touchdown.
Theismann will hold. This will be a 35-yard field goal attempt for Mosley. It's done. So the Redskins get 3 points out of it. They lead Detroit 10-3 with 9:26 left in the half.
Bear coach Neil Armstrong, now in his second year, had a rough year last year. The Bears went through an 8-game losing streak. He formerly played for the old Chicago Cardinals when they won a couple of world championships back in the late 40s. Now has the Chicago Bears.
As we open the second quarter, Tommy Kramer and the Vikings have 2nd and 8 from the Chicago 47. Kramer with good protection. Over the middle. Got his man. Chuck Foreman slipping out of the backfield for a big gain. He is inside the Chicago 30. Lenny Walderscheid spun him down.
There's Chuck Foreman. People said he's been a little bit overweight. His running average has gone down. But look at the pass blocking here as Foreman comes out of the backfield. Kramer double pumps, got that strong arm, and got it down there as Foreman found the slot and was finally tackled by Lenny Walderscheid.
Foreman goes out. The Vikings have been using that messenger system with their running backs, shifting backs on each play to bring in the play for Tommy Kramer. And they keep it on the ground with their number 1 draft choice, Ted Brown. Brown, the rookie out of North Carolina State. The 4th leading ground gainer in NCAA history, behind only Tony Dorsett, Archie Griffin, and Ed Marinaro.
Let's watch the Bears middle linebacker, Tom Hicks, as he reacted to the inside. Ron Yeri comes off the line and ties into Hicks to slow him down on his pursuit to the sidelines, and that kept him out of the play.
Now the Vikings at the 10-yard line of the Bears, opening minute of the second quarter. And on the first down carry, they get a couple. Ricky Young with the ball. They're using Young quite a bit this afternoon in the early going, John. More so than Foreman, actually.
Well, they also have been alternating their backs quite a bit. As you know, they send the plays in. But Ricky Young's a good back, and this game has kind of turned around here a little bit. The Vikings moving the ball, and it's been to the outside. They got away from the traffic inside. They're moving to the outside and getting good yardage on Chicago.
2nd and goal, we'll call it, from the 8. It may be technically possible to get a first down on the 1-inch line, but for all intents and purposes, it's 2nd and goal from the 8, and now they're down around the 2-yard line. Ricky Young again.
Kind of a draw. Watch that the line there as they cross block there. It comes on a little misdirection back across the thing. Goodrum throws a good block, and just good blocking all around before the Bears get there. What's happening is the Vikings are executing on their line blocking now.
Jerry Myers and Ron Rideouch come in along the defensive front for the Bears on 3rd and goal from the 2. Young in motion. Kramer rolling right. May keep it himself. Touchdown, Minnesota. Tommy Kramer.
Pretty good call, because you expect him to go up the middle, but it was 3rd and 2. They decided it would probably be jammed up. They took both the backs out as Kramer rolled out. Now you'll see Foreman and Young both go into the end zone as he has an option here. The Bears are forced to play for the pass receivers. There's Tucker with his hands up, but Kramer just took it in and went up and over Virgil Livers and got the touchdown. The Vikings take the lead 6-0.
Enter Rick Danmeyer, who was successful on all 4 of his point-after-touchdown tries last week against San Francisco. Out of the hold of Paul Krause, he makes it 7-0 Vikings. So the Bears pretty much dominated the first quarter. They were unable to score, but the Vikings get on the board here on this play.
There is Spivey playing the pass receiver Ricky Young out, and then he has to react, number 47, and it's just too late. And a good play by the Minnesota Vikings. They have taken the lead 7-0 in the second quarter.
We start the second quarter of play here at Giant Stadium with Tom Brookshire. I'm Gary Bender. And from the 45-yard line, the Cardinals have the football.
The Cardinals had 45 yards rushing, only 3 yards passing in the first half.
First down. Chandler jumping in to that tight end spot. Tilley, Steve, the wide receivers. Hart wants to throw on first down. Complete to Anderson. Anderson to the 40, inside the 40 to the 35-yard line. Did you see him pull that ball back for Brian Kelly? He is something to watch.
Well, I said earlier he's going for the grand slam on every play, but you don't want to tell a young great back not to do that either. Watch the move he makes. Watch number 32 from the tailback in the eye. And Jim Hart gets it to him very carefully, firmly. Now watch this move. Outside, don't believe that. Van Pelt gets handled. He reaches out and draws it back.
Hart now 2 of 5. That's the first pass they've thrown to Anderson, his first catch of the year. You're going to see more of that. From the 36-yard line. Second down, a yard to go, and picking up the first down. The man who just checked in, Theodis Brown. He's their second-round draft pick out of UCLA, and they like him.
He's a low 228. Another year, he will be probably giving Wayne Morris a big battle for that fullback spot.
The Vikings leading the Chicago Bears 7-0. 2-yard run on that play by Kramer.
Quarterback who had 4 touchdown passes last week.
Boy, he is really doing a job for Minnesota. From the 33, first down for St. Louis. There's Hart on the play action, throwing to Dave Steep. And Steep, I think he'd been out of bounds if he'd have caught that ball. Defending on the play was Ernie Jones. Steep is the guy who last year had 7 catches for 99 yards against the Giants here in this stadium.
Jim Hart almost got him killed. He really hung him up on that sidelines, and the Giants secondary is banging everybody that happens to be in a white and red uniform. Very aggressive defensive play against them right now.
We look now at Jerry Thompson, the coach, walking back and forth. He's their special teams coach. Second down, 10 for the 33. You know, I don't know what Ray Perkins said at halftime last week. He got some results.
A lot, yeah. And they said he squints the eyes like a gunslinger. You listen to him when he yells, too.
Second and 10. Hart, good protection. This is Anderson, incomplete. He's going to get on the ball just to be sure. As Bud Wilkinson, I'm sure not too happy about that one. That's the play that earlier picked up big yardage. George Martin defending on the play.
And Hart is having to unload to the safety valves all the time, which means the secondary for the Giants is covering his primary receivers extremely well. Of course, Bud's going to try to make the adjustments to help this team on the field out.
Well, the Cardinals in a tough situation. They wanted to win today because you knew they play next week, Pittsburgh.
One day at a time. I would take the Chandler to tight end and start getting him in my offense right away.
Third down, 10 from the 33-yard line. Hart back, a flag on the play, jumping up. He's going to run it to the 25, and he does a headlong dive, and he got the first down, and you don't see Jim Hart run very often. I'll tell you something, he did all right, didn't he?
Somebody jumped a little bit early. George Martin might have made the premature move. Boy, I haven't seen Jim Hart run any better than that in a long time, maybe ever. There's Martin now going down to the crouch, trying to hide.
That's Mike
offside.
McCoy.
Defense, number 75. Refuse. First down.
All right, here is the... we're not going to show the run. We're going to show the run by Hart. We should. No, we're not going to show the run. That's too bad, you know what?
First down from the 21-yard line. Here it is.
Fame and glory.
Back to the live action now on a first down. Hart gives to Anderson. Anderson to the corner to the 15. Anderson to the 11-yard line. All he needs is one step outside. Terry Jackson, the cornerback, fills to make the tackle.
And you know, he hits the tackler harder than the tackler hits him. In preseason, we saw him use the elbow. He doesn't use the elbow here, but watch him punish the tackler when he knows he has to take him hit on right there. Even Nelson gets up feeling his back a little bit.
He took himself out on that play. Going to catch a breather. As we have 2nd and 1 now from the 12-yard line. Bud Wilkinson. His team got off bad footing last year, losing their first 8. They don't want that to happen again. Wayne Morris and Thomas Watt, number 26, 6th-round draft pick from Oklahoma in the backfield. Here's Hart, throwing to Dave Steve, and we have pass interference against Terry Jackson to the end zone, and that was quite obvious.
Terry would have gone to the ground had it not been for the uniform that Steve was wearing. Watch Jackson now. Might see it here on this first replay. It's a corner pattern by the wide receiver. There's Terry just keeping himself up by holding on to the trousers.
That'll be 1st and goal at the 1. As, of course, when you commit the pass interference to the end zone.
Pass interference. Defense, number 24 in the end zone. First down on the 1-yard line.
So they bring it out to the 1. Jackson last year led the Giants in interceptions with 7 out of San Diego State.
As a rookie, which is unusual. And also very rare, right?
And now the full house backfield. Brown, Watt, Ford, behind Hart. 1st and goal at the 1. Theodis Brown, trying to take it in. And he got in. Touchdown. Let's look at it from the ground level.
The officials might have determined the Giants are not the reason that his forward motion stopped. Let's see if he runs into his own men. He got pretty close. Broke the pane of glass, that imaginary pane of glass. You can see the official there with his hands outstretched. And the defense always argues on the goal line, no matter what.
So the Cardinals, after being stunned early, have gotten on the board. Jim Hart moving that ball very effectively. Point after attempt by Mike Wood is on the way. The hole by Worley. That was a little shaky on that play, but it's good. As we look again at the touchdown run by Theodis Brown. The Cardinals trail it 14-7.
Kurt Gowdy and Hank Stram here in County Stadium, Milwaukee. 3-0 the Saints out in front and on the march again. They're on the Green Bay 40-yard line with a 2nd and 3. The Orleans has had 66 yards rushing, 52 passing in the first period. It's a well-balanced attack.
He ought to run right here. Let's see if he changes and runs to his right. Nope, going the other way.
That's Strawn at the 40, and he wriggles forward to the 35 of Green Bay. Mike Douglas finally contained him. That'll be enough for a first down for the Saints on the Green Bay 35.
That time they were in a triple stack defense, strong to the offensive formation of the Saints to the left, but Archie went to the left in spite of it. But the reason he did was the defensive right end, Ezra Johnson, was tight on the tight end. They felt they could hook him, and he did, and made the yardage outside.
First down, Saints back at 35.
Defensive backs are, again, very soft. Here they are.
Out to Chandler, shakes, goes to the 30. Chandler still going. See that move he made when he went around that cornerback? Again, they're playing about 8 to 10 yards deep on him. So all Manning does is raise up and fire it out there. Watch it.
If they continue to play that way, Chandler's going to catch so many balls that he's going to wear some skin off his hands. He's going to have to get him a baseball glove because they can do that anytime he wants to.
He's now caught 5 passes in the game, mostly for short yardage. He caught 5 for 205 last week. And these are little hitches here today.
The tough thing then is if they double cover the outside people, then they have to worry about Henry Chow. So it's a dilemma for Green Bay.
2nd down 2. Galbraith, 25-20, first down into the 15. He's having a field day, Tony Galbraith, today. Rich Wingo is in there now at middle linebacker. And we have a good block there from Chandler. Watch him here.
You can't run outside efficiently unless you get good outside help blocking from your flankers and split ends. Chandler got a piece of the defensive back that time, provided Tony Galbraith with the opportunity to go outside, and he made a nice gain on the play.
The Saints are on to Packer 15. First down. They have dominated this game completely. Galbraith. A couple of yards to the 13. He was hit standing up, slowed down, and then finally stopped by number 77.
With their kicking situation the way it is,
Butler.
very important for them to do everything they possibly can to get touchdowns instead of field goals.
Second down, 8. We'll repeat again. Erxleben has a pull muscle. Tried to warm up. His leg hurt him, so he is not punting or place kicking today. Number 1 draft choice, the rookie. This time Manning has to look. He's looking for Chandler, and he's over his head, and that's the first incomplete pass for Archie Manning.
They went a double wing formation that time with the halfback on the wing. He was trying to hit Harris on the right side. Chandler on the left side saw what happened. He saw that he came back to him, tried to make an adjustment, but the ball was thrown over the top, incomplete. But he was really trying to hit Ike Harris, 82, in the right flat.
Kim Jones comes in, number 32. Tony Galbraith goes out. This again is to give Galbraith a breather play in case they have to kick a field goal on 4th down. Have ice on Chuck Muncie's leg out over the bench. He may just have a bruise. Strawn in motion. Manning will put it up. It's out to Strawn. He's banged down on the 11-yard line by Mike Douglas, number 53, and will probably have a New Orleans field goal attempt coming up.
They flooded the area with a man in motion to the left side and hit Mike Strawn in the left flat, number 33, but he didn't have enough yardage for the first down, and now they're going to have to kick another field goal with Tony Galbraith. But I'm sure they're thinking in terms of trying to keep the field goal as short as they possibly can so that it won't be too much of a burden for Tony Galbraith.
Galbraith will boot it. He kicked a 23-yarder his first attempt. Ed Burns will hold, number 11. And it is up. This is a boot that is good. And this one is a 27-yard field goal by Tony Galbraith, who is an emergency kicker today in replacement of Erxleben. 6-0, New Orleans in the lead.
Mark the different time next Saturday for Sports World at 3 o'clock Eastern Time, 12 noon on the West Coast, because we have 1 o'clock baseball, both Major League Baseball contests from the West Coast, Cincinnati at Los Angeles, Houston at San Francisco. Pastorini and the Oilers at their own 20-yard line. Play action fake. Hits Earl Campbell. Bubble! No, they call it an incomplete pass. They say Campbell did not have possession, and Ron Johnson, with eyes on the scoreboard, has to bring it back.
Jack Lambert, one of the premier linebackers in the NFL. You'll get a chance to watch him in action as he backs up from his middle linebacking position, reads the play, comes quickly forward. Campbell looked to me as if he had control of that ball, and Lambert is having trouble getting his hands on it. Watch him as he crawls after it. Oh, frustrating moments.
And Lambert, that looked like a new swim stroke. We might see that in the next competition.
That's one to tease him about.
2nd and 10. Open down the middle, Johnson. Billy White Shoes Johnson, first down at the 45 of the Oilers. What a throw by Pastorini. Nothing wrong with his arm on that one.
Excellent pass and an excellent reception by White Shoes there. We asked Bum Phillips if he was going to use White Shoes Johnson as a kick returner. He said, I can't. He's too valuable to me as a pass receiver, and I only have 2 healthy receivers right now. And you see how healthy he is as he gets up beautifully and pulls that nice pass in from Pastorini, and that's the first big play for Houston offensively of the day.
Minnesota early in the second quarter. Tommy Kramer scrambling 2 yards to give Vikings 7-0 lead at Chicago. Intercepted. Lambert picks it off and is to his own 46-yard line. Obviously, Jack Lambert, he likes it when he doesn't have to swim the 50. If he only takes 1 stroke, he can come up with a ball.
That's very frustrating. I think one of the most frustrating moments there is for a quarterback who has fired it into the arms of a receiver and then watches it bounce away to be intercepted. and it'll be credited as an interception. Watch the pass here. Right on target to Barber. Bounces into the air, and alertly, Jack Lambert is there. Lambert, watch him as he drops into pass coverage here. Is over quickly around the football, and that's what makes him such an outstanding football player.
Jack Lambert, second interception of this young season. Pittsburgh leading 7-0, and Bradshaw typically going to go right to the air. Randy Grossman, first down at the Oiler 40-yard line. The ever-dependable tight end Grossman from Temple. What hands?
Bradshaw knows that the two wide receivers are going to be double covered frequently. That opens up tremendous territory inside. You see him scrambling for some extra time here. Picks out Randy Grossman. Grossman is in the open, having picked a spot in the seam there. They take him down, but that's a big gain for the Pittsburgh Steelers and a first down.
Bengals have scored on a Pete Johnson run to take a 7-3 lead at Buffalo, and Washington now leads Detroit 10-3. Mosley with a field goal for the Redskins in the second quarter. Bradshaw, Stallworth, he's to the 21-yard line, and how did he hang on to the ball? He took quite a pop.
Dick, I think one of the things that sets Stallworth aside is you see him accepting some of the pain that goes with that. Looks like he grabbed his wrist, and we said he had wrist problems. He has such incredible concentration. This is the kind of pass that receivers hate to catch. They're coming into traffic right there. He refused to take his eye off that football, took the shot, went to the ground. Look on the inside as Bradshaw drops, finds his man, puts it on the money, but look at the shot right there from 32, Vernon Perry, who really will hit you.
First down Steelers at the Oiler 21, leading 7-0. 11.5 minutes remaining in the first half here in Pittsburgh. Franco Harris. Fine defensive play by 52, Robert Brazil, as he backed up Andy Doris. Doris and Brazil collaborating to drop Harris in the backfield. Just gave him no options. Couldn't cut back inside and couldn't get wide. New York Jets fall behind 21-3 in the second quarter. Steve Grogan has 3 touchdown passes, all long ones, to Jackson for 49, Morgan for 37, and he's hit Morgan again for 50. We're going to give you those scores as they arrive in our NBC booths. We'll keep you up to date on all the other NFL action. Might be too much time for the Steelers. Umpire who keeps the official time blew the whistle. Doris and Bradshaw, a little bump there that neither man seemed to want.
Chuck Noll must be very happy. I think one of the offensive linemen lifted his hand on that. Chuck Noll, a very happy coach on the near sideline, but I think Bum Phillips has to be extremely upset on the far sideline. He told me earlier that he felt that his team was at the same point that they reached perhaps at midseason last year, and that he was feeling very good about the progress they'd made. Up to this point in the game, they have not looked good. They've made a great many errors. They've not played with the kind of intensity that I'm sure he wants to see on the field.
Willie Alexander goes in the defensive backfield and a front 4 instead of a 3-4. And again, an offside. Broken up by 33, J.C. Wilson. And the Steeler fans felt Wilson was holding with a free hand. Wilson from the University of Pittsburgh, born in Cleveland, playing in Houston. He was born to be a Central Division player.
I wonder if there was a bumping going on. Certainly there was some contact there, but the defensive man is entitled to some territory, and if the contact is incidental to both men being in the same position at the same time, it's not a penalty on the defensive man. Just good position by the defender, and of course every receiver I know will scream in a case like that, hoping to get a call.
Wilson, nicknamed Squeaky, and boy, he was in a tight spot there with Swan, broke up the play. There was no offside. They didn't call it on 71 Kennard. Apparently he got back in time. Grossman had not turned soon enough. He was covered by Alexander. The pass seemed to hit him right in the left knee.
Bradshaw under quite a bit of pressure on that one. As the Houston defense has been employing a 4-man rush as opposed to the 3-man. Of course, they play the 3-man line regularly, but they feel that they're getting more pressure now, and they finally have some young defensive linemen that they can put into the game. In fact, Coach Mom Phillips is very proud of the young men he's brought in the last couple of years. Feels that he has 6 good defensive linemen now.
Matt Barr, this could be out of his range. 45 yards. Good. They said anything over 40 was a bonus from Barr, and he roots one out 45 yards, and the Steelers take a 10-0 lead. No, Barr's Bears root. They've replaced Girella's Gorillas, and it's 10-0 Pittsburgh early in the second quarter.
12:40 to play in the second quarter, and Chicago trails 7-0. The touchdown by Kramer a moment ago, the first one yielded by the Bear defense this year. Last week, all they gave up was a Chester Marco field goal against Green Bay. Walter Payton turns the corner. Good game for Walter. He has had 26 100-yard games in his career, 4 of them against Minnesota.
There's the Minnesota scoring drive. 14 plays, 90 yards, possession, 6 minutes, 49 seconds. You were talking about Walter Payton. Do you know that in his last 180 carries, he's only fumbled once? Usually that type of a runner, the scat back, you're going to get fumbles. Very seldom does he ever fumble.
Johnny, you and I did the game last year against Tampa Bay when Walter went past the 5,000-yard mark in his career. The only man ever to do it sooner in his career was the great Jimmy Brown. Payton again. Small hole, turns it into a big game. Give him any kind of daylight and he's gone. He is in Minnesota territory. Scott Studwell finally stopped him.
He has that great acceleration. Once he gets the ball and tucks it away, he'll carry it loosely and then tuck it away when he decides to make his move. Here comes the pitch out. That time he carries it to the inside. You're going to see Studwell come from the inside here to make the tackle. But Walter hangs onto that ball and goes down.
Unofficially, Payton with 28 yards on 6 carries so far. He got 8 on that play, setting up 2nd down and 2. Bashnagel in motion left to right. Mike Phipps on the handoff to Dave Williams. Williams might have been stopped for a gain of only 1, but he forced his way forward for a Chicago first down.
Yes, he kept his legs driving there and got the first down.
Williams was originally drafted by the Cowboys, decided instead to play in Canada, then came back to the NFL with San Francisco, where he backed up both Delvin Williams and O.J. Simpson at various times. Now he plays alongside Walter Payton in an emergency situation for the Bears with Harper, Skavinsky, and Earl all on the sidelines with injuries. 1st and 10 from the 45. This time it's Richards in motion. Phipps hands it to Payton. Walter skips his way through the hole and gets about 5.
The Vikings have been using a 4-man front here the last few plays. 4 defensive linemen with the 3 linebackers rather than the 3-4. And the Bears are managing to get some yards from it. Did you notice the time that Walter had before they really came down on him? The Bear offensive line in the middle is pushing that defensive line back and giving Walter time to pick his way.
The Vikings lead it 7-0. We're inside 10 minutes to play in the first half. Bashnagel on the move. Williams on the carry. 3, maybe 4. It'll be a 3rd down play.
This is the same situation as Chicago had last week against the Packers. They controlled the ball, had the ball 40 minutes to only 20 minutes for the Packers. Did not score a touchdown, but ran the ball up and down the field and ate up the clock. They're doing the same thing to the Vikings. However, the Vikings haven't had the ball that much, but they got the touchdown on the board.
Monty Clark with problems at quarterback, starting rookie Jeff Comlow out of Delaware today against the Redskins, and Washington leads at 10-3. Pittsburgh over Houston 7-0 in the first. Bears need a yard to keep the drive alive. Phipps may keep it himself. First down yardage, then he's cut down by John Turner, who came up quickly from his left cornerback spot, but Phipps did get the first down.
A great block by number 22 Williams to get Phipps around the horn as they went to the outside, both teams having more success to the outside.
Honey Bears having success entertaining the crowd at Soldier Field.
And they're certainly glad it's 65 degrees. I don't even know if it's 65. What would you guess?
They told us about 62 at game time. Anyway, has to be better for the players than it was a week ago. Almost 100 degrees on the field as the Bears won 6-3 last Sunday against Green Bay here. Phipps with a short drop and quick throw to the sideline. Got his man James Scott. Scott spinning away from tacklers and dragged out of bounds. Scott, who led the Bears with 42 receptions a year ago, is tackled by Paul Krause.
You're going to see number 25 as the cover man, Nate Allen. Just a quick three-step drop back for Phipps. Scott down the field and just cuts out on the short out pattern. He had a lot of distance between Allen here. That's the time you get a chance to run, but he got some help from the inside and finally knocked out of bounds. But a lot of room they gave James Scott. He's a deep threat, no question about it.
Nate Allen playing in place of Bobby Bryant, who's had a problem with a kidney stone and is not in uniform today. 1st and 10 from the 22. Walter Payton trying to cut outside, and Paul Krause came up from his free safety spot and was able to grab part of Walter's shirt, and that might have prevented a much longer gain.
Let's watch his quickness and watch the time that he has to survey the line there and make his steps. Now, number 22 hadn't been over to the right there to force Walter, to go to the right to get outside of him. They could have had a long game, but Paul Krause stood his ground there and got in on the tackle. But otherwise, it would have been a touchdown.
2nd and 8 from the 20. The stats on Phipps so far. 7.5 minutes to play in the first half. Vikings lead at 7-0. That's Greg Lotta, the tight end, in motion. Phipps has time to throw, but it's batted down by Mark Mullaney.
Good play by Mark Mullaney because Payton was wide open. He just waited. As you notice, they had a double wing back that time. It's another new formation for the Bears. And Payton will get caught in the traffic on purpose and then slip out. And he goes out into the right flat, and he was open. There is Mullaney, number 77, did what a good defensive end can do and should do when he's not going to get there. He sees the quarterback ready to throw, stop, and just leap up as high as you can. And he did a good job.
Passing situation for the 10-year veteran from Purdue, Mike Phipps.
They're going to double James Scott.
And they go to Payton on the draw, and they do not get the first down. What they do get is a chorus of boos.
Well, the fans have seen the Bears drive quite a bit in the past couple of games and still have no touchdowns to show for it. So Bob Thomas will come on to kick a field goal. He's got the wind with him this time, and this distance is just about right for him. Bob Thomas kicks at 73% from the 30 to 39-yard line.
He was short from 47 yards in the first quarter. This one considerably shorter, and he puts it through. A 39-yard connection by Bob Thomas, and that cuts the Minnesota lead down to 7-3 with 6:47 to play in quarter number 2.
Let's take a look at some other scores. The Vikings 7, the Bears 3 in the second period. Thomas kicked a field goal in that game. The Giants leading the Cardinals 14-7. The Otis Brown just ran a yard for a touchdown. And New England 21, the Jets 3 in the second period. Here's a play-action pass. Manning shoots it out. Hits his receiver on the 25. With the 20 is Henry Childs. Childs is in the end zone for a touchdown. The tight end has caught 2 in a row. A 29-yarder, and that one was good for 33 yards. And the Saints now.
A play-action pass, faking to the left. He rolls to the right, and here again, they're so concerned about the outside receivers that Henry Childs is wide open.
Look at that move.
Makes a great move inside, gets a block downfield, and by Rich Maudie, it looked like 84, and the rest is history. Into the end zone for the touchdown.
Childs ran like Chuck Muncie on that one after he caught the ball.
He has very deceptive speed and excellent hands.
Tony Galbraith kicking in place of the injured Erxleben. Up for the point, and he misses the point. It's sliced to the left. So the score remains the New Orleans Saints 12, the Green Bay Packers nothing. And now the crowd getting uneasy here, wants to see some offense from the Packers.
Yeah, right now I'm worried about the big man that's down on the field.
Guy takes
really hurts. You know, if you see a guy like this, you don't want anybody to get hurt, but maybe the premier offensive lineman. And boy, I tell you, this game of football, we've had a lot of injuries this year, Tom.
Oh, but I saw this fellow play when they had broken his jaw and they were wired the jaw shut. He went down to like 265 and was still playing superb offensive right tackle. If he could walk off, Deerdorf would have walked off under his own power. That's the reason that I'm concerned. He can't make a move right now. The big fella needs help for maybe the first time. Huh?
Very articulate man out of Michigan, does a lot of radio shows in the St. Louis area. And doesn't look good right now. As you look at Lee Nelson, you know, you have guys on your ball club that just take over and lead, and this is one of them right now. He did it by example as well as off the field.
That says it.
And Deerdorf on that play, and it must have been the point after, Tom, when it was kicked that it happened, which is even more unusual. You'd figure on a running play or a pulling situation you might get hurt.
Well, not really. Sometimes in a position where you can't move because it's a kick formation, you have nowhere to go to make the contact on your own ground, so to speak. You have to take it the way it falls, and sometimes it comes from a different angle and you're ready for it.
Here's a guy, Bud Wilkinson, that so close to this team. Every one of them respect him greatly, and I know what he's going through right now. He's, you know, some prayers right now for Dan, and as they're going to take this big 288-pounder out of there. Joe Bostic will come in to play that right offensive tackle spot. Let's look at some scores now throughout the league. Chicago now on the board against Minnesota.
It's a Thomas field goal, huh? 34-yarder by Bobby Thomas. Listen to the crowd. Listen to this hand here in New York, in New Jersey, for the offensive tackle for the St. Louis Cardinals, Mr. Deerdorf.
Dr. Garfinkel, Dr. Elsasser there, along with the trainers, bringing him off the field.
It takes quite a few to carry the big fella off. He's at least 290 right now.
You know, in that New Orleans game, Tom, the Saints leading 6-0, believe it or not, Tony Galbraith has just kicked another field goal.
He may have to retire from running back.
Charlie Davis, number 76, he was spelled in the first game of last year, the knee injury.
Well, the toughest flight in the world is flying back to your hometown for an operation after a game. There he is. All right, big fella, make a move.
And here we go, the kickoff. It's picked up short by Frank Marion of the Giants, and Marion brings it out to the 38-yard line. And there's Deerdorf. James Elsasser, the doctor, looking at the left leg.
The human knee is, I don't think the good Lord meant us to play football with it, you know, really. Pretty tough to keep it together.
So from the 38-yard line, the Giants will have it. 13:01 to go before halftime. And at halftime, the NFL Today, Brent, Jade, and Herb will update us on what's happening throughout the NFL. Joe Pisarcik with his team leading 14-7 on first down. And I don't know who that's to. Ken Stone's the closest to it. The tight end up the middle, Gary Shirk, I guess, is the intended receiver.
I feel a sudden shift in the ball game. St. Louis's defense that time came off the ball. Maybe it's the fact that their big leader, Deerdorf, is hurt, but Pollard that time put a big rush on Pisarcik.
Second down, 10. It's interesting. Sometimes a team will just take the wind out of their sails. Other times it'll fire you up.
Giants got to be very careful right now. They're going to have to test the water before they put their foot in.
From the 38-yard line, 2nd and 10. Pisarcik to throw again. He's been busy. He's got pressure on him. A flag on the play. And oh, is he hit at the 30? It's picked up. The race is on. This is Mark Arneson. Mark Arneson taking it in for the touchdown.
Now we're going to see if it was the quarterback that was blown dead because they grabbed him early. I thought it was a legitimate fumble. Might have been holding.
There's a flag, but the flag is against New York. That's going to be a touchdown.
Boy, Arneson flew with it. The linebacker really moved.
31-yard touchdown by Arneson.
I told you they were coming off the ball with a new feeling. It looks like they have the New Jersey air just about the way they want it. The Cardinals are really after Pisarcik, and that's a live ball. Hello there, touchdown.
You know, this guy, Arneson, has picked up 17 fumbles in his career. That's a big one there. 31-yard touchdown runners. Bob Pollard that separates the ball from Pasarczyk. Mike Woods, point after attempt, and just like that, it's all tied up. Cortino. We'll be back in a moment.
New game.
There's a look at some of the Lion fans, around 60,000 in attendance. Of course, they're going to be playing the Super Bowl here, you know, in 1982. And it's going to be fun coming up to Pontiac in January.
1982. Can you imagine the people trying to get in and out of here if they have a snowstorm or something? Blizzard. Where it's a great facility.
Beautiful place, no question about that. 1st and 10, Redskins at their 20 following the touchback. Theismann giving to Riggins, and John doing what he does best, straight up the middle of the 22-yard line. Charlie Weaver, veteran linebackers, had a good afternoon so far. Number 59 making the stop. Theismann is 3 out of 5 for 30 yards. Riggins has now run 8 times for a total of 42 yards. When his youngster was born, I understand he gave everybody ears of corn instead of cigars. Is that right?
He's a good guy.
Kansas product, quite obviously. 2nd down 8. Theismann under pressure. Got rid of it to Riggins at the 25, and Riggins very close for the 1st down. Had to reach the 30-yard line, and that's the stripe right there. He's across it.
This is an indication of the maturity of Joe Theismann. A little rollout to the left, not finding anybody. I think Joe may have taken off last year. A lot of pressure right around him. He dumps the ball, takes a little check down to Riggins.
Pressure particularly from Doug English.
Oh, boy, a good choice of getting rid of the ball, saving the play right then instead of taking off and running with it. Up for a 1st down.
1st and 10, Redskins at their 30-yard line. They lead it 10-3 here in the 2nd period. Hardiman cutting back inside and picking up good yardage out to the 38. Pickup of 8 on that play. 2nd and 2. This is a young man, of course, who played in Canada for a couple of years. And when the Redskins cut loose Tony Green, they felt they had an adequate kick returner, and so far that's proved to be a pretty good decision.
Boy, he's really returned kicks well for him. Minnesota leading the Bears 7-0. Tommy Kramer ran one in this game. A little short run. Shows you the value of having that running quarterback, doesn't it?
2nd and a long 2 for the Redskins, and they give it to Riggins. He gets 1. It'll be 3rd down and 1 yard needed for the 1st down. Al Baker, number 60. The all-pro defensive end of the Detroit Lions, making the stop. Baker was just a number 2 draft pick last year, but he turned into be a demon defensive lineman.
Bears just got a field goal. The Vikings leading 7-3 in that game. New England's really putting it to the Jets, 21-3 in the 2nd quarter.
Our score, the Redskins 10, the Lions 3, 3.5 minutes left to go. 1st half. 3rd down and a yard. Redskins at their 39. Harmon got it. 1st down, Washington at the 41.
Washington has spent a lot of time working on short yardage plays. They did in training camp, wanted to keep their drives going, trying to be more successful on 3rd and short situations. You can see where it's paid off. This is a type of reward we were talking about before the game, Frank, where it's success. You know, you get some little reward for all that hard work you've been doing.
8 new starters on this Redskin team. Only 28 players left from their roster, which opened last September. Hardiman wants to throw it. Gets it away. He's got Ricky Thompson. 1st down at the 29-yard line of the Detroit Lions. I didn't know he could throw, huh? He returns kicks, he runs, he throws.
He's doing a little bit of everything, and what a good throw he made. He got an awful lot on the ball, running with the ball. Watch this. A pitch back to Hardiman. Puts it under his arm like he then takes it up to throw, but look at the accurate throw that he makes.
Ricky Thompson, who has scored 1 touchdown for the Redskins, the only touchdown of the ball game, pulls that in for a 30-yard gain, and the Redskins have a 1st down at the Lion 28.
Not a bad percentage. Checking those scores, the Giants, St. Louis came back and got on the board. Cincinnati over Buffalo.
baseman. Lot of protection. Has all day and has his man wide open. Warren is down at the 10. He's at the 5-yard line. And that will draw a few boos from the Detroit Lions fans. Don Warren, the rookie tight end from San Diego State. Yeah, we were remarking earlier to Sonny what the odds are on one team in the NFL having 2 rookie tight ends, same position from the same school, which the Redskins have in Warren and Phil DeVos.
But they also had another one in training camp. Bill Helms was in training camp, so they ended up in training camp with 3 tight ends from San Diego State.
2-minute warning coming up. 1st and goal to go for the Washington Redskins at the Detroit Lions 5-yard line. Redskins seem to be in command right now. They lead it by a score of 10-3.
Boy, the pennant races are really something. National League, Pittsburgh leads Montreal by only 1, and next week you'll see Cincinnati at Los Angeles. The Reds now lead Houston by a half game, and the Astros will be at San Francisco. Check that time now, 4 o'clock Eastern time next Saturday. Of course, we'll have the playoffs for you. American and National League early in October. Fumble! And right back to Thornton. He recovers at the 26-yard line. That's the 5th fumble of this game. All 5 recovered by the fumbling team.
Unusual to see that happen. Usually you drop the ball that many times, one of those opposite colored shirts is going to jump on the ball. Thornton coming out of the game apparently didn't quite get that into grasp before he tried to run away with it.
The Bills of Buffalo have taken the lead against Cincinnati 10-7. Terry Miller a 2-yard run. Franco Harris and Rocky Blyer replaces Thornton. And there goes Harris. First down across the 36-yard line.
Robert Brazil is one of the fine linebackers in football, but even the play of a Brazil cannot nullify that beautiful run by Franco Harris. Watch Brazil as he gets a read, gets out of the block right there. Number 20, Rocky Blyer, comes down to help on the tackle, but already Franco has the big gain in the first down.
Mike Reinfeld, 37, also in on the stop as you look at Willie Alexander with Coach Bum Phillips on the Houston side of the field. Pittsburgh leads 10-0. 6:43 left first half. Toss to Harris. And Art Stringer, 53. Good name for a linebacker because often he has to string out those wide sweeps, and that's just exactly what Art did and made a good textbook tackle.
That's what Coach Biles said about that young man. Said he has great range and able to get out there, and you saw it right there.
As Bum Phillips would say, we pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network. Sellout crowd on a beautiful football day in Pittsburgh. The Steelers lead Houston 10-0 with 6:05 remaining in the first half. To Kenberg with Berlin Olsen. It is 2nd down and 10 for the Steelers at their own 37-yard line. Rocky Blyer all the way to the 45-yard line. 9 yards for Blyer. That's his first carry of this new season.
Rocky Blyer, sorely missed for his blocking, also can come in and get the big run for you. Knowing that they're going to key Harris, he gets some good blocking, some trapping on the inside, blocking well. Webster, and Blyer accelerates rapidly, but ends up going the other way with some fine work in the defensive backfield. Not till he got close to that first down. It'll be 3rd and just over a yard to go.
Officially just an 8-yard gain for Blyer, who's out. Thornton is in on 3rd and a short 2. Oh, look at that submarining move by Thornton. He's only 5'11", 230, and when he hit the line, there wasn't much to tackle except helmet and shoulder pads.
Looked like he was running in the form of Earl Campbell on that one. One of the advantages of a runner built like Campbell or like Thornton, like Robert Newhouse, tremendous thigh size and very low center of gravity. And when they bunch down and put those shoulders and that headgear at you, you just can't grab onto anything. It's like trying to tackle a bowling ball.
And Thornton got the first down for Bradshaw and the Steelers at the Oiler, or check that, Pittsburgh's 47-yard line. Bradshaw to throw. Gets it off to Blyer. And Blyer's to the Houston 45, and what a job by Bradshaw as he had to throw out of the hold of Robert Brazil, who was in on him in a hurry. He didn't have much time.
the kind of play that shows the maturity of a Terry Bradshaw, able to read that blitz and didn't panic at all, just simply dropped that football off to Blyer. You see Brazil coming. He's just scorching in on top of Bradshaw, but still able to get it out. And a good job of Blyer. Realizing the blitz was on, he turned very quickly to accept that pass.
Blyer and Thornton shuttling in and out of that backfield for the Steelers, and each contributing. It's now 2nd and a long 1 at the Oiler 44. Franco Harris, maybe a yard at best. Let's check on other action in the National Football League. The Cardinals down 14-0 in the first quarter. Have scored twice in the second period. Mark Arneson has just returned a fumble, 30 yards to tie the game with the Giants at 14. Elsewhere, the Redskins now move in front 17-3 at Detroit as Benny Malone has scored on a 5-yard run. And at Green Bay, New Orleans 12, the Packers nothing. Archie Manning hits Henry Childs, 33-yard touchdown score. Missed extra point in that game. Here it's 10-0 Pittsburgh. Offside again. Harris straight ahead, or Thornton it is.
Again, the defensive line of Houston reacting to that audible count. And the defensive linemen are trained to watch the football. Watch what happens when they use their ears instead of their eyes. They end up going offside. And I'll tell you, Terry Bradshaw has really taken advantage of him. That's Stensrud, the young rookie right there, listening to the count instead of watching that football. Webster alertly snapping the ball when he saw him over the line of scrimmage.
Defense. First down.
Who was most effective at that dysrhythmic count? Bill Munson, when you played?
Munson got us 11 times when we played Detroit one year. I think he got Deacon Jones 9 times in that game.
You went to sleep at night hearing that wrong.
Still hear that barking count.
Now the Steelers on one of their patented long drives. Bradshaw, great fake. Intercepted by Art Stringer, but he was down on contact from Stallworth. So Stringer took it right out of Stallworth's mitts, and Houston stops the Pittsburgh drive. That's the first interception this year thrown by Bradshaw, and it took a fine play by the backer Stringer. So the Oilers have the football, 2:52 remaining in the first half. They trail by 10.
CBS Sports Spectacular starting a brand new season. Big lightweight fight there. Howard Davis, who hasn't lost yet. And you all remember Maurice Termite Watkins. Redskins driving. 1st and goal to go from the 5-yard line. This started back at the 20 following the touchback on the Lion punt. Big hole, and it's walk-in time to the end zone for Benny Malone.
Benny Malone took that in for the touchdown.
I'm telling you, there was some fine blocking on this play. They just kind of move around to the right side. Take a look at it. Watch the block by Riggins. Jeff Williams pulling out. Don Warren. Boy, there's a good block by him. And this, look at Riggins. Straighten him up. Oh, he puts him on the back, knocks his helmet off. Malone goes in. Nobody. He could have gone 120 yards if he wanted to.
It was Hunter that Riggins blocked, and it is Hunter who is down on the field right now.
Well, Williams and Riggins really made a big hole there. Don Warren also on a fine block.
80 yards on the touchdown drive by the Redskins, and that makes it 16-3 with the extra point try to come. I'll tell you, Hunter's another guy that this club can't afford to lose. He's one of the key members of that secondary, and they already lost one member of the secondary in Walt Williams.
Jim Allen is banged up. They're going with a lot of different people. Doug Jones is having to play in there also. So another member of their secondary, another injury, as you said.
You just can't believe the number of players that the Lions have lost. Monty Clark can't believe it, can he? I mean,
well, he can't. Seems to be okay.
This was a team, second half of last season, the only club in the NFL that had a better record, in the NFC, I should say, that had a better record than the Lions was Dallas. They really came on strong. Remember, they killed Minnesota in that Saturday game, and really came into this season with a lot of momentum with Danielson in quarterback, and then the injuries hit. Mosley with the extra point try. It is good. 1 minute, 55 seconds left to play in the first half, and the Redskins have now moved out to a 17-3 lead over the Lions here in Pontiac. We'll be back in a moment.
Interception in each of his first 2 years with the Oilers, has his first of 79.
You can see why the Oilers like this young man. He gets back very quickly, has excellent range and great concentration on the ball, able to strip it right there. But that's a defensive play. What the Oilers need right now is some big offensive play, and they just haven't gotten it here early in the ball game.
They have only 1 first down in his first half. Pastorini looking for Johnson, and all they can see are black shirts. Furness and Banaszak smothering. 3rd sack for the Steelers.
Very difficult to throw the ball when you have to throw the ball. And I think the Steelers were a little bit ahead of Pastorini, anticipating that he might go to the play-action pass, getting great penetration. Watch yourselves. Steve Furness, 64, Joe Green, both driving hard inside, and it's Furness that's all over Pastorini. Banaszak coming in from the right side. Very difficult to throw when you're on your back.
That was straight ahead power. This time they're liable to have a stunt on. Good protection, and off the fingertips of Richard Castor, the veteran from Jackson State, who led the Oilers last year with 5 touchdown catches.
One of the things that is terribly obvious to us is that Campbell is not having a very productive day, and that really hurts Pastorini. He's been used to having Campbell average 4 or 5, in fact over 5 yards a carry early in the year. Right now Campbell is 9 carries for 23 yards, and that's not the kind of productivity they're used to.
Conrad Rucker, 87, joins the Oiler huddle. He's a big 260-pound tight end. Rob Carpenter, 26, in the backfield as Campbell is out.
We've got 2 tight ends right now.
Pastorini dumps it off to Carpenter, and he can't get back to the line of scrimmage. Jack Ham, 59, makes the play for the Steelers, and they love the defense in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh Steelers playing excellent defense, and this crowd is just going crazy.
Now 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Pittsburgh with a 10-0 lead, and they're going to get the ball again.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning here in Baltimore. And, Paul, the Colts have a mid-season injury list.
Oh, they sure do, Lindsey. 6 starters are out. And, of course, the most important one is the franchise himself. Burt Jones, a great quarterback. Look, we can, even on a handoff, Lindsey, you can see he's protecting that right shoulder. He warmed up, and he couldn't throw the ball over 7 or 8 yards. And if Greg Landry goes out, we understand that Burt Jones will play. I don't know how.
First down from the 24-yard line. 14-14 our scores. Ernest Gray goes in motion for the Giants. Give up the middle to Ken Johnson, and Johnson across the 25 to the 26-yard line.
The St. Louis defense right now feels like they must stop everything the Giants have had going for them and win the game for the offense. Very good feeling now on the Cardinal defense, like they can't do anything we can't handle. That feeling.
Bud Wilkinson looking on. Tom Bettis in the foreground, the defensive coordinator.
And a bright one.
They've changed the defense since Tom came over. They were a reading defense. Now they're an attack defense. 2nd and 8. In motion goes Gray again. This is Coder and Big Cat Johnson. And Johnson across the 30 to the 31-yard line. He's going to be 2 yards short of that first down.
Boy, I like the way Johnson put his head down and got the yardage. He was the blocker, of course, for O.J. Anderson, his counterpart for St. Louis. Look at this move. Boy, good block by Clack on Davis. It's a pretty good hole against that defense.
Boy, an 11th round draft pick, as we said, overshadowed by O.J. Anderson at Miami. One of his problems, Tom, is he had some problems with his feet, and they had to put some built-in type arches in his shoes, so he didn't have so much trouble with his feet.
How did you ever find a fact like that out?
Well, I always wanted to be a podiatrist. 3rd down and 2. Here's Johnson. He's got the first down. He had 6 grabs last week, and he has a first down after the 36. Tim Carney making the stop, but a first down for New York.
I think he was about an 11th round draft choice, wasn't he?
That's right.
That's Pisarcik now checking before he throws it out. This was an intended play, though. Joe looked downfield just to pull the decoy out and then got it safely to his fullback. Both backs out of the backfield. Offensively doing a decent job. Yankowski late.
7:27 to go, second quarter. First down for the Giants. Johnson trying to go wide. Carney had a hand on him as he moves up to the 40-yard line. Gain of 3 on the play. Giants came out throwing the football. Now, Tom, they're trying to establish that running game a little bit.
Well, again, with tackles that are sort of questionable, it's hard to believe they can run wide at all. Most people feel like if you can't run wide, they can sit in there in that 34 and just obliterate your running backs. But somehow that time they got outside, and Neville seems to be doing a good job at right tackle.
Neville and Coppins playing it there. Gordon King, their first-round draft pick of the year ago, is out. He's on the injured list right now with a elbow injury. They miss him. Here's Johnson. Nothing doing. Just nothing developed on that play for Big Ken Johnson. 6'2", 220. Chicago now has taken the lead against the Minnesota Vikings.
That's Vince Evans, the young quarterback from SC. The runner hit James Scott with a 56-yard pass. Chicago may have to play Vince Evans whether they like it or not. He's a good-looking quarterback.
Thus far, the Giants with 20 yards rushing on that 1-yard pickup. As we look again at Dan Deerdorf, looks like they may have some ice on that left leg. Everybody looking it over, trying to see just the extent of that injury. Second down, make it third down, 6 yards to go. Pisarcik in trouble. And getting up with that tackle is Ken Green, their first-round draft pick last year.
Now, if Pisarcik gets away from the safety man who blitzed, pretty big hole there, a lot of yardage. And that time the Cardinals got away with it because he made a good tackle.
They've been blitzing Green a lot in this game.
Well, everybody was picked up except the safety man. Giants didn't do a bad job.
Jennings to kick from the 20-yard line. Harold back deep. Jennings hit a beautiful kick. Harold at the 15-yard line, trying to get to the picket line, and he's not going to go anywhere. Good reaction by the special teams of New York. As Harold's forward progress inside the 10, Feasley, Reese, and Otis McKinney, 2 safeties, getting down there and hemming him in after a 49-yard kick that time by Dave Jennings. And so the Cardinals are going to have the football just inside the 10-yard line with 5.5 minutes left in this first half.
Well, the Giant kicking game is excellent. Danello and Jennings, both good. Watch a little of the coverage from the right side. Watch the blocking that takes place here. But good penetration, good legal coverage on the punt.
Boy, that ball just kept carrying on that punt. 49 yards. From the 10 now, Tilly Steep, the wide receiver. Anderson gets a yard. Well, he stays on his feet. Boy, he just doesn't give up. It looked like he was stopped, tried to go outside, still didn't get any yardage. A very resourceful effort.
Watch Jeter now, number 70. He's looking inside his shirt. He thinks that's where Anderson went. Watch number 70. He's got him, right? Now he's looking to see what happened to him.
There goes Dan Deerdorf out. Big guy being taken into the dressing room. Second down, 10 from the 10-yard line for St. Louis. Here's Anderson. Anderson will stumble a little bit that time as he gets 3-yard gain. Ryan Kelly, who's maybe the most underrated player on this team. He's overshadowed by Van Pelt and Carson. He made the tackle.
The one thing about the artificial surface is, like you stumble on your rug once in a while, you can actually stumble because it's a very positive feeling with those little slippers you wear.
Well, they talk about the shoe has become so sophisticated in traction, there might be too much traction now.
That's right.
Look at New England, would you? Third down, 7. Hart, protection is there. Chandler, the big tight end. And Reese defending on the play. And that'll bring up a kicking situation. That's the first time they've gone to their tight end.
Boy, Mendenhall really put a good pass rush on. And I don't know how Jimmy Hart hit the tight end right on the hands, but he did. Watch this pass rush now. Watch Hart get this off. Here comes 64. Also, looked like Martin was pretty close, too. Good throw, and it was simply dropped. I think it was catchable.
Steve Little goes back to kick. He has a 41-yard average after 2 kicks. Think they're going to come after him a little bit?
He's liable to kick at about 70.
And he got a good one off. Tony Green back at the 42-yard line. And Green is tackled immediately. And that, again, is Theodis Brown. That's twice now that he's been down on punt coverage and made the tackle.
The man from Arkansas's kicking stroke is back. Little kicked that one 59 yards from the line of scrimmage.
Both these guys, Jennings and Little, have really done a job in the punting department.
The time left in the first half in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. Keep in mind the Redskins have 1 timeout left.
They got what they wanted, Frank. They got a turnover.
Malone gets a couple of yards to the 20-yard line. We were talking during the timeout. You said a lot of time left. With 1 timeout, they've got a lot of time. 80 yards to go.
I didn't understand the call there. They called timeout to get the Lions to turn the ball over. Yet they come out and run the ball on first down instead of putting it up. And they're not going into the hurry-up offense because they're down under a minute now. And it looks like maybe they were just setting them up, trying to lull them to sleep a little bit, and now come out and throw the ball.
Second down, 8 needed for the first down. Redskins at their 20. Final minute of play in the first half. Washington leading 17-3. Nope. Malone pops through for the first down out to the 30-yard line, but that should do it for the half.
Yeah, they're in no hurry. I guess because they got the interception so backed up, they didn't figure they wanted to go the 80 yards for the touchdown. But with a timeout, you get a couple of passes out of bounds. You can certainly get in Mark Mosley field goal range easily.
They didn't want to risk the turnover themselves, though, which might enable Detroit to move up a bit closer.
Good point.
So the clock runs out here in the first half, and the boos from above descend upon the Detroit Lions. Misery's child this year. They've had all kinds of problems.
Well, they have, and in the first half, even though it's 17-3 right now, 2 big breaks for the Redskins. The fumble, the quick whistle that they got on Joe Theismann, where they picked it up and ran, and it would have been a touchdown. And the other, the big pass, about the 60-yard pass to Dave Hill. You see Monty Clark, and he's going to be disappointed going in that tunnel into the locker room. What do I say now?
Well, he told you before the game, as you mentioned, that they were over the shock of losing all the players. He can say that, but I don't know about the players. He may be over it, but the players may not be. Anyway, that's the end of the first half here at the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan, with the score: the Redskins 17, the Lions 3.
Lindsay, you married Jerry Eckwood. Boy, did he have a day last week. 121 yards and 20 carries, set a Tampa Bay record, a 3rd-round draft choice out of Arkansas, and they love him down there.
Motion across. Doug Williams, first pass of the afternoon, and it is intercepted at the 35-yard line and returned by Norm Thompson. And Thompson is finally spilled, but the Baltimore Colts get the first break. First and 10. He might have been shaken up on the run back. It's about the 22-yard line.
Norm Thompson had 6 interceptions in 1978, and right here, Doug Williams does not read the zone. There is Norm Thompson back down the sidelines. He didn't even look at the cornerback. He makes an easy interception.
He's getting attention there. 12-yard return, and the ball is going to be on about the 24-yard line as it's spotted at the inbounds marker. And it is, of course, Greg Landry starting at quarterback in place of Burt Jones. Don Hardiman is a running back. Don McCauley is a running back. Randy Burke starting in place of Roger Carr. Mac Alston starting in place of tight end Reese McCall. And Glenn Dowdy is the other wide receiver.
Well, they really are banged up. And, of course, that's just what they're going to need, Lindsay. You know, Tampa Bay won, of course, very handily last week against the Detroit Lions. And before the season started, you'd have to say that Detroit, maybe in Chicago, were the favorites in their division. With Detroit's quarterback going down, and right now with all of the injuries, if Tampa Bay could win this football game, they will become the favorites in their division, even as early as it is in the season.
Norm Thompson being walked along there. Here is the offensive line now. Griffin, Pratt, Mendenhall, Baker, and Taylor for Baltimore. Burke, Dowdy, and Austin are the receivers. Landry, McCauley, and Hardeman in the backfield.
I talked to Joe Washington down on the field before the game. He says his knee is, well, it's swollen up a little bit. He said he will play, though.
McCauley and Hardeman are evened up. Now, a whistle stops play. Could be delay.
As Lindsay said, Ron Baker is starting in place of Ken Huff, who has bruised kidneys. Randy Burke, the #1 draft choice last year, has a penalty being marked off against Tampa Bay, offside. Burke is starting in place of Roger Carr, who has a thigh muscle. We might take about a quarter here to go over all of Baltimore's injuries. They're really banged up.
Unfortunately, Reese McCall is not starting because his infant daughter, born this week, passed away at a Baltimore hospital this morning. So Mac Austin is starting in place of McCall.
Encroachment, nose guard, defense, first down.
Phil Kohler is the nose guard for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It cost them 5. It's 1st and 5 for Baltimore. Running backs even up once again, McCauley and Hardeman. Greg Landry takes the snap. That's McCauley. And he drives to the 18-yard line. Stacked up by the defense of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mark Cotney coming up. Here now is the Tampa Bay defensive line. They go on to 3. It's Chambers, Kohler is the nose tackle, and Leroy Selman.
One of the best.
4 linebackers. That's Dewey Selman, Lewis, Dewey Selman, Wood, and Johnson. Then White, Washington, Cotney, and Brown, the secondary.
The strength of the Tampa Bay defense is in those linebackers. They are good ones.
Second down and about 4 yards to go near the 18-yard line. Greg Landry setting up for his first pass. And it is incomplete. Right there at the 1-yard line, intended for Randy Burke. Randy Burke, who's starting in place of Roger Carr here this afternoon. It's going to be 3rd down, about 4 at the 18.
We get a good end zone shot here. Play action pass. Watch Landry's a little late delivering the football, Lindsay. Randy Burke was open just about 2 steps earlier, and it would have been 6.
Cedric Brown coming across to cover. He is the free safety for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The undefeated Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's the first time that term has ever been applicable this late in the season.
I tell you, they're a team to be reckoned with. Got good defense, ranked 4th in all the National Football League last year.
Landry again, penalty marker thrown as you saw the false start. Down inside the 15-yard line, but there's a penalty to be checked out. Dewey Selman in there to make the stop on Landry, who kept the football. Offside, Tampa Bay.
Last week, Baltimore had 14 penalties. That set a Baltimore Colt record. And right here in the early going, it seems as if Tampa Bay is having trouble. I think what they're having trouble with, Lindsay, is going against Greg Landry's count. He's mixing his count up a little bit, and he's got the 3 down linemen moving a little bit early. There's Leroy Selman over there trying to come across a little bit too quick. Ken Mendenhall, the center.
63, defense, penalty decline, first down.
Landry picked up the first down on the scramble, so they took the first down. Gained about 1.5 yards.
Leroy Selman was the culprit. It is 1st and 10. And the ball is at the 13-yard line. Early in the first quarter here at Memorial Stadium in Baltimore. They're doubling Burke and Dowdy to the left side. Splitting Hardeman and McCauley. Or Greg Landry. Landry. And a diving incompletion to Dowdy. Glenn Dowdy, the Michigander, took the dive but could not quite get to it.
Quick out, and he was open. Landry should have completed that pass. He'd like to have that one over, Lindsay.
It'll be 2nd and 10 now. Greg Landry came into this game 10 for 17, a completion percentage of 58.8. That was against the Detroit Lions last week. In fact, I beg your pardon, against Kansas City last week.
It's Kansas City. In fact, they had 24 completed passes between he and Burt Jones, but 19 of them went to the backs. They did not throw downfield to the receivers.
They did not score. Inside the 5-yard line, or right at the 5-yard line. Yuri Spellman finally dragged him down.
Stopped by Yuri Spellman.
Looks as if he's going to be a little bit short of the first down. Good blocking. Watch the left side. Here comes the guard, Robert Pratt. Hardiman cuts back to the inside and gets down inside the 5-yard line.
3rd down and 2 yards to go. And now Reese McCall is in a double tight end alignment. Randy Burke has come out. 3rd down and 2 at the 5-yard line. It's about a yard short, I think. Scratch on a scramble. As they're trying to pick up the 2.
That was Hardiman, Don Hardiman, the fullback out of Texas A&I. Here comes Ben Gary, the rookie from Southern Mississippi. It looks like they're going to go for it, Linz.
It's 4th and 1 at the 4, and they are going to go.
Maybe with all the Colt injuries, this is the thinking. Take the turnover. If they don't make it, of course, they've got Tampa Bay backed up against their own goal line. I like it.
Hardiman and Gary are the setbacks. They're from the University of Southern Mississippi. Gary's got the ball, and he got the 1st down. Just kept right on driving, a little second effort as he bounced off with his shoulder and picked it up. 1st down and goal to go for the Baltimore Colts.
Of course, the fans love to see that, especially here at home. All fans in every home team love to see the teams go on 4th down, a half a yard or a yard. And I'm under the same thinking, Lindsay. Offensively, I believe if a team has 4th and 1, 4th and a half foot, if you can't make 4th and a half a foot, you deserve to lose the football game.
Especially if you're not yourself under contract and have to have it renewed. It's 1st and goal at the 3-yard line. Gary's still in there, along with Hardiman. Gary gets it again as a whistle that stops play. Flags are thrown everywhere. Delay of game. That's going to cost him 5.
Very stupid penalty this time against Greg Landry. Is not going to be too happy with this. You get a 1st down inside the 2-yard line, Lindsay, and this is almost just an absolute ridiculous penalty here to be caught with too much time here.
This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Baltimore Colts and the National Football League is prohibited. You can see the ball spotted out there at the 8-yard line where it is 2nd down and goal to go. Collar's back in there to running back. Greg Landry drops, pumps it, and it's Dowdy incomplete in the end zone.
Oh, great coverage by Jarris White, number 45, the left cornerback of Tampa Bay. He played Dowdy beautifully. Watch this. From the end zone, it's just a quick square in here. Quick post pattern. Landry. Dowdy has made the cut, and Jarris White just takes it right away. He takes his angle. He cut off the angle and caused the incompletion.
2nd down and goal to go at the 8-yard line. Penalty down, of course, did not count, so this is a 2nd down play coming. Contact made before the snap. Penalty markers thrown everywhere once again.
They're going to get the 5 back.
They are. They get it back. It'll still be 2nd down. It'll still be goal, and they'll move it back to the 3-yard line.
And here, a penalty, not a bright penalty. Tampa Bay makes a critical mistake.
That's it.
David Lewis, very smart there. David Lewis keeping the referee honest.
Cal Laporte.
Offside. Defense. 2nd down.
There it is again. I think that's number 77, Joe Kohler. That's him.
Yeah.
That's twice now. Kohler has jumped off sides. And as I say, it might be the cadence of Greg Landry. Sometimes they emphasize the count a little bit louder, and it pulls the defense off. Way out, Landry.
And it's a touchdown to Dowdy. I beg your pardon, Hardiman. Hardiman out of the backfield, 36. Hardiman took it for the touchdown.
They just flood the left side here. Watch the fullback. He fakes to Gary. There goes Don Hardiman. A ball perfectly thrown right between the two defenders for a 6. You see 83, Mac Alston, is the deeper of the two receivers. He goes to the short man. Hardiman wide open in the end zone. Touchdown, Colts.
Landry is in the hole, and Tony Lenhart will attempt the conversion. It's up, and it's good. And so as they come back up the field, it is the Baltimore Colts 7 and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers nothing here at Memorial Stadium in Baltimore, the home opener.
2 minutes left in the first half. The Steelers with a 10-0 lead. It's been a quiet Sunday afternoon thus far for Earl Campbell. Parsley to kick. Smith at midfield for the Steelers. Great kick. He really hit one. Smith all the way to the 25, now at the 18. 30, and out of bounds at the 38-yard line. That was an official's cap and not a flag, and now a flag goes down. The official couldn't find his flag, threw his cap at the 28, and you have to feel that's either a block below the waist or a clip against the Steelers. 57-yard kick and a beauty by Parsley.
It looked like Dirt Winston actually got 2 blocks there. I don't know whether they called it on him, but there was some good hitting going on the part of the Steelers. One of the dangers of kicking the ball that well is you sometimes outkick your coverage and you get yourself in trouble. Parsley really bumped that thing out of there.
Pat Haggerty.
We have a personal foul. Tipping on the run back.
We're going to have all the scores for you on NFL 79 at halftime. As you see the clip again, we'll duck in one right here. New England has taken a 28-3 lead over the Jets in the second quarter.
You saw the block, the double block by Winston, but I didn't pick out the clipping. Perhaps you saw it at home.
Ball at the 14 for the Steelers. See how safely they play it. 1:47 left in the half. Well, Bradshaw going to go to the air. Benny Cunningham, number 89, the biggest tight end in the NFL in terms of height, 6'5" and 247. Good target, but pass a little awry. A bit surprised, aren't you, Merlin, to see Bradshaw throw from that deep in his own end with just a 10-0 lead?
Not really. Bradshaw has gotten so confident in his passing game, Dick, that he's not afraid to throw anywhere on the field. And really, the Steelers have gone from a team that's #1 weapon was Franco Harris to a team that's #1 weapon is the arm of number 12, Terry Bradshaw.
That stopped the clock with 1:42 left. The Oilers trying to pin the Steelers in. Play action, screen, drop by Thornton. Now, Sidney Thornton is a bit of an enigma for the Steelers in that one day he'll catch everything in sight, and the other days can't catch himself, and he's dropped a couple today, and that hurts the Steeler cause. And at the same time for the Oilers, those 2 incomplete passes save Oiler timeouts and stop the clock. 1:37 left in this first half. 10-0 Pittsburgh.
And they bring in a 5th defensive back and a 4th defensive lineman to try and put some additional pressure. They'd love to get a big break defensively, maybe an interception, something to get them hopping offensively, maybe put some points on the board.
Bradshaw gets out of the trap. Has a man open. Lynn Swan at the 43 of Houston, and Bradshaw does it again.
If you wonder why Terry Bradshaw was the MVP last year in both the Super Bowl and the NFL, watch him here. It looks like a sure sack. Gets out of the grasp of one, pulls away from Stensrud, and still concentrating downfield, picks out the receiver, fires the completion. Just a tremendous play. And the only reason he can make that play, 2 reasons. First, because he's mobile, and second, because he never lost his concentration. Watch Swan here, breaking down the field. Sees that Bradshaw's in trouble and breaks open down the field, then comes back to the football. Mike Reinfeld there to put him on the ground. But that's a great, great play.
Terrific coverage, guys, and some of the folks watching down in Texas might have wondered whether Swan didn't push off on J.C. Wilson, number 33, as he ad-libbed his pattern upfield. He did use a little push, but at that point, I think he was using that just to change his momentum, and the ball had not been thrown as yet. Let's look at it again.
Well, again, you're watching Swan and Wilson on top of him here. Swan turns in. Now, that's where the ball originally would have been thrown. Swan gets a little bump right there, but that really has little to do with the play as Bradshaw is scrambling for his life upfield. It was the second reaction to Swan that was the great one.
What a play. There you saw the combination of Bradshaw and Swan that has electrified the fans, and certainly a tough combination to beat in this NFL. Knocked down by Robert Brazil, playing to his all-pro status in this first half. Stops the clock with 1:19 left in the half. Stay with us at halftime. We'll have all the scores, the highlights. Brian Gumbel, Mike Adamle from New York. In this second week of the NFL year. Here in Pittsburgh, the highlights. Thornton scoring on a 1-yard run, capping a 49-yard drive to give the Steelers a 7-0 lead. Matt Barr's 45-yard field goal making it 10-0. And for the Oilers, you have to search a while to find any offensive highlights. Pittsburgh's defense much too tough.
Well, I think the highlight of this first half is that they have played that poorly and they're only 10 points down.
Bradshaw looking for Swan. He's got him open. And I believe Swan on a healthy foot would have caught that one. He seemed to slow up a bit.
Bradshaw getting some pressure there. Still able to throw that ball powerfully down into the end zone. And Swan, as you said, had he not been limping a little bit, usually manages to make that play.
He always seems to get open, doesn't he?
Always seems to find a way, and of course that doesn't do any good unless you've got protection so you can throw it, and a quarterback that can deliver the ball. This quarterback can deliver the ball even under pressure, and you see the timing here as Swan drives into the end zone just off the fingertips.
And we get another look at Swan, who drives those defensive backs. Boy, those big strides that he takes. And he got behind 33 Wilson and just missed for 6. Bradshaw going to go deep again. Stallworth. And he had beaten everyone by 5 yards. And Bradshaw let him just a step too much.
If you have one great receiver on a team, you can double cover him every play. If you have two great receivers, as you look at the statistics for Bradshaw, which are not nearly as impressive as what he's put on the board and the way he's played, if you have two great receivers, then you have a problem. And if you have a tight end that can catch the ball on top of that, as Pittsburgh does, you've really got your problems cut out for you defensively.
Well, you do have to have empathy for that Oiler defense and anyone else that plays these Steelers. Colquitt driving it toward the sidelines and out of bounds. It'll be but just inside the 20. And the Oilers will have a final shot with just under a minute remaining, 59 seconds in this first half.
Johnny, how's the Bears' 2-minute game?
Over the past few years, it has not been very good. We'll see what happens today.
Vincent Tobias Evans is in at quarterback. 6'2", 208 in his third year from USC. He was the Rose Bowl MVP back in 1977. With the Trojans, he backed up Pat Hayden for a while. He replaced Phipps midway through the second quarter for the Bears. He pitches back to Walter Payton. Walter turns the corner, has about 5, and stops the clock by getting out of bounds.
Let's watch Walter Payton carrying the ball here as he takes the pitch out, goes to the outside. Good block by Dave Williams, number 22, as he takes McNeil out of the play. See Walter, see how he carries that ball? But right before he makes contact, watch the power and the strength of his shoulder as he really lays it to Nate Allen. Right there, Walter likes to punish a defensive player. You can't quite see it, but he says that's the way he can bounce off people. He actually tries to make a tackle on the defensive player by putting the force of his shoulder, which he says helps him bounce and react. And the Bears call a timeout because of a little confusion.
The Honey Bears do their thing, and Vince Evans is done talking it over with Neil Armstrong. The Bears have 1:54 left to work with.
The Vikings haven't done too much fancy stuff as far as their linebackers are concerned. They've blitzed a couple of 3 times, but now is the unique situation with 1:54 left. Let's see if they try anything fancy and try and confuse the young quarterback of the Chicago Bears, who has never started a regular season game and has not thrown very many passes in the NFL. He can run, he can throw, he's got a great arm. He has all the ability, and a lot of Bear fans would like to see what he can do, and they're seeing right now.
A year ago, the Bears suffered through an 8-game losing streak, then closed the season winning 4 of 5. They took 3 of 4 in the preseason this year, and then won their regular season opener. So they've rebounded considerably from the doldrums they found themselves in last season. Evans airs one out deep. He wants Scott. He's got him. Touchdown. Vince Evans to James Scott.
But Evans is hurt, but it was a touchdown. He gets up and comes off the field. He really threw that ball downfield, and Scott turned on that second gear, outran Nate Allen, was probably interfered with, but still made the touchdown. James Scott, number 89. Let's take a look as Vince Evans with the fake of Walter, which holds him for just a second. Here comes the pressure, not too much, and he just threw it as far as he could. You're going to see Allen fall right here, and he kind of hits onto Scott's feet, but the pass was perfect right in the breadbasket. Touchdown, Chicago Bears.
Boy, he couldn't have taken that in better stride. Bob Thomas trying to add the conversion out of Bashnagel's hold. And there's Vince Evans limping a little bit, but you got to know that he's happy.
I don't know if it was a knee or the back of his leg, maybe a muscle cramp or a pull, but he seems to be trying to shake it off. And everybody's talking to him because they want to see more of that. That was a fantastic throw. He threw that from, he must have thrown that about 50 to 60 yards in the air. I would say at least 60. Didn't Scott catch it on about the 3, right around the goal line?
And just stepped in for the score, which puts the Bears in front. Thomas's extra point, of course, was good. They lead at 10-7. It was Dave Roller, the former Packer, who put the pressure on Evans and hit him just as he released.
New Orleans trying to surprise Green Bay at home. Well, will Pastorini try to hit on something with a minute to go? 10-0 Pittsburgh. Nowhere near Earl Campbell. Someone missed the route, I believe.
Well, either that or Pastorini may be having trouble with his arm, and you see the concern on the face of Bum Phillips. But the one thing I would say that Houston has going for them going into the locker room in this first half, although they have really not done a thing offensively, their defense has kept them within 10 points in this ball game. And 10 points is not a lot for a team like Houston that has an offensive running game and the ability to throw that ball and explode on you.
And the Oilers are the type of team that usually force a mistake or two as well. They create a lot of fumbles with their hard hittings. Pastorini 2nd and 10 at the 17. Oop, mix up. Wilson and Pastorini all but colliding, and barely the handoff. Tom Beasley makes another tackle in the backfield of the Oilers.
Some days things just do not go right, and you're looking at a man who's shaking his head right now, Dante Pastorini. Pastorini, of course, as we said earlier, had suffered with arm problems earlier, was not terribly pleased with his passing last week. In fact, said, gee, I'm glad we got out of the game with a victory. I didn't want to lose it for us.
They may now throw one of those prayer passes that a lot of the teams have come up with in the past few years, where they send receivers into the same area and throw it up for grabs, hope that somebody can get a deflected pass or maybe get the easy touchdown off of a lucky break.
Either that or a deep sideline route, which they can run.
See, they have all the receivers out. They're going to throw it. Wait, look at the Vikings. They're back 38 yards.
The Vikings are in the prevent of all prevents.
Yes.
And Phipps just heaves it into a crowd of white shirts. The ball batted around down there. Double zeros on the clock.
And you know who almost intercepted that? Paul Krause was right there.
I think Nate Allen, however, came up with the ball. Nate Allen will get credit for an interception. He picked it off as time ran out.
There's a penalty down, a penalty flag down.
12 men on the field.
Well, the Bears tried to gain an unfair advantage. They inserted
cheating.
An extra man. The Vikings say we'll forget about that. That's the end of the first half.
Third and Rob Carpenter, the only setback. Good protection this time. Open. No, he trapped the ball. Mel Blunt trapped it at the 36. It was intended for Richard Castor, but too tall for the 6'5" receiver.
And that's what was happening to Pastorini in their game against Washington. Overthrowing on a number of his passes. Got him into trouble then and has gotten him into trouble today as well.
34 seconds left for Pittsburgh as Parsley comes in. Jim Smith, who is not to have played today but has returned all the punts, stands in Houston territory.
Well, now you know what it feels like to be standing back there waiting for the snap and knowing that the Steelers are coming, and you better believe they'll try and block this one.
Parsley 1 yard into his own end zone. Gets it away and hits a good one. Smith all the way to his own 38. Hemmed in and run out of bounds at the 37-yard line. Guido Merkins was the first man downfield. Boy, that's a kick under pressure by Parsley.
Parsley averaged over 45 yards a kick last week, and he's done a great job this.
Tony, it's been a long tournament. It's been filled with controversy, but now finally it's championship time.
We're down to the finals in the men's and women's, Pat. Should be two extra good matches. Tracy Austin against Chris Everett Lloyd, and John McEnroe against Vitas Gerulaitis, an all-men's final in New York.
A subway series, so to speak. Let's take a look now at the participants. First of all, Chris Everett Lloyd against Billie Jean King.
This is match point in their semifinals. Billie Jean King won the first game of this match, was not able to win another game. It was all Chris Everett Lloyd. Watch this concluder right here at match point.
Game, set, and match.
Chris Everett Lloyd advanced to the finals, 6-1, 6-love over Billie Jean King.
She'll play Tracy Austin, who defeated Martina Navratilova in their semifinal match.
This is match point, and a fine return by young Tracy Austin. Got her to a 7-5, 7-5 victory.
As far as the men are concerned, it'll be Vitas Gerulaitis against John McEnroe. And what a comeback Gerulaitis accomplished against Roscoe Tanner.
Gerulaitis lost the first two sets, was down an early service break in the third set. He came back to win the third in a tiebreaker, won the fourth 6-3, and then the fifth 6-3, and Gerulaitis has advanced to the finals.
His opponent will be John McEnroe, who had a rather much easier time, I guess you would say, with Jimmy Connors.
McEnroe seemed to be pretty much in control, won the first set 6-3. The second 6-3 was serving for the match at 5-3 in the third, but Connors fought his way back to get even at 5-all. And McEnroe wins 7-5 in the third, and he advances to the finals.
Tony, I congratulate you. You picked Chris to reach the finals, and she has done that. You picked John McEnroe to reach the finals, and he has done that.
Some people just get lucky, Patrick.
I guess you're right. We'll be on after football. Now let's get back to the NFL action.
Did you hear Phillips' line about the kicker Parsley? He said, with time, Parsley will become sage. I don't know.
Oh, that's bad.
Bradshaw. Just out of the hands of Swan at the 40-yard line. And it took a fast move by Wilson, 33, to duck in at the last second and get a fingernail on that one.
Is that me, or did that ball seem to hang up there a long time? Give you a chance to watch it at home. Bradshaw back. Again, the confidence he has in his passing game. Throws the ball out. Appeared to hang just long enough for Wilson to have a chance to come back. They didn't have the usual zip on that one, or that one might have been completed. There's the receiver, or the intended receiver. Swanee down and quickly outside. Has to hang and wait. That's not usually the case. That's a pattern that Bradshaw usually hits about the time the receiver is breaking.
17 seconds left. Bradshaw, the other side of the field, intercepted by Reinfeldt at the 45 to 50, 40, and down at the 36 with 5 seconds remaining in this first half. So Bradshaw intercepted for the second time. Reinfeldt has the second interception of this season.
First and 10, Houston ball.
Bradshaw putting a little move on Andy Doris that would have done pride to the old scrambler Tarkenton himself. In fact, he showed little Tarkenton going away from the line and then fires the ball. Again, the ball seems to hang a little bit. Did not get a good step on it. Mike Reinfeld simply steps in front of it from his safety position, streaks up the sideline, but not a lot of time left on the scoreboard to get some points on the board here. Houston will try probably one quick pass and then hope to go for a field goal.
Wonder if we might see the tail end of that play again. Greg Stemrick, as you may have seen, was covering the receiver with his back to the pass. Some people think that is face guarding. It is not. The only way you get a penalty is if you're waving the hands. Now watch Stemrick, 27. Well, you can't see him as the Reinfeld came up to make the interception. It was the other angle where Stemrick, covering the receiver, had his back to the play. As long as you're not waving your hands in front. Here it is. That's not a penalty. If he was waving his arms, it would have been.
Looked like he may have been using his hands, which could have been. For a minute, we had the field goal team out, and now it looks like Pastorini is leading the 3 wide receiver team onto the field, as the field goal would have been from about 53 yards, maybe even a little bit more. I think a little bit out of the range of Tony Fritsch.
And you saw right next to Pastorini, number 84, White Shoes Johnson. You got to figure that Johnson's the man who's going to try to work a way to get open deep in that Steelers secondary.
A logical play here is certainly to throw that ball up, get a lot of people downfield, hope for perhaps an interference call or a batted ball, and certainly maybe a chance to get some points on the board from a field goal then.
Probably the last play of the first half. 5 seconds left. They flood the right side. Up for grabs. And Burrow almost picked it off. Well, half the team, both teams are in the end zone. Pastorini just misses, and that's the end of the first half in Pittsburgh, where the Steelers lead the Oilers 10-0.
First down, the ball now at the 20-yard line. The time you see remaining in the upper right-hand portion of the screen. Hart to Anderson, and back there is Alan Caldwell. He fumbles the ball. It's picked up by Rhodes. Rhodes is loose. To the 50, 45-yard line, and Rhodes is going to get out of bounds and stop the clock at the 35, and we have a man shaken up for St. Louis back at the 45-yard line. Interception by Caldwell, the run by Ray Rhodes.
Good pass blocking, and Jim Hart threw this ball very poorly, and the ball hangs. He overthrows young Anderson by about 5 yards. Now watch Caldwell make the interception. And now Anderson goes out and makes the tackle. Here comes the ball. Now the former receiver, Rhodes, who was a very sneaky fast receiver, makes a heck of a run back. And this is when somebody can get hurt. A lot of blindside knocking right now. And now Rhodes, a typical receiver fashion, runs out of bounds.
It'll be New York's ball, 15-yard penalty, necessary roughness from the spot right here. It'll be their ball, 1st and 10.
It's 68.
It's Terry Steve, is it?
So it is. You can see they're holding something up against his chin. Somebody may have given him a pretty good shot underneath the chin.
Well, now we don't know if this is the unsportsmanlike or the unnecessary roughness call is on this particular player. This might have been a legitimate block. So they didn't identify who did the skullduggery, and we can not even identify the person that's been done to.
That's who it is. It's Terry Steve. And I get the feeling that he is the man, though, as he looks back now and is saying something. Tom Banks, who hasn't played yet because of that bad leg, they were holding some kind of a compress under his jaw. And Steve looks like he might be back in this football game. He's a little upset.
He looks like he wants to go over to the Giant bench. Here's Steve now, circle 68. Sandy Grossman, our director, has it up. Let's see what happens. There's one block. Brahaney's the one that really got hit, number 51, but Maybe an elbow did catch Steve in the jaw.
Off the screen and away from the ball. Doug Coder carrying as we have 27 seconds left in what has been a very tough first half. And there is Steve.
Now we got a fight almost at on the 30-yard line.
This game is becoming quite a brawl right now, isn't it?
Boy, the Cardinals have to be so happy to leave with a 14-all tie, though. The Giants started to blow them right out of the ball yard.
And that's the way it's going to end here in this first half. 14-all. They won't even kick it as time has elapsed in a very, very interesting first half of play. The Giants scoring all 14 of their points in the first 5 minutes, only to see the Cardinals come back and even it up with 14 points of their own in the second quarter. And that's how we stand right now. We've had some people shaken up. Dan Deerdorf has been hurt in the first half. Terry Steve, as you just witnessed a moment ago, he was taken out, but I think he's going to be back. A game which completely pivoted around when Deerdorf seemingly was hurt on that point after attempt. That seemed to be the difference in this game.
I think Perkins, though, has done a great job. Here he's got a...
The Saints ball on their own 24-yard line. Time remaining, 1:29 in the first half.
I can't understand why Green Bay, they run well on first down, and they get in a good position, and they throw the ball a lot and get themselves in trouble.
Let's see what Manning does now. He's closing a minute and a half of the first half. He gives the ball to Mike Strawn. Strawn turns the corner, goes out of bounds. They stop the clock. There's a flag down. Flag drop. He had a hit there by Mike Douglas. And also, we had number 38, Estes Hooded on the play. Let's see what happened here. Just a late hit after the whistle?
Yes, it was a late hit by Douglas, number 53, after he was out of bounds.
Take a look
Here
at
he comes. Here he comes. Here's Dobler pulling on the play, number 66. Mike Strawn running to the outside. He makes a break to the outside. Watch this now. Weaver gets a piece of him. Another shot here.
Defense.
And watch this. Watch this late hit right here.
Out of bounds. 53.
That was Mike Douglas charged with a late hit, and that moves the Saints up the field to their own 45. So they pick up 21 yards in that play. New Orleans on their 45. They're leading 12-0. The clock has stopped with 1:22 remaining in the first half.
You know, the Green Bay Packers are using a very predictable defense. They're 4-3 most of the time. As a result, there's no recognition. You know, all you got to do is execute.
Manning sets him down.
There's the back, wide open.
That's Galbraith. And he's to the 43-yard line. Gary Weaver trapped him. Tony Galbraith caught a lot of passes last year. He had 74 catches, second in the National Football League. He comes out of that backfield a lot. Flag is down. Quick one, complete to the 31. Boy, Manning hot here in the first half. Wes Chandler caught another one, but this one may be wiped out. I don't know. They dropped the flag. We'll see what it's about.
You know, Lenny Dawson, I thought, was one of the most accurate passers I've ever seen. Archie Manning is very much the same way. You give him time to set up and throw the ball, and he just really shoots your eyes out. He's a fantastic quarterback.
Defense, offside 77, decline a penalty. That's first down.
The Saints have declined the offside penalty. They now have moved the ball to the Packer 31-yard line, and the Saints are threatening again here with 55 seconds to go in the half. They had the ball just about 30 seconds ago on their own 24-yard line. There are the penalties in the game. Here we go. Redskins lead the Lions 17-3 in the second period. Pittsburgh 7, Houston nothing. Now it's 10-0 Pittsburgh. First period. He's going to Chandler, and Chandler just skips out of bounds. Wes Chandler's out on the 18-yard line. Estes Hood laying deep on him. Chandler goes down, comes back for the ball.
You know, actually, as you look at the whole pattern, he could throw the ball any place he wants to, really, because everybody's open. He goes back into the pocket nicely, and here you see Chandler. go down and come back for the football. Estes Hood, number 38, was worried about a deep pattern, and he had plenty of room in front, made the catch, jumped out of bounds. It's another possession by the New Orleans Saints.
Wes Chandler's going to make a lot of money the next few years doing that.
He's going to wear out a lot of shoes, too.
He has 7 catches already for 65 yards. His goal is to make 80 catches this year. He'll do it the way he's going. That's Mike Strawn to the 15, and he's down to the 13-yard line. For late tuners in, especially Saint fans, Chuck Muncie was injured in the first period. Has some kind of a leg injury, and Strawn has replaced him. And we have a Saint timeout. They stopped the clock. They now have 2 timeouts left, and we have 44 seconds remaining in the first half. The Saints are out in front in this game, 12-0. Let's check another score. The Cardinals trailing 14-0. Came back on a 1-yard run by Theodis Brown, and then a 30-yard fumble run back by Mark Arneson, and is now Giants 14, Cardinals 14, 12:44 to go in the first half. Cincinnati and Buffalo. Buffalo leading in that game 10-7. Terry Miller scored. 2-yard run to put the Bills ahead with 5:24 to go in the half. And tomorrow night on CBS, start your evening of comedy with how Bugs Bunny won the West. And then a classic song becomes a delightful show on Puff the Magic Dragon. MASH and WKRP in Cincinnati follow. And then it's Lou Grant. A great night of television tomorrow on CBS.
I'm sure they're going to do everything they possibly can to get the ball in the end zone. Not that they don't always do that, but again, as I mentioned earlier, they have to be aware and concerned about the fact that Tony Galbraith is going to have to kick field goals, and he hasn't done that, I'm sure, since he left college. We used to work on him in that category a couple of years ago, and he's got a very strong, good leg, but he hasn't done too much of it, but he's done a super job here so far in the afternoon.
Manning has hit 15 out of 16 passes. Chandler has caught 7. These two are putting on quite a show here in the first half.
Draw play.
There goes Galbraith at the 10. He's horse-collared there. As he reached the 10-yard line, Mike Douglas took him high. The linebacker and the Saints rush in and call another timeout. Now they have 1 left. You can see the clock. 37 seconds remaining.
Baltimore Colts are leading 7-0. We have 7 minutes, 25 seconds left to play in the first quarter. On a bright sunny day here at Memorial Stadium in Baltimore, Maryland. Dowdy goes far to the left side. Randy Burke to the right side. Good call, Ray. McCauley gets to the 11-yard line. He picked up 5. It'll be second and 5. McCauley's playing that running back spot in place of Joe Washington, who has a knee injury.
Although Joe Washington warmed up okay, he did say he did have some swelling in the knee, but he thought he could play today.
He says that it was aggravated on the artificial turf of the Kansas City Stadium last week.
A lot of people getting a lot of aggravations on that artificial turf. I personally think it's just the cause of the rash of injuries in the National Football League. That's my own opinion.
Hardeman drives inside the 10 and keeps churning down to about the 7.
Biggest selling job in the world was done in the NFL when they said that this would cut down the injuries. Oh, look at the injuries today in the National Football League. Landry looks over the first down. It's going to be a little bit sharp.
So they go to double tight end alignment as Reese McCaw comes into the ball game, and so does Ben Gary. They go to the same alignment they used before.
Let's see if they try to go off that left side.
It's need about 1.5 yards at the 6.5. Hardeman and Gary are the setbacks. Gary to the left side last time.
There he goes again.
Gary to the left side this time.
Richard Wood on a good tackle.
Don't think he made it. Hafsinger was in there on the tackle along with Wood. And again, the crowd says go. Let's go, they say.
Well, they were successful on a 4th down situation. They're going to go.
Fourth down. It is at the 7-yard line.
And I tell you, this Baltimore momentum has just been caused by the inability of the Tampa Bay offense to move the football.
Timeout called by Greg Landry. A he wants to pick up the 4th down play here. So with 5 minutes, 27 seconds left to play in the first quarter, the score is Baltimore 7, Tampa Bay nothing.
So we now have 13 seconds remaining. It's on the 3-yard line of the Packers. 2nd down, goal to go for the Saints. The Saints ahead 12-0. They've had the ball at least 75% of the time in this game.
They got the same situation again this time. There it is.
Manning looking. Galbraith has it. Galbraith is hit and is in bounds. His forward motion stopped at the 1.5-yard line. They kept waving the clock on. Now they're bringing it over to line it up. And now a timeout called in the Saints. That's their last timeout of the half. They'll have one more play in the game. And they're bringing on 4 or 5 new men for the Saints. And maybe Galbraith's going to try another field goal.
I'm sure that's what's going to happen. He's going to attempt another field goal from 2 yards away.
Again for late tuners in. Russell Erxleben, a #1 draft pick, the prize rookie from Texas, who many consider the greatest kicker in the history of college football. He kicked him over 60-yard field goals in college. Had a crucial kick closing seconds in regulation against Atlanta last week. Thursday in practice pulled a muscle in his kicking leg. He warmed up today. The first attempt, it hurt him, so they held him out of the game. Chandler is going to do the punting, the wide receiver, and Galbraith, the running back, has been doing the place kicking.
The best way to solve this problem is not to have to punt. They haven't had to punt so far in this football game, and the way they're going, they might not have to punt throughout the contest, Kurt.
They've just been galloping up and down this field. This will be a 19-yard attempt for Tony Galbraith. Burns will hold, and this kick is up, and Galbraith misses it. It's off to the left. The Saints march from the 24 to the Packer 3. They're stalled at 4th down, and they miss the last gasp field goal, and the clubs lead. Here it is. Watch it. To the left.
You know, the Green Bay Packers are very lucky to win at halftime. We're only 12 points behind the way the New Orleans Saints have dominated this game. Really, New Orleans should have at least 24 points, possibly 31 points. But they had to settle for several field goals. This one, of course, being missed.
Galbraith hit a field goal first period. Another field goal by Galbraith, and Childs a touchdown pass. So at the end of halftime, it is 12-0 in favor of the New Orleans Saints.
John McKay of Tampa Bay looks on as Tony Linhart, the kicker, has come onto the field now for the Baltimore Colts on 4th down. After the conference along the sideline.
I think they wanted to know exactly how many yards they had. There you see Tony Linhart, and they're going to, Landry's holding up one finger, I mean just about a yard.
You can see now how much they need.
I think they need a little
over a long yard. It's a very long yard, yeah. South still wants them to go. There are the penalties so far in the ball game. We're still in the first quarter.
That's a lot. Tampa Bay, 63 yards already.
Well, Linhart was on the field, and he's off the field. No, he's on the field. He's there. It's going to be a 24-yarder. 24-yarder with Landry holding. From the hash marks left. Linhart puts it up, and it's good. A 24-yard field goal. And as they come back up the field, it is the Baltimore Colts 10 and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers nothing. And we have 5 minutes, 24 seconds left to play in the first quarter.
Say if you're Monty Clark at halftime, what do you go in there and tell the troops?
Poise. Poise. Keep your poise. We've made a couple of mistakes. We had some bad breaks go against us. You come out and play football. They don't want to get too greedy too soon. They got to keep their poise and hang in there as a team. We had to say that to them. Try to get them to come out and play football.
Mosley ready to kick off. Calicut is deep, number 31, and Rick Kane, number 32. Second half underway at the Silverdome. Rick Kane, 1 yard deep in the end zone. Fakes the reverse, takes it out to the 15, 20, 25, and up to the 28-yard line. They fake the reverse to Leonard Thompson.
I like that, didn't you?
Yes.
I like to see a little innovation in the kickoff returns. And
speaking of innovation, you know, we were talking in the first half, and well, I think we'll look at it again, then I'll get back to this.
Watch this. I think they picked this up from Dallas. Didn't they do this with Thomas Henderson? You see the fake right there? I tell you what, a lot of people took the fake.
Sure
you can
did.
see the
white shirts going the other way. 1st and 10, Lions at their 28-yard line. Dexter Bussey, one running back, and it is Bussey, fumbles the ball, picks it up, fumbled it again. White shirts all over the place, and the Redskins recover at the 39. Well, Bussey fumbled that not once but twice.
That's the same way that Lions started last week against Tampa Bay. On the opening play, they fumble. Looks like he never got control of the football, but he gets it back after fumbling once. And look how many white shirts are going after that football.
I think Dusek finally wound up with it, number 59. There he is.
Not yet. Lamar Parrish. Where is the thing?
Well, either Dusek or Parrish won.
Well, what a way to start for Detroit. Big break for the Redskins again. There's the stats here. Theismann, good first half.
Comparison of the two quarterbacks. Malone to the 35 for a pickup of 3. It'll be 2nd down 7. I started to talk to you about the running pass thrown by Hardiman. And in all the years you've been with the Redskins, can you recall having a guy who can throw that ball, a halfback?
Not as long as I can. Since 1964, I don't think so. First of all, I don't think I would have called it. I didn't want anybody else throwing. They may find out he could throw better. But I really haven't seen it, Frank, that where we've had somebody that could throw the football. We used to work on it in practice.
So that's a new weapon in the Redskins' arsenal this year. 2nd down 8. Theismann given to Riggins to the 31-yard line. Riggins in the first half, 11 carries for 45 yards.
On the offensive line of that right side, George Stark, Jeff Williams really came off the ball then.
3rd and 3.
Moved him back. Good blocking by the offensive line. Bob Kazeel doing a good job. Ron Saul and Terry Hermeling.
3rd down. Redskins need 3 for the first down with the ball at the line 30. Last year, you recall, the Redskins beat the Lions, and that was the end of the win streak. They were 6-0 at that point, and after that, it was downhill all the way.
Interesting situation here. They got 3rd and 2, and they take out Riggins. They take out their first backs.
Harmon.
What they do? Clarence Harmon.
Inside the 20 to the 17-yard line. Hunter making the stop, but the Redskins look unstoppable right now.
Obviously, they found a hole in that left side. Just a little turn handoff to him. Again, Clarence Harmon comes in and makes things happen. Big run, 1st down.
That should be the strong side of the Lions defense with Doug English and Baker over there.
I think they had overshifted a little bit the other way.
1st down at the 17-yard line. Malone gets away from one tackler, down to the 10, down to the 5, down to the 3-yard line. Put a great move on Weaver, number 59, and eluded him.
Just a good run here, good blocking, everybody doing their job. This is what he avoided the first tackle in the backfield by Weaver, gets outside of Cole, runs back. Cole kind of gave up on the play. Malone wasn't ready to stop, ducked back in, got some extra yards, takes it down to the 4.
Malone and Riggins both come out. 1st and goal to goal from the 4-yard line. Harmon is in there, and I believe so is Hardiman. Let's see. That's Hardiman trying to go upstairs and nearly had his head taken off. Eddie Cole, number 50. Stopping the climb over the top. Cole, an 11th round draft pick out of Ole Miss, and a real surprise for the Lions this year.
Well, you see this play from the back. Look what Hardiman tries to do. You see Riggins going in, trying to go over the top after Ed Cole, the middle linebacker. Cole stands him up. Boy, Hardiman's way up in the air then. Gets driven back. They actually give him about a half a yard.
We'll call it 2nd and goal from the 3-yard line. Riggins obviously is in the backfield right now. It's Harmon who is split wide to the left side. Fugit, 6 points. Easy touchdown throw. Theismann with his second touchdown pass of the afternoon. One to Thompson and one now to Gene Fugit.
Little play action pass. Good call here. Just made it look easy. Joe just takes something off, lofts it up in the air to Fugit. Gene Fugit loves that double stripe down there. And since coming to the Redskins, that's his 21st touchdown.
How did you know that? That's his third of the season. Third touchdown catch. Had 2 last week's. As Mosley tacks on the extra point. With 11 minutes and 18 seconds left to play in the third period, the Redskins in danger of turning this one into a rout. Washington 24, Detroit 3.
We told you it's a gorgeous September afternoon here. The stats really tell the story. Look at that. The number of offensive plays. New Orleans nearly double. First down, 17-7. The rushing yards. But look at the passing yards. 171 for New Orleans. Only 21 for Green Bay. Manning has had a field day in the first half. Archie's hit 16 out of 18. Whitehurst 4 out of 10. Time of possession nearly double. Imposing offensive stats for the Saints, Hank.
And we talked a little bit about that going into the game, Kurt. We talked about what great offensive weapons the New Orleans Saints have, and they expressed that ability here this afternoon. But it's a typical illustration of how they can really burn people because they've got a lot of skill at those positions.
Outside Milwaukee Stadium, they have tailgate parties for football games all over America. It's really popular here in this area, though. Some of these aren't parties, they're banquets. Hank and I walked through the parking lot, weaving our way through, and we nearly never made it into the stadium.
And the guy was making a speech.
Yeah. Individually, Wes Chandler, a second-year player. That might be a little broiled whitefish. Famous fish up here in this area. Delicious if you've never had it. Lovely, sweet fish. Chandler's caught 7 in the first half. Galbraith, the leading rusher in the game, 12 carries for 72 yards. Marty Smith leads Green Bay 36 yards rushing. Chuck Muncie has an injured foot or leg. May not play again. His place has been taken by Mike Strong. Green Bay has now gone a game and a half of the 1979 NFL season and has not scored a touchdown. So their job is to come out and find the missing offense.
There's the book on Conlow so far. Not bad for the rookie. Slot formation to the right. They go with the reverse. Scott carrying the ball to the 50, and Freddie Scott is down to the 46. The ex-Baltimore Colts.
Going to a couple of gadgets now. Used to have an old saying, you can't win with gadgets. Sometimes they come out.
They come in rather handy,
they
right?
They come in handy when you're desperate. They come in handy. The
Pick up
Baltimore
of 8.
Colts. Excuse me, Frank. The Baltimore Colts are leading Tampa Bay 10-0. That's still in the first quarter.
Greg Landry has a touchdown pass, and probably some of the Lion establishment are having some second thoughts about that trade last year. Big hole up the middle. Rick Kane busting through, taking it inside the 40 and down to the 33-yard line. First down.
Well, maybe expecting a pass. You see Butts got tied up. Looks like he got held a little bit. Good piece of running by Rick Kane. Murphy comes over and makes a tackle. Mark Murphy, third-year man out of Colgate. Big shoes to fill in Jake Scott's.
Absolutely. A lot of big shoes to fill in that Redskin squad this year with Hamburger gone and McDowell and Hawes and the rest of them. Kane to the 30, running hard to the 26-yard line. Lamar Parrish making the stop. Here's one young man who hasn't given up for the Lions, Rick Kane. Bothered by injuries last year and the year before.
Brad Ducey comes across. Watch him take on the block. He defeats the blocker there, but Kane breaks outside. Parrish comes up, throws a little block on him. This is a tough position. I'm sure the Redskin defense, with a 24-3 lead like this, not playing with the same intensity if it were a close football game.
Second down, a long 2 needed for the first down. Lions at the Redskin 26. Comlow, good protection. This is for Hill. Intercepted at the back of the end zone by Houston. Nope, wasn't Houston.
Mark Murphy.
Murphy it was.
Mark Murphy went right back and takes this ball away from David Hill. The same pass they had success with in the first half that was called back. Take a look at it. Big catch right here. Mark Murphy.
4th turnover given up by the Lions.
Tony Leonard puts the ball in the air. Ragsdale is chasing it over, and he has it a yard deep in the end zone. Will not run it back. 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line.
Wise decision. Good kick by Leonard. Anytime you see a kickoff man put it in the end zone, well, he's doing a fine job today, especially since they moved it back to the 35-yard line, which brings up a point, Lindsay. I think a lot of kickers psychologically, you know, when the ball was placed at the 40, you saw a lot of kickers kick it deep into the end zone. They move it back to the 35, and it seems as if your kickoffs are just shortening. Most of your kickers can't get it down to the 5-yard line.
Yes, you're right. Ricky Bell and Eckwood are in the I formation. That's Eckwood. He got it out there to the 23-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 7 at the 23.
Well, Joe Theismann having a pretty good day against the Lions. He's thrown for 2 touchdown passes. His latest one to Gene Fugit, his big tight end. Field goal by Mark Mosley, and a 21-point lead for the Redskins.
Isaac Higgins comes far to the left side. Eckwood is the tailback. And John McKay's I formation. Eckwood again. Across the 25. Picked up 2. It'll be 3rd and 5 there. Fred Cook from the University of Southern Mississippi made the tackle.
This is a very active front 4 of Ron Fernandez, Fred Cook as defensive ends, and Joe Ehrman and Mike Barnes, a fine defensive left tackle. Front 4, of course, was known as the Sack Pack a few years ago. And I tell you, they play well together. The last year they were banged up with a lot of injuries, but they've got the makings of a fine defense, especially in their front 4.
Got 5 defenders in the secondary now, and it's Gordon Jones, double with Higgins on the left side. Here's a quick pitch to him. To Eckwood. He dropped the ball.
Colts have it.
Colts has got it. Inside the 20-yard line as Jerry Eckwood fumbled it, and Sanders Shiver has the football.
2nd turnover here in the 1st quarter against Tampa Bay. And the ever-alert defense, here it is. Here's the quick pitch. Jerry Eckwood just can't find the handle on it. Now, right here, he should really try to recover it. He still can't get it. He's knocked down by Joe Ehrman. And Sanders Shiver comes up with the football. Colts 1st and 10 at the 19.
Colts are leading by a score of 10-0. Have good field position here once again. McCauley and Hardiman are the setbacks. Landry. Incomplete penalty marker thrown. Randy Burke was the intended receiver, but there's a marker thrown on the 1-yard line.
Mike Washington was right there, number 40.
Washington again is appealing the call. Reported to Cal Laporte. Interference. It'll be 1st down and goal to go at the 1-yard line.
Landry wasted little time, as many quarterbacks will do. After a turnover, they go for the home run. They're going to get it at the 1-yard line, 1st and goal.
Pass interference, 4-0. Defense, 1st down.
Look again now.
Here it is. Landry, immediately after the turnover, he was hit. This ball would not have been caught. And right there, number 40, Mike Washington, bumped into Randy Burke. He might have acted a little bit on the play also, Lynn.
Double tight end in there, and Gary's in there to running back. Hardiman, touchdown. So the Baltimore Colts have scored it again as Hardiman took it in and spikes it in the end zone. 16-0 and a conversion attempt coming. Look.
There it is, just straight ahead power football. Don Hardiman puts his head in there. Jarris White came in, tried to get a piece. Hardiman got over for the score.
Tony Leonard is coming to attempt the conversion. Greg Landry will hold for him. And James Webb Jones is quarterbacking. Landry holds. Landry's doing double duty today, quarterbacking and holding. It's up, and it's good. And if they come back up this time, look again.
End zone shot here. We just watch the power. See the halfback come in and help. And Hardeman, all his job is just to find a little opening and try to jump over for the score, and he did it.
The Baltimore Colts have taken a lead of 17-0 here in the first quarter with 3 minutes 55 seconds.
Defending champion Pittsburgh Steelers lead the Houston Oilers 10-0 as we approach the end of the intermission here at Three Rivers Stadium. A sellout crowd, 49,000 fans enjoying a steel-tough Pittsburgh defense shellacking Houston in the first half. We'll be back after these words.
Back live in New York, I'm Brent Musburger with Jane Kennedy and Irv Cross. Let's get you up to date on all the scores right now. The game you are watching, of course, the Cardinals and the Giants are tied at 14, and Ray Perkins is going to be a gambler in that contest. All right, elsewhere, Chicago, Jane, now leading Minnesota 10-7 in the third.
It's a 2-yard run by Minnesota quarterback Tommy Kramer. Chicago with a 34-yard field goal, Bob Thomas, and a 56-yard pass, Vince Edwards to James Scott.
All right, and the story here, Russell Erxleben pulled a leg muscle. Galbraith with a pair of field goals, but a missed extra point and a missed field goal, so it is 12-0, the Saints over the Packers in the third. Easy, Jane. Washington 24-3 over Detroit.
2 touchdown passes, quarterback Joe Theismann.
Speaking of quarterbacks, how about the afternoon that Steve Grogan is having? How many has he thrown now?
Grogan has 4 touchdown passes right now, Brent. 2 to Harold Jackson and 2 to Stanley Morgan.
How long are the 2 to Morgan?
50 yards, the big 5-0, and 37 yards.
And the world champion Pittsburgh Steelers shutting out Houston at the half by 10.
They have a 1-yard run by Sidney Thornton and a 45-yard field goal, Matt Barr.
Cincinnati has snapped back, shut out a week ago. The other Barr kicked a field goal to tie it up at the half at Cincinnati 10 and Buffalo 10. And in this game, it is Baltimore 10, Tampa Bay nothing, and let's change it. Let's get up some more points. It is at least, I believe it is 17. I think that's a touchdown instead of a field goal. We'll double check it for you, though. In the meantime, and now it is confirmed, yes, 17-0 is the score in that game right now. So Tampa Bay having trouble against the Colts. Let's check in on some of the action of the first half. Ray Perkins has opened things up with the Giants. He gambled last week against the Eagles. Didn't always work out, but he is bringing back some enthusiasm with this Giant team, even if they lose in the second half. There was Jennings out of punt formation going to Johnny Perkins. 27-yard gain to the St. Louis 13-yard line. Coder did just get across. Tough defense by the Cardinals down at the goal line. It was 7-0. Now watch Ernie Jones. Hart is superb under pressure. Steps up. Courageous quarterback and seldom gets hurt, too. He doesn't miss many games. Now Jones scampers in. Good blocking by the Giant defensive unit. It was 14-0, and then the Cardinals rallied. Theodis Brown over from the 1, but a big loss. Dan Dierdorf may be the best tackle in all of football, and let's hope that one's not serious. This is a bad play by Basarchik of the Giants. Off a scramble, he didn't tuck the ball away, gave it up. Mark Arneson alertly stayed on his feet on that artificial surface, ran in, and it is a Pier 6 brawl, as they say. Irv, what about the Bears in Chicago?
Weird developments in the third quarter. Of course, Chicago now leads that game 12-7 in the third quarter opening kickoff. Ted Brown, the rookie running back for the Vikings, caught the ball, was hit, coughed it up, went through the end zone, and the Bears wound up with a safety. But here's Minnesota in the second quarter with Kramer going to Foreman for a 22-yard gain, setting up this scoring opportunity for the Vikings. Kramer rolling in from the 2, and the Vikings take a 7-0 lead. The Bears come back themselves in the second quarter, putting Vince Evans in at quarterback, and he goes to number 89, James Scott, connects on a 56-yard TD connection, and right now in the third quarter is 12-7.
We are live right now. Chester Marcol, a field goal for the Green Bay Packers. They trailed New Orleans 12-0, and it looked good. It is. So now the Packers are on the board. The onside kick was successful. That's how they got the ball back, and the Packers went in 12-3. Now let's check in on the Washington Redskin highlights. Joe Theismann enjoying a big afternoon for Jack Pardee. The Lions were booed off the field at the end of the half. Here's Riggins. 13-yard, tough run by the ex-Jet down to the Detroit 15-yard line. Theismann looking for Thompson. Watch the catch by Ricky on the dive, and it was 7-3 Washington. Now the halfback option, it'll be Hardeman up throwing, and it is Ricky Thompson. 30-yard gain down inside the line, 30-yard line. This time, Theismann, and look at the pass protection. Where's Big Al Baker out there? Don Warren, 23-yard gain. And Benny Malone busted across, and it was 24-3 Washington making it look very easy. And right now, let's send you back to Gary Bender and Tom Brookshire.
It's halftime at Giant Stadium. The Cardinals and Giants all tied up 14-all. We'll be back for the second half in just a moment.
I guess you could label this a rather typical Central Division battle.
Serious type of a situation as the kickoff takes off.
Bob Thomas boots it, and it's Ted Brown who takes it across the 20. Fumble as he's hit. Loose football. And let's see who comes up with it. Still free. Squirts free into the end zone. And we might have a safety coming up. We do. Tim Baylor came up with it from Minnesota after it crossed the end line. And it's a safety, and the Vikings will have to kick the ball back to the Bears. Ted Brown, the #1 Viking draft choice, the great running back out of North Carolina State, was belted as he brought it back, and he is flat on his back and being worked on now by the Viking trainer. There's a look at Ted Brown. The ball squirted free, and just about everybody had a crack at it. And actually, it might have been a break for Minnesota that it wound up going all the way through the end zone, because otherwise the Bears might have had 1st and 10 at the Minnesota 5.
There's the hit, and the ball just squirted out, and then it was a foot race with 2 Chicago Bears after it and only 1 Minnesota Viking. Bruce Herron appeared to have the best shot at it. Lee Coons, number 57. But number 67, Dennis Sweeney, helped out there a little bit as he got the ball to go forward more, and backwards, I should say, and finally it goes out of the end zone, which makes it an automatic safety. The Vikings will have to punt to the Bears. The score is now 12-7 Chicago, and the Bears the chance to get good field position as Brown goes off the field. It is a bad play for Mr. Brown in every way.
So a free kick for the Vikings, and Greg Coleman will punt from the 20-yard line. Except for that one scoring drive by the Vikings, which Kramer ended with his rollout touchdown, the Bears have pretty much controlled the ball game, John.
They certainly have. The Vikings had only 86 yards in the first half, and now they're going to be punting against the wind, so the Chicago Bears will probably have very good field position once they get possession.
This is as beautiful a day as I can remember for a football game in Soldier Field in many, many years.
It's very nice down there. A player always appreciates having a brisk, cool wind because they can get mighty hot, especially on an artificial surface. This is a brand new surface down here on Soldier Field.
Just about the only thing that's brand new here. The place built in 1924, the oldest facility in use in the NFL. Schubert takes the kick, finds a hole, good return, and things continue to break Chicago's way.
Steve Schubert, who missed the entire exhibition season with a bad foot, gets a key punt return to put the Bears in great field position as he takes it and does the best thing normally is just go right up the middle, follow your blockers, and thread your way, and he does. And finally, he's tackled and brought down by Nate Allen, number 25.
A 27-yard return for Steve Schubert. Baltimore, minus Burt Jones, leading Tampa Bay 17-0.
Vince Evans at quarterback.
So Evans playing hurt with Golden Richards in motion. Pitch back to Walter Payton. Change of direction. Daylight for Walter. Look out. Here he goes. 15. Across the 10. Across the 5. Touchdown, Walter Payton.
What a runner. What a runner, Walter Payton. It appeared they had him stopped very briefly behind the line of scrimmage, but he just picked his way and took off, and then used James Scott to his best advantage. Man in motion, Golden Richards back across the field. Now see, there's no penetration there as Walter just takes off here, and James Scott is running in front of Nate Allen. It's 89 and 25. Here's where Walter shifts the ball, waits for Scott to throw his block, and then cuts back into the end zone. He does it all.
The first 35 seconds of the second half have been a nightmare for Bud Grant. A fumbled kickoff, a safety, a return on the subsequent kick of 27 yards, and then on the first play from scrimmage, a 43-yard touchdown run by Walter Payton. Add the kick by Bob Thomas, and the Chicago Bears have a 19-7 lead over the Minnesota Vikings. Let's watch Peyton again as he scoots 43 yards for 6 points. He's now carried 12 times for 84 yards.
Houston Oilers and the Steelers are now taking the field at Three Rivers Stadium. It's 10-0 Pittsburgh at the intermission. Dick Enberg with Merlin Olsen. And I imagine it was the most interesting session for both coaches during that halftime.
I'd imagine that certainly the most busy of those coaches was Bum Phillips, trying to figure out what they're going to do in this second half.
Well, what do you think they'll do?
Well, I don't think they're going to abandon their game plan. They need to go back and run the football, do the things that they said they were going to do in the first half and didn't do. Campbell is really the key to their game still. If they can get him out in the second half and establish a running game, then that makes Pastorini's passing, especially the play action passes, more effective. I don't think they're going to panic just being down 10 points. If they were down 14, 17 points, maybe they'd go in and make some drastic changes. I don't think they're going to do that.
At halftime, Earl Campbell officially with only 23 yards rushing. It is interesting to note that all last year, only one back rushed for more than 100 yards against that Pittsburgh defense, and that was John Cappelletti out in Los Angeles. While Campbell had some good games, he did not hit the 100-yard mark. Maybe, even though that's what they do best, that's running right into a Pittsburgh strength that you can't overcome.
Well, Pittsburgh effective over the years against the run because of the great linebacking and because of some fine defensive line play. But one thing we have to remember is that the Houston Oilers have made their mark in the last 2 years as a come-from-behind football team. In fact, in most of their victories, they were behind at halftime. They're no stranger to this situation. And only being 10 down, they're probably yawning a little bit down there. They've come back from a lot worse than that.
That old line, the Oilers got the Steelers right where they want them, right? 9 out of 11 times, the last 11 victories for the Oilers, 9 of those came when they were behind at halftime. Good point, Merlin. We'll see if the Oilers have that charm going for them this afternoon.
Pastorini on the sideline, I'm sure thinking seriously about what he's going to be trying to do. And again, I'm sure, Dick, that Bum Phillips simply said, look, we played a lousy first half offensively. We did not execute well. Certainly we're going against a good defensive team, but let's go out and take advantage of the things we do well. Let's see if they can continue to play well defensively and get their offense on track.
Tony Frisch kicks it off, and Larry Anderson at the 8-yard line for Pittsburgh. Anderson with a good move, and he shot through to the 34-yard line and acted as though he wanted more before 36. Carter Hartwig, a rookie from University of Southern California, made the tackle. Well, the Steelers take the field. Terry Bradshaw with some excellent completions, twice denied by penalty, and then a couple of passes intercepted in the second quarter. As with him in the backfield, the running tandem of Franco Harris, 32, and Sidney Thornton, 38. Bradshaw not too happy with those statistics, 33% in the first half. Franco across the 35 and into the hold of Art Stringer, number 53 of the Houston Oilers.
Stringer playing well in this ball game, and certainly living up to the expectations, I'm sure, of Eddie Biles, the defensive coach for the Houston Oilers. An important series, this first series defensively. You certainly want to shut Pittsburgh down, and you want to keep them from getting any momentum. Hopefully get that ball in decent field position to start your offense to work.
Second down, 8. Fake to Harris. Brazil after Bradshaw, and they've got him. Now there's a case of the new rule, quicker whistle. Once clearly in the hold and control of the quarterback, the whistle sounded. Andy Doris secured the play after Brazil, shooting in from linebacker, made the initial hit. The second sack for the Oilers, as you can see.
Certainly that kind of rule hurts a quarterback like Terry Bradshaw. Bradshaw is so strong physically, he often pulls out of the grasp of tacklers. You see him get away from one tackler there, and Doris, using great hand strength, able to keep a hold of him. But you're absolutely right. The play was called before he ever hit the ground because of the new rule.
Ball just across the 25-yard line, where it is third down and 19 for the Steelers. They lead 10-0. We're just opening the second half at Three Rivers Stadium on a perfect football day. Bradshaw looking for Stallworth. He's open, and Reinfeldt came over to break up the play. Good defense by Mike Reinfeldt, who had one of the 2 interceptions for the Oilers in the first half. Little dismay on the face of JoJo Starbuck, the Lovely wife of Terry Bradshaw is visiting with us here in our NBC booth as he pulls for her husband.
Bradshaw back, looks first to his right, gives Stallworth a chance to get open, then fires the ball deep. Just a great defensive play by Mike Reinfeldt, who anticipated the pattern and broke quickly with the receiver, got his hand on it, and knocked it away.
White Shoes Johnson is back to return this kick by Colquitt at the 35. A long line drive, and Johnson at his 27 looking for help. 30. Pinned in, reverses. Lots of exciting running by Johnson, but all back toward his own goal line. Robin Cole, 56, finally corralled him. 48-yard punt and a -7 yards on the return. We'll be back in Pittsburgh. 14 minutes left in the third quarter.
And Tom Brookshire, well, here first, let's look at the score. New Orleans leading Green Bay 12-7. Tony Galbraith, a couple of field goals in that game, believe it or not. What I started to say, Tom, is the first half, let's check on a couple of injuries. First, what's the status of Dan Deerdorf?
Deerdorf on the extra point. Of course, we all lost it. Nobody saw it. Deerdorf has a dislocated left knee, a big leg, a large body. First time he's ever had trouble with the left knee that we know of.
All right, now the other thing that was kind of controversial just before the end of the first half was on a punt return where Terry Steve was decked. Now, we have that on tape. We thought we'd go back and look at it again and see what happened.
Well, this is Mendenhall at circle. Now, defensive players sit around and dream at night of being able to peel back and catch people on the offensive line that block them constantly. This is Terry Steve, the guard, who's gotten away from one block on the interception and run back. And Mendenhall throws the elbow a little bit too much and went for the head. And Steve had his bell rung and promised probably revenge, as guys will when they're coming out of, the inhaler type syndrome.
So there was a 15-yard penalty. We've had two games, really. Early it was New York, and then you could see things pivot.
Well, I like the way both teams have used every club in the bag, if we were talking about golf. They used a fake punt by Jennings and a pass to move the Giants down for one of their touchdowns. And Arneson picks up a fumble when they'd sort of picked the impetus up on the St. Louis side. And I don't know, I think the Giants are sort of hanging by their fingernails, but they're in the football game, and they forced 5 fumbles last week against Philadelphia, and that's the way they got to get back in. They got to steal it.
Anderson in the first half has 52 yards. And doing some research, we found out there's only been 3 rookie running backs that have been able to pick up 100 yards in their first 2 games. Now, there you see. I don't even have any way to express that, but that shows you what a beautiful stadium this is here.
I hope the people can't throw any hard objects. They might tear up the scoreboard here.
An old defensive back from the NFL, they wouldn't do that. I shouldn't say old.
Well, that's okay, but we're ready for a great second half, and as we've said, Danello's ready to go, and
Tom Banks would like to play. He hasn't played yet in this season because of a badly bruised thigh, and they're concerned about it. He just isn't healing that quickly.
Looks like Grizzly Adams.
Here's Danello kicking off in a 14-14 game. And that's going to go out of bounds, and that'll be a 5-yard penalty. And they'll be kicking off from the 30-yard line this time. Danello really hit him in the first half, but this time didn't get out of it. So they'll kick it again. Let's look at the stats now in this first half. Not much rushing yardage by New York, huh?
How many Jimmy Hart teams have you ever seen with 15 yards passing at half? And I don't think in the 2 weeks that we've just seen Jimmy Hart, that's a game and a half, I don't think he's throwing the deep ball very well at all. Not like I've seen Jim throw it in the past. He has not thrown effectively deep.
Well, he suffered the 2 interceptions a week ago, and today having the same difficulty. He had 112 yards passing last week.
And he's 3 for 11, huh? Danello, by the way, can still reach the end zone. He's got a leg like a pachyderm.
So from the 30 this time after the 5-yard penalty. Danello to the 10-yard line. Here comes Harrell. Willard Harrell out to the 30. Look out! Harrell to the 50-yard line. Harrell's all the way to the 40. He's to the 38-yard line, and he almost broke that one. Willard Harrell, who last year broke one against Washington for 70 yards, almost got rid of everyone on that one for a touchdown.
It's a good thing Terry Jackson was on the coverage team for the Giants. Watch this now. Here's Harrell coming straight up the middle. Boy, a couple of good blocks there and a good move by Harrell. Here's Danello making him cut back, which was also good. And here's Jackson, who really gets in on the play along with number 81.
That's Cleveland Jackson. Jackson is the guy that you just mentioned that's shaken up on the play. Terry Jackson, second-year man from San Diego State. You know, Dinello saved that play, didn't he? Held him up just long enough.
Just long enough. I tell you, if Harrell breaks there cleanly, it's done. Here's some blocking. Lloyd getting double teamed, hit, sealed off. Remember, they can only block above the waist. Nothing below on those knees anymore.
I don't think these two teams like each other.
It's really better that way.
There's Jackson, and fortunately he's going off on his own, so expect to see him. And from the 38-yard line, a very fine return that time by Willard Harrell.
And remember that Jim Hart loves to take advantage of either one, a big kickoff return or an interception or what have you.
So from the 38th, the Cardinals with the excellent field position. Here's the option, Otis Anderson. And Anderson gets to the 35-yard line. That's the second time they've run this option, this time to the other side. Little wrinkle in the Cardinal offense.
He looks a little today. He looks different he did last week. The second time I've seen Otis Anderson, he looks a little like Jim Brown. JB had the ability to stick out a stiff arm and drill a linebacker and knock him from underneath and off his feet and carry the ball what looks like in a very loose manner.
Gain of 4, 2nd and 6 from the 35-yard line. Hart to Anderson again. Oh, what a collision that time with Brad Van Pelt. Looked like they were both trying to dance with each other on the play. To the 32-yard line, will to bring up a 3rd down.
Van Pelt's going 235, and if you think the rocket doesn't hit you, watch number 32 here. Watch Anderson. Van Pelt gets rid of his blocker and still goes forward.
And now from the 32-yard line, 3rd down, 3 yards to go. Jim Hart on the 3rd down. This is Steve. Steve's got it outside the 15-yard line. Dave Steve making the catch as Hart that time really hung in there tough in the pocket.
And this time he came straight over the top with it. Boy, that was really a nice throw. Again, a lot of pressure by the Giant down 4. I think it was maybe Martin. Let's watch the left part of our screen, see where the pressure is. Quick drop back, and boy, he sets up fast. Martin reaching for it over the top. That's a great throw.
And so the ball now marked at the 17-yard line. It was all set up with that 53-yard kickoff return by Willard Harrell, and now the Cardinals on the move. On a 1st down, Anderson trying to go wide, 2 flags. Uh-oh, he's in trouble. He gets away from Van Pelt. Did you see him stiff arm Van Pelt, but he loses yardage back outside the 20 to the 22-yard line.
Well, I just told you, there's nothing like the strength of a person that is basically strong. I had a lot of people knock my feet out from under me by hitting me on the shoulder pad. There's that strong, and that's just what O.J. Anderson did.
That's offside against New York, so they will not lose that yardage. Let's go back on the ground level now, Tom.
Watch Van Pelt on this stiff arm. Here's a misdirection play inside to Wayne Morris, and now cut off at the pass, and probably should have gone ahead and taken a yard or so loss. Watch this.
Offside. Defense, number 10. 1st down.
A lot of body control there.
That was Van Pelt that was offside to start with.
Sometimes it doesn't pay to get up in the morning.
At the 11-yard line, it's going to be 1st down, 5 yards to go for the Cardinals. Tilley, Steve, the wide receiver. This is Anderson inside the 10. Anderson to the 6. He fumbled the ball, but I believe St. Louis recovered. Anderson moving the ball, but the Cardinals jumping on it quickly. Looks like Bob Young, 64, got on it.
All right, Mendenhall is in the over defense right over the center of Brahaney. Gets rid of Brahaney and spins back into the hole, and Mendenhall jerks the ball out. Remember, they made Wilbert Montgomery and the Eagles fumble 5 times a week ago.
It was Bob Young, one of your buddies. You got to be a friend with him.
If he falls on the ball, he blows it up. 280-pound offensive guard.
They got a yard to go now for the 1st and goal. 2nd down. Anderson, and he's trying to get it. Going to be tough. I don't know if he made it. They may have a 3rd down coming up. They didn't get much in there, did they?
Came off Bob Young's side, and nothing gives. Look at this. Jeter stays in the hole, number 70. Maybe Carson that goes over the top. I think in a short yardage situation, Harry Carson, number 53, might be the best tackler in football.
Tom Bettis was saying that Carson seems to be in on every tackle on a running play.
Well, against the Eagles a week ago, up over the top on short yardage. And the backs get the word around the league, look out on short yardage because 53's there, you know.
Boy, is that close. They're just short. Third down coming up.
Carson goes about 241 or 240 and usually has 8 to 9 to 10 tackles every game, solo jobs.
All NFC a year ago out of South Carolina State, their 4th draft pick. 76 is number 73, Jeff Weston, a rookie from Notre Dame who started the year with Miami, has come in.
What do you do? Anything silly, or do you just use a drive series and try to get the first down?
Well, from the 7-yard line, very important play now for St. Louis in his 14-14 game. 12:09 remaining in the third quarter. Third down, less than a yard. Yep, they're going to throw it. Hart looking for somebody's open, and everyone was covered. He's out of the back of the end zone. Hart couldn't find anybody. Gary Paris, tight end, the intended receiver, but he was out of room.
And the big decision now, do they go for a field goal with Young Wood, or do they try one more play?
I think they're going to go for it.
Boy, Hart had everybody covered up, and this one's thrown beyond the end line.
There just wasn't anybody open on that play, was there?
Good coverage. I'll tell you, the Giants secondary has been superb and also tenacious.
They didn't have any interceptions last week, but they made up for it here today. Here we go. 4th down and less than a yard to go. They go to Theodis Brown, and I believe he's got it. A big rookie out of UCLA, and Brown is at the 5-yard line, which would indicate to me he made it.
Ran right at Brahaney's left hip and Bob Young's big body. Watch this, right off the left side. There's not a lot of movement. Steve jumps in there, too. I think if Theodis hadn't gone up and over, he wouldn't have made it. Different angle. Let's see where Carson goes. Boy, he just flipped him, didn't he?
Shows a little confidence in that rookie, though, to give him a play like that on 4th down.
Right you are.
First and goal from the 5-yard line for the Cardinals. They're trying to go up on top in this game. Give to Wayne Morris. And a flag on the play as Morris is at the 2-yard line. Talk about a guy that doesn't fumble. Morris, coming in today, had carried the ball 184 times without a fumble. Offside, New York. We're going to speculate it was Gary Jeter, the right side defensive end, that jumped off.
Well, they're trying to steal the line of scrimmage as much, obviously, as they can. Jeter's the #1 draft choice a couple of years ago out of USC, whom, along with Troy Archer, #1 choice from Colorado, would have been the anchor to build your defensive line around.
George Collins playing in that offensive line, by the way. Terry Steve did not start the second half.
Offside. Defense, number 70. First down.
So they're going to get half the distance to the goal and get a first and goal there, and that will be the 2-yard line. Morris, 3 carries, 9 yards. And as we mentioned, Collins, Terry Steve has just come out of the dressing room now, and he's down below. We may see him playing, but George Collins, second-year man from Georgia, number 66, is in at guard. First and goal. Here comes Morris, diving touchdown. Wayne Morris has given the Cardinals their first lead of the afternoon.
Well, Wortman at left tackle weighs 278. Bob Young weighs over 280. Watch this, the left side, you're right there. Tight end number 89. And when they wanted short yardage, they went for it. This time it was airborne. Morris, a very good back at running and not fumbling the ball. What'd you say, 184 shots without a bobble?
That's something.
Well, that's a good blocker. They blew him right off the line of scrimmage, Carson included.
Mike Wood, the point after attempt on the way. And the Cardinals have taken a 21-14 lead with 11:06 remaining in this third quarter. So the Cardinals, after being down 14-0 in that first quarter, they now have a 7-point lead.
Well, we're pleased to be here at Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh, where the Houston Oilers endeavoring to generate some offense, have the football for the first time in the second half, trailing Pittsburgh 10-0. You see the Oilers running game all but nil in that first half. Campbell fighting for every yard again, gets it out to about the 24 before Mel Blount. 40, oops, comes up from the corner. Robin Cole, 56, with a little extra push on Tim Wilson, 45.
Tim, of course, doing the blocking honors on that play. The thing that we see happening, the defense for the Steelers, is forcing Campbell to run laterally. And, of course, that's what you want to do to a big back. You want to force him along the line, and then you've got a chance to tackle him when he doesn't have that momentum. When he's coming straight at you, you've got to tackle him with force, and it's very difficult on a back like Campbell.
Second down, 6. Johnson in motion. Wilson up the middle and down at about the 27-yard line, short of the first down by a couple. Steve Furness from Rhode Island, number 64, made the tackle.
Short yardage troops onto the field for the Oilers, and it looks like we read their intentions pretty carefully, Dick. They have come out and tried to establish the running early. Not going to panic. 10 points is not a big bulge for a team in the NFL. But they did do one thing. They put White Shoes back to try and get the big play on the return, and it backfired a little on them.
Third and a long one. Castor in motion. Campbell, first down, and a flag is down as Campbell is dropped at the 32-yard line, and the Steelers are applauding, so apparently against Houston.
Well, it looks like it's going to go against the All-Pro that they recently acquired from New England, Leon Gray, as Banaszak stood up and applauded and said, hey, you can't hold on to me like that. Serious conversation on the sideline. Randy Grossman and, of course, Chuck Knoll talking to Terry Bradshaw.
We have holding, number 74, offense, cleared down.
Leon Gray, All-Pro tackle from Jackson State, and the NFL world is still a bit puzzled how the Oilers got him for a number 1 and a number 6.
He's still puzzled. I asked him about it. He doesn't know why.
Dwayne Woodruff, fifth defensive back in for the Steelers on third down. Pastorini down at the 4-yard line. The Steelers had one of those stunts on. Banaszak made the hit.
Pastorini may be hurt, Dick, as he's on the turf. Very slow getting up. What a tremendous rush these Steelers have put on today. Pastorini taking a little extra time, and very sorry that he did, as he's just mowed under by that black-shirted rush.
I said at halftime the defense shellacked the Oilers. I meant to say shackled them, but I believe Pastorini would agree with the initial comment. Shellacked.
I think shellacked. Again, Banaszak coming inside as the tackle goes outside Furness, and they've got 3. We used to call that a jailbreak. You put that many people on top of the quarterback.
That's a great term, jailbreak, huh? Now all 4 get home free. That's when a stunt has really worked. Pastorini, you can see the back. He wears that back brace as well as the flak jacket on the ribs. That's a carryover from late last year. And Dan, not 100%, obviously. And now Parsley asked to hit another long one, and he's done a good job when in trouble. Smith at the 41 of Houston. Good snap by Carter, and another good kick. Smith drifting to his own 49. Runs into his own blocker, and he's down at the 45-yard line. Tackle made by Carter Hartwig of Houston. Jack Lambert can't wait to get back in there. Timeout in Pittsburgh, 11.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter.
Well, Tampa Bay's only had the football for 8 offensive plays, Lindsey, and 2 of those offensive plays, those direct turnovers, cost them 14 points. Ball is teed up by Lenhart on the 35. Ragsdale is center deep. He is flanked by Danny Reese and Rick Burns. Ragsdale at the 6-yard line to the 10 to the 15. Ragsdale to the 20 to the 25, and he hits the deck at about the 27-yard line.
Ragsdale returned from the
You know,
it was Ron Baker on the tackle.
It was interesting in the stats this week released by the National Football League. Doug Williams was 4 out of 16 last week for 99 yards, 2 touchdowns. 2 of his 4 completions went for touchdowns. And he was ranked number 4 in the NFC passing. And if I had to sit here and tell you folks how they put the figures together to see who's the number 1 passer in each league, it's unbelievable. I don't know how those statistics work.
The rating is sort of complicated. Williams completes the pass across the 40-yard line. Morris Owens, and he is at the 46. Lyle Blackwood made the tackle.
Morris Owens. Fine pass. The great strong arm of Doug Williams, and Morris Owens ran a beautiful down and in pattern for the first down.
You saw Gordon Jones coming into that huddle now as Morris Owens has gone out. 18-yard pickup on the pass play from Doug Williams to Morris Owens. Williams leaves this one to Jerry Eckwood. Penalty marker on the play.
Jerry Eckwood on the carry. He lost control of it again.
But whistle might have blown. Apparently the ball was stolen by Fred Cook.
Did the whistle blow?
Illegal motion against Tampa Bay. There's a time, and they get the ball and keep it.
Unbelievable.
Fred Cook stole it, and they keep it.
Again, Lindsay, the 3rd turnover here in the 4th quarter. They're going to get blown out if they can't control the football. Jerry Eckwood, right there, the standoff block. Charlie Hanna is trying to block Fred Cook. Fred Cook's got a hold. Now the ball should have been blown dead in my thing. There it is. Fred Cook comes up with the football. Fred Cook comes up with the football. A whistle had not been blown, so it's Baltimore's football.
First down and 10 yards to go, and they have it at the 47-yard line of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's been a hapless first quarter for Tampa Bay. Baltimore's in an I formation now. Hardeman ahead of McCauley. Landry with a completed pass to Randy Burke.
Burke was actually a surprise draft choice for the Colts, coming from Kentucky, a running football team. Very good release by Landry right here on a quick post. And I tell you, that's the kind of pattern that flankers and split ends, they know they're going to get popped. They've got to hold on to the football on that play. That's the toughest play, I think, for a wide receiver.
They're measuring for the possible first down.
A little bit short.
It lacks just a very little bit. It'll be 2nd down and inches to go. Ball is near the 37-yard line. Use the chain to spot the ball at the inbounds marker. 2:51 left on the clock in the first quarter.
Yeah. One thing for sure, Jerry Eckwood did not get a quick whistle on that off-tackle play, and Cook stole the football.
No, he didn't.
2nd and inches.
Hardeman and McCauley are the running backs for Greg Landry. McCauley, 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line.
They continue on short yardage to go off that left side. This time they use Don McCauley. Hardeman in front.
Leroy Selman made the stop on the last play. As you look at Greg Landry, brought over from the Detroit Lions to the Baltimore Colts as a backup quarterback, and are they glad they have him, with Jones hurting with a shoulder injury. They double Burke and Dowdy to the left side. Off one and keeps on driving for the 28-yard line as Jarris White finally brought him down.
There he is, Don Hardeman. He was acquired from Tampa Bay. They got a 3rd-round pick for Don Hardeman, and they used that pick to draft Jerry Eckwood, a fine young running back. And the Bears, 19-7 over the Minnesota Vikings. Walter Payton has scored from 43 yards out.
on one run. Vince Evans, a 56-yard pass to James Scott.
Second down and 5 yards to go. McCauley, penalty markers thrown. He got to the 26-yard line.
Landry's going way back, so it must be holding against the Colts. That's it. Barty Smith has countered a 1-yard touchdown run. The extra point was good by Chester Markle. New Orleans' lead is cut to 5 points in the third quarter.
Holding 6-0 offense, second down.
Ron Baker.
And the Cardinals and Giants are tied up in the second quarter.
Second down and 15 now. Baltimore has the ball at the Tampa Bay 39-yard line, and we have 1 minute 13 seconds left in the first quarter. The Baltimore Colts are leading 17-0. Greg Landry unloads it out in the left flank. Fumble by Hardeman, and it is recovered by Tampa Bay, I think. You see Bill Kohler with the football.
Now, if you wonder why Greg Landry did not run the football, he had a lot of room, Lindsey. Keep in mind that Burt Jones is banged up. And I think that's the reason that Landry, usually a good running quarterback, he's gained over 2,500 yards rushing in his career. We're going to take a look. You can see that Landry had some running room in front of him. He throws it out to the flat to Hardeman. He's going to cough up the football right there. And Tampa Bay has got, I think it's Bill Kohler, number 77.
First and 10, Tampa Bay. They have the ball at their own 34-yard line. Eckwood and Bell are the setbacks. Doug Williams trying to get it out to Eckwood, but it's incomplete. It'll be second down and 10 yards to go at the 34.
Well, he should have completed that. He was wide open. Look at Doug with his hands open.
Stops the clock with exactly 1 minute remaining to be played in the first quarter.
That just comes with experience, Lindsey. Eckwood, a rookie, and of course Doug, only a second-year quarterback. After playing together for a while, they'll complete that, well, 10 out of 10 times when he's that open. Not yet. Doug Williams. And it's incomplete. Trying to get it to... I don't know who. There's one, Ricky Bell.
Yeah, well, Ricky Bell was there. Isaac Higgins made a dive for it.
Both of them could have caught it, right? Doug Williams was only sacked 6 times last year in his 10 starts. The least any quarterback in the National Football League was caught. That's because of his fine release.
PA announcer gets out of it nicely, says the pass is intended to either Bell or Higgins. Third and 10 at the 34.
Well, the Bucs got to get something going here.
Williams. Right on the button. Rifled it, he really did. It was incomplete, intended for Jimmy Giles.
Right on the button. Had 3 blue jerseys all around, and Doug put it right on the numbers. A little tough catch. Would have been a good catch for Jimmy Giles, and he's going to be a great one, Lindsey. 6'3", 245, and he can fly. He's great ability for a tight end.
Tom Blanchard back to kick, and Nesby Glasgow has gone center deep. Back at his own 26-yard line. Blanchard gets it off. Hits around the 40. Glasgow has it up to 34. And he's going nowhere. First and 10 for Baltimore at the 34-yard line.
32-yard punt. Well, Steve Grogan having a good day. New England 35-3 over the New York Jets. He's thrown, I know, one 44-yard touchdown pass to Harold Jackson, another 50-yarder to Stanley Morgan. So Grogan moving the pace. That New England Patriots, right?
That's it. 41 seconds left in the quarter. Hardeman and McCauley in an I formation for Greg Landry and the Baltimore Colts. That's McCauley. Pass for 5 to the 39. Second down, 5 yards to go. Leroy Selman made the tackle.
Bert Jones has not played. Joe Washington has not played. And the Baltimore backfield. Well, if they could get away with the win today and just rest, give those guys another week rest, come out with the win today, they would be in pretty good position. And Buffalo, 7-point lead over the Bengals, third quarter. 2nd and 5 at the 39. And there is the gun. So that is the end of the first quarter here at Memorial Stadium in Baltimore. And the score is Baltimore 17, Tampa Bay nothing.
And the Sports Spectacular this coming Saturday on CBS. And what we've seen in the opening minute of this third quarter has been pretty spectacular, too. Thomas gets all of this kick, and Ted Brown decides to try and bring it back out. It was a disaster the last time. This time Brown holds on to the ball and gets across the 25.
Notice the way Walter carries the ball when he breaks into the open field. He'll put two hands on the ball out in front of him. Well, that's at the end of the touchdown. Look for Vince Evans, number 8. He gets down the field in a hurry. He's the man who handed off the ball. He's going to come say, "Congratulations, Walter. Here comes Vince. I'm going to carry you back to the sidelines."
There's the drive. One play, 43 yards, 11 seconds elapsed. And the Bears go in front 19-7. Now Tommy Kramer has some catching up to do. Chuck Foreman gets him a couple of yards, but no more than that.
The Vikings continue to try and run the ball, and they have not been that successful in the first half. Sooner or later, they're going to have to open up and see what they can do. They have not thrown to Ahmad Rashad. Obviously, the Bear defense is geared to stop Rashad, but he also had that slightly tender, looked like a knee there, and maybe he's just not 100%, and that's one of the reasons they're not throwing to him.
Cunningham is wide right. Rashad is wide to the left. Kramer looks for Rashad. Rashad makes a little turn-in move and turns what should have been a short gain into a big one. Out across the 45.
He's something else, isn't he? He did that last week and made a touchdown out of it and came fairly close this time as the Bears faked the blitz, just threw the short out over to the sidelines. Up comes Virgil Livers, missed the tackle, and Rashad headed down the sidelines. Pretty good pursuit by the Bears as Lenny Walterscheid, number 23, makes the tackle, but not before a first down for the Minnesota Vikings.
Rashad with those 4 touchdown casters last week against San Francisco. The last time an NFL player caught 4 touchdown passes in a game was in December of 1973 when Paul Warfield did it for the Miami Dolphins. Ted Brown carries, good blocking, and shoved out of bounds as he gets into Bear territory across the 45. Virgil Livers knocked him out.
Ted Brown is one of 13 #1 draft choices that play for this Viking team. Can you imagine that? That's a lot.
Shows that Mike Lynn and company have used those selections well.
Mark Mullaney, Jeff Seaman, Fred McNeil, Tommy Kramer, Chuck Foreman, Ron Yeri, Steve Riley, Ahmad Rashad. All these guys were #1 draft choices. John Reeves is a #1 draft choice.
They're going to measure for the first down here, apparently. And it is a Viking first down at the Bear 44. Or thereabouts, between the 44 and 45. That's middle linebacker Tom Hicks in his 4th year out of Illinois. Fans here in Chicago remember another Illinois product who played middle linebacker pretty well for the Bears. Kramer fires. He's got his man. It's Doug Cunningham. And Cunningham, the free agent rookie out of Rice, is inside the 30-yard line of the Bears. Cunningham and Kramer were teammates when Cunningham was a sophomore at Rice and Kramer was an All-American quarterback there. Now they find themselves as a pass-catching combination with the Vikings.
He's playing for the injured Sammy White, and Terry Schmidt gave him a lot of room that time. They'll probably come back to that play sooner or later.
They picked up 15 yards and another first down. 12 minutes and 12 seconds to play in the third quarter. This play goes nowhere as Dan Hampton, the Bears' #1 draft choice, is waiting for Ted Brown.
And you're going to see Jerry Muckensturm, I hope, number 58. He comes across. They've decided to cut the cut the Vikings off on the end runs. And number 58, Jerry Muckenstern, was in on the tackle along with Hampton, but the linebacker shooting right across the line of scrimmage, not going to let the Vikings get outside. That seems to be the motto since the Vikings got some good yardage in the first half on the end runs.
A pair of #1 draft choices bumping heads there. Brown for the Vikings, Hampton for the Bears. They lost one. 2nd and 11 from the 30 as Kramer drops back. Sideline, juggled and dropped by Ahmad Rashad. Rashad says that playing wide receiver is the work of an artist, and he calls himself the Baryshnikov of the NFL.
Well, I'll buy that. Although, have you seen Baryshnikov perform? Nobody performs like him.
But can Baryshnikov catch in a crowd?
Yeah.
New Orleans leads Green Bay 12-7, and they're in the 3rd. This is 3rd down and 11 for Kramer.
Oh, here they come. No, they drop off.
Kramer in trouble nonetheless, and down he goes. Alan Page got there, and he's got to relish that play against his old Viking teammates. They mob him on the sideline.
He does okay for 220 pounds, doesn't he? The Vikings thought he was too light. You look at him at the right of your screen as he gets around to the outside. 2 men double up on one, and Page is all by himself, and Kramer can't get out of it. And there is one difference between Kramer and Fran Tarkenton. Tarkenton might have been able to get out of that. Tarkenton couldn't throw the ball downfield as well as Kramer.
And Steve Schubert, who had a great return the last time he handled the ball, awaits the kick from Greg Coleman. Very short kick. Schubert lets it bounce, and this will work out well for Minnesota. They're downing this at about the 2-yard line. Great kick by Greg Coleman, as it turns out. The Bears do not have good field position, but they do have the lead with 10:51 to play in the 3rd quarter. The Bears 19 and the Vikings 7.
Defense takes its breather. The offense on the field. Terry Bradshaw and the Steelers leading Houston 10-0. Bradshaw is 6 of 19. 2 intercepted in this one. Both sides playing outstanding defense. Bradshaw to throw. Lynn Swan at the 30. Well, how he gives. He's like an outstanding boxer, anticipating the punch. How he absorbs the blow. He's always moving away from contact.
Hard to get a good shot at him. And again, the great communication, unspoken communication between quarterback and receiver as Swan finds the opening and then Bradshaw delivers the football. Great spin.
There's JoJo Starbuck, the famed wife of Terry Bradshaw, the outstanding figure skater. Let's see how she liked this one.
Oh, yes.
JoJo introduced me to John Cole. Said, I want you to be nice to him because he's very nice to my husband. He blocks for him so those other people don't hurt him. By the way, you're going to be able to see JoJo and some of our outstanding U.S. Olympic prospects in a special star skate from the Los Angeles Sports Arena. That's going to be the Saturday of Thanksgiving. I know that's way off, but it's a show that you'll not want to miss. And Thanksgiving time, think about us on NBC on Sports World and a special figure skating show. 2nd and 5. Harris on the quick toss. Read well by the Oiler defense. J.C. Wilson getting over there in a hurry. And that's what we talked about early. Bum Phillips likes the aggressiveness of his 2 new men in the deep secondary, Wilson and Brennan Perry.
Steelers have been attacking heavily up inside, and on that particular play tried to get wide. Harris not quite as quick as he was in his early days, but getting out there, and had it not been for the fine force of J.C. Wilson, would have had some yardage.
Leon Gray, far side, a score. Green Bay has connected on a Barty Smith run of a yard. 12-7, New Orleans leads in the 3rd quarter. Baltimore jumps out early. Still 4 minutes left in the 1st quarter. Colts lead 17-0. Greg Hawthorne, the #1 draft pick in the lineup for the first time for Pittsburgh, and he's the man there. First down. The first time Hawthorne has touched the football in the NFL. He gets the first down, and look at that physical specimen. He's 6'2½", 225, a first-round pick out of Baylor. They liken him to Calvin Hill.
Fine pattern, and absolutely no one on him. Gets off and breaks it down the sideline and gets a little bit of extra yardage. Finally, Ted Washington, number 59, and Art Stringer, 53, put him out of bounds. But Terry able to get the ball to him quickly and apparently anticipated the coverage very easily.
The Bears have moved in front after falling behind 7-0. Bears 19 unanswered points. They lead in the third quarter. Bradshaw going to throw for it. Has to Thornton. Same play that worked against New England. Bradshaw to Thornton. Well, Thornton scored both touchdowns against the Patriots. He scored both Steeler touchdowns today against Houston.
When the running game is going, you can fake the play action, freeze the linebackers, give yourself a little extra time. And Thornton, in this case, breaking open down the middle, found some extra room. Fine pass by Bradshaw, good catch. 6 points, they'll go for 7.
Matt Barr's try for point. Splits him. And with a timeout in Pittsburgh, exactly 10 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Steelers have built their lead. Pittsburgh 17, Houston nothing.
Bart Starr in a checker jacket, his 5th year as head coach. What a postseason player he was. He hit over 60% of his passes in championship postseason play. And one of his big games was against Hank Stram's Kansas City Chiefs in Super Bowl I.
Please don't remind me, Kurt.
Over the 40 to the 41. I remember doing that game. The late Paul Christman and myself. 2 networks did the game. I won't mention the other one, but CBS was one of them. It was a battle of networks and a battle of the interest, curiosity about the AFL, the NFL. But I remember that first reception by Max McGee behind the hip coming over the middle. A great catch.
And the worst thing about it was he made it look easy.
Yeah. 2nd down, 6 for the Packers. They have just scored a touchdown. They have the ball back again. Looks like a different ball club here in the second half.
Blitz.
Blitz is on him. Whitehurst throws the ball, and it is ruled an incomplete pass. The Saints are arguing that should be intentionally grounding because they think intentionally grounding rule is when you unload the ball to prevent taking a loss.
Well, really, Marty Smith was in the area where he threw the football, and it'll be interesting to see what they call on the play. I don't think it was intentional grounding because Marty Smith was in the area.
Well, it used to be that. I think that whole area is gone, though. And now it's just strictly...
Well, this is strictly a judgment call on the part of the official.
Attack number 21, that's 1st down.
But what happens is that affects his judgment when he sees a player in the area. I'm sure that's a part of his reasoning.
Number 21, interference call on David Gray, and the Packers have a 1st down on their own 46. Here's a deep one. Lofton's down there. He's got it. Out of bounds. They hit him on the 2. James Lofton, the speedster from Stanford, the Rookie of the Year in the NFC last year on offense.
Well, he threw it up there in good shape right up on top of Clarence Chapman. Clarence, I think, took a look into the backfield. See, that's where he got himself in trouble. He got behind him, and the rest is history. It's Green Bay on about the 3-yard line. Here we go again. Whitehurst had plenty of time to throw the football, steps up into the pocket nicely, and delivers the ball downfield. But the big mistake Clarence made was that he looked into the backfield. By the time he turned around, he was lost and didn't have a chance to make a play on the ball.
1st down and 2 yards for a touchdown. The play covered 52 yards. Packers can go ahead if they score. The rollout. Whitehurst keeps going. He's at the 5. He's in. On the bootleg, Whitehurst scores.
He looks like he might have got hurt on the play. Let's see.
He's shaken up, but he's across that goal line, and the Packers have gone ahead as they've scored 2 touchdowns here in the 3rd period after going a game and a half without a score.
I think he's all right. He bounced back in good shape. He took a good shot. He delivered a blow with the shoulder pads. You have to give him a lot of credit. Had he not dropped the shoulder, he never would have had the opportunity to go in for the touchdown. Watch it again. Watch him lower the shoulder coming around the outside.
Like he wants to pass, didn't he?
Yes, watch this now. And Gray comes up, watch it. He lowers the shoulder and knocks Gray right out of bounds. A beautiful shot by Whitehurst, the quarterback.
Eddie Burns will hold. They'll take a quick look at Whitehurst. He's had some shoulder problems. His left shoulder has been a nagging injury to him. He had a repair job done on him. Marco for the point. The kick is up, and Marco's kick is good. And the Packers have rallied with 14 points in the third quarter to lead the Saints. The game looked like it might be a romp for the Saints at the end of the half, but now we've got a ball game here, 14-12 Green Bay.
The sun obscured my view. Now they have 7 seconds to get it off, and they do. Walter Payton on third down. Does he keep their drive alive? He does. Walter Payton got the first down.
The Vikings did what they were supposed to do here. They string it out. They try and string him out, but Walter is so quick when he makes that move up the field. And there's Reeve Sori out in front to throw the key block to kick the defensive back, and Walter just turned it up the field and got enough for the first down.
How many backs in the NFL would have turned that into a first down carry, John?
Not too many. He weighs 205 pounds and says every time he loses a pound or gains a pound, he can feel it when he's running.
It took Rick Caceres 10 years to break or set the all-time Bear rushing record, which Payton will break in a little more than 5 years. Payton carried again, this time for just a couple. He came into the game 227 yards behind Caceres' all-time total, and he will break that record in just about half the time that it took Caceres to set it.
Who knows, he could break it today. He's got over 100 yards. He has averaged over 100 yards every time he plays Minnesota. I think in 8 games he's got, I know it's over 100 yards a game, so he must be pushing 900 in 8 games.
As a matter of fact, prior to today, Payton's career average is fairly close to 100 yards a game. 5,441 career yards in 58 games. Second down and 9, and Dave Williams almost juggled the ball, managed to hold on, and struggled across the 20. Clock moving with 7:45 left in the third. Officially, Payton has carried 14 times for 95 yards, so this will be another 100-yard game for him.
And you don't think this is a big day for Vince Evans? If he does very well and they continue like this, he may be the Chicago Bears starter for next week. Neil Armstrong goes from week to week on who's his #1 quarterback. He says he'll play any one of them, who's ever got the hot hand.
Third down 3, Scott wide right, Richards wide left. Back set up in the eye, and they pitch it back to Walter. Needs 3 yards. Tries to turn back to get them, struggling forward. And I think he's going to be short.
They're claiming a little bit of a fumble down there. Noah Jackson was out front, number 65. He blocked 2 men on that play. Walter could not find any running room, and there was no fumble. It'll be the Bears on another situation where they'll have to punt this time. It's 4th down.
The Packers go in front of the Saints. They're in the third. It's 14-12. Bob Parsons in to kick. Whenever Parsons drops back, you've got to be aware of the possibility of a fake. He's completed 7 out of 9 passes from punt formation in his career. Vikings look like they're prepared to go with a heavy rush. Everybody coming after it. Parsons is hit. Do they throw the flag? Yes. They throw the flag down. The return is academic by Keith Nord. He's cut down quickly, but they ran into Parsons, and the Bears are going to keep the ball. You could tell that they had the big rush coming, John, but it backfired on them.
Yes, he hit him a little bit late, and then Parsons did a job of falling down extra hard from the hit. The official looked like he hesitated for a moment, but I think it's because he couldn't get his hanky out of his pocket in time. Let's hope. He's going to call it on Hannon.
Personal foul, number 45, running into the kicker. First down.
Judge for yourself. There was contact as Parsons is up and exposed with his leg. Here comes Hannon for the hit. Parsons says, I'm going to fall and fall hard, and you've got to call a penalty because he was hit with his legs up in the air, exposed. You're supposed to try and protect the punter. That's the rules, the reason for the rule and the officiating in that manner.
The last 2 minutes of the second quarter and the first 30 seconds of the third quarter have turned this game around. A 7-3 Viking lead has become a 19-7 Chicago advantage.
Here they
Evans
go.
wants it deep again for Scott. And almost. He got a hand on it, but could not hold on.
Nate Allen just can't keep up with James Scott when he gets in full stride. That was a nice pass. Allen did the best he could with it, but Scott had a step or two on him. Pretty soon they're going to start doubling him a little bit more. He's behind him, and the pass was there, but then Nate Allen came up with a good play right at the last second to save. The pass was slightly underthrown, which made the difference. Had that pass caught him in stride about a yard or two further downfield, it would have been 25-7 in favor of Chicago.
In the last 2 minutes of the second quarter, Evans hit Scott for a 56-yard touchdown. First play of the second half, a Ted Brown fumble resulted in a safety. 2 more points for the Bears. Shortly thereafter, Peyton went 43 yards for a score, and suddenly it was 19-7. Dave Williams on the delay gets about 5.
Look at this one. Pittsburgh 17-0 over Houston. Jeff Seaman in there playing more now. He's coming off of a hamstring. He's going out now as the Vikings will go into a semi-prevent defense.
Williams got about 4 yards on that play. 3rd down and 6 from the 33. 5:44 and the clock is moving. We're in the third quarter.
Oh.
Vince Evans, look out for the blitz. They try and bring Peyton around the right side. He eludes a couple. He stays on his feet and out of bounds. First down, Chicago.
The Vikings put the blitz on. Watch Paul Krause on the safety blitz number 22. The play was perfect. It was a Statue of Liberty, and Krause could not quite get there in time as Peyton gets away from his grasp and got enough for the first down. A clutch play by the Chicago Bears. You saw the rest of the blitz as Matt Blair was in there too, but Peyton got the first down. And actually, if I was calling the defense, I would have called that too. I would have put the blitz on him too, but the Bears had the right call against that play.
The 11th Bear first down. That should put Walter Payton beyond 100 yards, and it does. 16 carries for 105. They'll try him again. Left side. And out to midfield. Just your average 8 or 9 yard scamper. Hardly any effort at all.
Boy, he totals them up in a hurry. He watched Noah Jackson, his pulling guard, number 65, and Hannon took a lot of punishment in making this tackle. There's Dave Williams out in front too. Watch 65 and 69, Reeve Sorry. Here's 65 Jackson. He's out in front, and Hannon is there, and there's a big collision, and Hannon had to take down about 500 pounds of beef to make that tackle.
This is the 27th time in Peyton's career that he has gone over the 100-yard mark in a game, and he owns the all-time NFL record of 275 in one contest, and he did that against the Vikings. Dave Williams has the first down. He found the hole blocked up. He took it outside, and more big yardage for the Bears. Penalty markers are down.
They jammed up for Peyton, and it was Williams. Saw the jam up and dipped to the outside. Did a nice job, but there's going to be a penalty against Chicago.
They were hoping for an adequate performance from Williams with Skabinski, Earl, and Harper hurt, but I would say that he's exceeded expectations.
Yes, he has. Let's listen to the call.
Offense, number 83, 37, both in motion. Illegal motion.
Willie McClendon is now in.
And both McClendon and Golden Richards were in motion, says referee Fred Silva. That cost the Bear 5, and it negates the long run by Williams. 2nd down and 6 from the Chicago 45. 3:53 remaining, and a good look at Vince Evans.
Whoa.
Mix up at the snap, and hold on. Jeff Seaman wrapped his arms around Evans. But the whistle blew.
And Matt Blair wrapped his arms around Peyton, saying, hi there, guy. That time they had Scott at the top of your screen, or I should say to the right, and he had a man-for-man situation on John Turner.
Ball start. 2nd down.
So now they push themselves back to the 40, and it's 2nd down and 11. And pretty soon on the Minnesota side, Tommy Kramer's going to have to start thinking about some more fourth quarter heroics. His team trails 19-7. As you can see, Payton has outgained the entire Minnesota team on the ground. Here comes Walter around the end again. Walter breaking into some daylight. And Walter Payton into Minnesota territory before strong safety Tommy Hannon made the tackle.
And the key to that play was number 22, Dave Williams, playing quite a game. Wait till you see the block by the lead back, Dave Williams, number 22. You'll see him downfield. There it is right there. It's to the right of your screen. He's down. He knocked the linebacker, Matt Blair, down, and Payton took off, and Hannon had to make the tackle again as the Chicago Bears are on the move. Here's the ground level action as the Vikings had a little crisscross going, but it was to the wrong side of the play, so Payton had his room. Williams threw his block. McNeil chases. Payton just turns on that burst of speed. Seaman couldn't get there. Finally, it's Hannon who had to make the tackle as the Bears are on the 36-yard line, already leading by a score of 19-7.
Bud Grant with Tommy Kramer sitting on his helmet behind him. Grant watched Kramer engineer a fourth quarter comeback last week against San Francisco. Has to hope for the same here today at Soldier Field. And don't forget, immediately after this game, the finals of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships from Flushing Meadows, New York. Chrissy Everett against Tracy Austin in women's play. Vitas Gerulaitis and John McEnroe for the men's title. Vince Evans dropping back on 1st and 10. Got a man open. James Scott skips out of bounds, stops the clock with 3:04 to play in the third.
Well, they could run that play all day now because Nate Allen is playing off of James Scott, and if they get into a situation where they put the two wide receivers to that side of the field, a lot of times you're going to get a man for man. The only danger there is that when you're on the right hash mark, you got to throw all the way across the field. It makes a long way to go across the field, and it gives the defensive back more chance to react. But now they're on the left hash mark. Let's see what they do with it. You got to figure it's Payton's turn this time.
That's what he's done so far. They got 8 yards on the last play. 2nd and 2 from the 28. Walter Payton for the first down. He just lowered his head and pulled forward for 2 or 3 extra yards.
And he never gets hurt. Never gets hurt.
He's missed only 1 game in his career. That was against the Pittsburgh Steelers a few seasons back.
He has 50 consecutive starts, and I think there's only 1 running back with more starts, and that happens to be Ricky Young, I think, with the Vikings. 54 consecutive starts.
There you see the time left. Inside 2.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. And the Bears looking to increase that 19-7 lead. They're at the 24 of Minnesota. Evans fakes, keeps it himself. He's in trouble. Can he get a pass off? They're going to say he was down right there. That's the new rule this year in the NFL, and we knew that there would be some controversies when they instituted this rule. Johnny, go ahead and explain it.
Well, they're trying to protect the quarterbacks. Remember the injury to Kramer last year when he got thrown on his head? Well, those kinds of injuries have prompted the officials to the NFL to make rule change that if the quarterback is in the grasp of somebody, they're going to blow the whistle for his own protection. And they figured that there's going to be some arguments, but that overall it's going to save quarterbacks from getting hurt, and it will equalize out for everybody's favor. Right there, they figured that Evans was stopped and could do no more, but they were wrong in this particular case. But that's the ruling.
Fred McNeil then gets credit for the sack, and it's a 12-yard loss, 2nd and 22 from the 36. Evans dropping straight back under pressure, lobs one out of there, man wide open, Dave Williams to about the 17 where he loses the football, and Minnesota may have come up with it. It is Viking ball. Williams coughed it up after a good gain, and that's the kind of break the Vikings needed because everything was going the Bears' way.
That's right. The Bears, anything they're doing right now is working. They are really controlling the Minnesota defense. That fumble has to be a break for Minnesota. Let's see if they can take advantage of it.
It was Tommy Hannon who recovered it for the Vikes.
John McKay, head man of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 1st and 10 now. Doug Williams is quarterback. There's his rookie running back, Jerry Eckwood. Got it down there very close to the first down.
I made a nice cut, Lindsey. Ran to daylight off the left side, out of the eye. Got Ricky Bell up front. He's a pretty good man, a good blocker up front. Here it goes, out of the left side now. All he does is just run to daylight here, and Eckwood makes a fine cut. He gets away from the tackle by Ron Fernandez. Finally stopped by Bruce Laird, who's probably the best tackler in that Colts secondary. Here goes Williams over the top. Take a look at the measurement. A little bit short.
Just a little. So it is second down and inches to go at the 44-yard line. Johnny Davis is coming to that backfield now, and Jerry Eckwood has gone out. Usually when Davis comes in, Bell then switches to tailback if they go into an I.
Well, this is a down where you hear so many announcers say he's got a free down here. You can play with it. And Tampa Bay, I don't think, has had a first down so far. If I was Doug Williams, I'd get that first down right here. Got to get something started.
It's going to be Johnny Davis in the right set and Ricky Bell in the left set. Quarterback sneak, and it's a 1st and 10 as Doug Williams picked it up. Got it just inside the 45-yard line.
Morris Owens checks back in.
Davis stays in. Along with Ricky Bell. Williams out to Davis at the 50, 45. Down the sideline. Almost ran up the back of Morris Owens. Going to be marked out of bounds at the 37-yard line.
Johnny Davis and Doug Williams really looked it over well that time. He had Davis in the right flat wide open, heading upfield, Lindsey, and he led him perfectly. 25-yard pickup down the right sidelines for Johnny Davis. He beats Bruce Laird right there. You're not going to arm tackle that young man, although he did trip him up. Big, strong, 2-year man out of Alabama, 236 pounds. They got some big backs.
Eckwood is back in. He's the tailback behind Davis in this I formation. Ricky Bell is out of the ball game, and Eckwood has it. Pass to the 30-yard line. Or maybe the 31.
Jerry Eckwood saved. Orbis on the stop.
Prowse on Orbis made the stop.
David Whitehurst, the quarterback for the Packers, scored on a quarterback sneak from 2 yards out. The Packers now in front of the Saints 14-12 third quarter. Manning's thrown a touchdown pass in that one. 2 Tony Galbraith field goals. Pittsburgh, kind of surprising, I guess, Lindsey. They didn't think they'd have that easy a time with Houston to keep the great Earl Campbell off the board, 17-0.
Bell and Wood, Bell and Davis, and that's Ricky Bell out in the left flat. Down the sideline, and Ricky Bell gets it inside the 10-yard line where it's 1st and goal to go for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Good execution on his screen and good hard running by the former All-American out of USC, Ricky Bell. And you get that 230 pounds headed upfield, Lindsey, he can hurt some people. Look at that quick pass and a good block by the guard. I didn't get his number. But here comes 42 Ricky Bell, and he could punish a defensive back right there. Finally tackled by Dwight Harrison.
1st down and goal to go at the 7-yard line. Eckwood is back in. He's the tailback. Eckwood trying to keep his balance, but could not quite get to the goal line.
He would have scored, Lindsey. He made a good move keeping his balance. Could have just held it for a little bit longer. He would have gone in for the score. Here's a ground level shot. Here's your guard pulling out, Greg Roberts. He knocks Bruce Laird to the outside, and a good cut by Jerry Eckwood. He loses his balance, but he picked up 5 after he lost his balance.
Now Ricky Bell has come back in there. Eckwood has gone out, so it is Davis and Ricky Bell. Bell is the tailback in the I formation. Bell, touchdown. Ricky Bell took it in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So it is 17-6 for the conversion attempt coming now. for the Bucks. And Ricky Bell, Johnny Davis is in front. They move Mike Barnes to the inside, and a big hole opened up outside of the right end, right defensive end, as Ricky Bell goes in behind the good blocking of Charlie Hanna.
Neil O'Donohue now will attempt the conversion. Tom Blanchard is holding for him. Attempt is no good. It is blocked by Mike Barnes. Mike Barnes got a hand on it, so as they come back up this time, it is 17-6. As you look at it, we have 10:39 left to play in the first half.
It took Bradshaw just a minute 38 seconds to get 7 more. 5 plays, 45 yards. He hits Thornton 16 yards. Same play that was successful against the Patriots Monday night. Matt Barr's kick is short. Taken by the up-back Tim Wilson at the 18, the 20. And Wilson from the University of Maryland gets it to the 30, maybe the 31-yard line.
Kickoffs really are a function of kickoff coverage, a function of hang time and acceleration by the on-rushing defenders. And although Barr does not kick that ball deep, hangs it very, very high, gives people time to get downfield, and he won't have that many returns.
The Oilers, and for them, this is good field position at the 31. Pastorini, battered quarterback, but the veteran from Santa Clara still in there. Both wide receivers to the left, Burrow and Johnson. Johnson in the slot. Fake to Campbell inside. Under pressure again. Tried to hit Campbell, but the black jerseys were closer to the ball. Cole and Lambert.
Play action passing really not very effective when a defense knows that you have to throw the ball. And now with 17 points on the board, a lot of pressure on the offense for Houston. I'm not so sure that that was a wise call under those conditions.
Well, Chuck Knox's Buffaloes are back in front in the third quarter, 17-10. Roland Hook scoring on a 3-yard run. Buffalo leads Cincinnati. Bills looking for their first win. Cincinnati the same. Pastorini down the middle, intercepted by Wagner. 35-30, and the veteran Mike Wagner gives the Steelers the ball at the 28-yard line. Ed Fisher finally stopped him, and for Wagner, his 27th career interception.
Well, if you had to wonder why these Pittsburgh Steelers are the only team to win 3 Super Bowls, it's because of plays like this. Tremendous pressure on Pastorini. Has to unload before he gets decked there by Joe Green. Wagner reads the play beautifully, steps right in front of the receiver, and then breaks hard down the sideline. Mel Blount chugging double O as he comes off the line, and right there, that's just picture-perfect defensive play by Mike Wagner.
Back to live action. Bradshaw throwing on first down for Stallworth, and almost intercepted. Good coverage by Greg Stemrick, one-on-one against John Stallworth in the end zone.
Stallworth talking down there to the officials. There was some bumping going on, but an equal contest of bumping both offensive and defensively. There's Bradshaw unloading the ball. He has time to get it off. Watching the corner of your screen right there. Both offensive man and defensive end fighting for position. Stemrick got the best position. Stallworth acting as a defender then, trying to strip the ball.
Here it is again. And Stemrick just denied the interception in the end zone. So the Steelers still alive, 2nd and 10 at their own 28-yard line. They're at the Houston 28. Blitz on, and Harris right through that blitz to the 25-yard line. Gain of 3. It's 3rd and 7 for Pittsburgh. Steelers leading 17-0. We have 9 minutes 15 seconds left in the third quarter. And as Franco Harris goes back to the huddle, Merlin, a good time perhaps to point out once again how unique this Pittsburgh football team is. 45 players, not one of them has played it down with another NFL team.
I think one of the things that makes that special is that Chuck Noll and his staff can ask things of this team offensively and defensively that other coaches might be afraid to ask. Who are they going to compare things with? say they don't do it this way in Washington or St. Louis or San Diego. They just don't know.
There wasn't anyone near that Bradshaw pass as he unloaded it, but did not draw a flag, as 54 Greg Bingham had a beat on Bradshaw.
We'll see about the field goal kicking. Barr goes onto the field. No, Colquitt. They've got Colquitt out there rather than Barr.
They're going to punt, and Drogan has hit another touchdown pass. He has 5 today, and that is very much like the game we had last year in New England when they smothered the Jets. The Jets came back to have their own taste of victory, but it's all New England again today. A 42-yarder by Barr is no good. Just missed to the left. So Barr, who connected on a 45-yard attempt in the first half, denied on that long try.
We saw Colquitt out there and thought for a second it was a punt, but Colquitt, of course, is the holder for Barr on the field goal team. Did a good job of getting that down, and Barr had plenty of range on that one. Dick, just for a second, let's talk about the unique nature of this Pittsburgh team. One of the other things that makes them special is the kind of talent that they have and the apprentice system that they use here. Bring young men in, and they don't get a chance to play for a while. They have to earn the right to get in there. And once they do, they'll get some playing time, and that's certainly proved very valuable as they've had people go down to injuries here in this game.
Pastorini on first down, trailing 17-0. Almost intercepted by Jack Ham, the omnipresent linebacker who leads all active NFL linebackers with 26 interceptions. The flag is down.
It's like a holding penalty on the offensive line. And that's what happens when you have to buy some time for a quarterback.
And meanwhile, he has such great temperament. And yesterday he was the last one to leave the stadium looking at films of the Oilers. Quite a student of the game.
We have holding number 60, offense.
Ed Fisher tagged with a call as he's trying to work head-to-head with Joe Green. Not an enviable assignment. Even though he's aged a bit, Mean Joe can still get after you pretty good.
Pastorini in the hole again inside his 15-yard line. First and 20. Going long for White Shoes Johnson, but Mel Blount had him boxed in along the sidelines. Later today, NBC presents the second half of our doubleheader. Oakland at San Diego. Miami Dolphins still the only team that has gone throughout this entire young 79 season, preseason and regular season, without a loss, hosting the Seahawks of Seattle. The Browns, with their dramatic overtime win at New York, take on a Kansas City team, and the Chiefs threw a big 0 at Baltimore last week, and they've been working on the defense out there in Kansas City, and we'll see how the Browns are able to challenge the Chiefs. That's all following this action from Pittsburgh on NBC. Second and 20 for Pastorini. In trouble. Green can't get him. Taves blocks it. Intercepted by Banaszak. Taves deflected it, and John Banaszak from Eastern Michigan, a free agent in '75, has one of those glorious moments for a lineman.
Every lineman dreams about his opportunity to snag that football. On that particular occasion, Pastorini has not yet gotten up from the field as he was tagged pretty good on that play. Banaszak alertly around the ball. You see Bum Phillips is concerned for his quarterback. Obviously not just worried about what is happening in this game, but certainly terribly concerned about the man who had led them into the playoffs last year, Dan Pastorini.
I think as he threw that ball, Taves got a piece of the hand and arm. Gifford Nielsen, the backup quarterback, the young man from BYU, now warming up. And at this point, you have injury or not, you almost feel that Pastorini, who is hardly nimble with all his various injuries, might be coming out for a change to Nielsen. We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
This is Channel 11, WIIC TV, Pittsburgh.
Let's see if we can discern what happened to Pastorini as he had that ball deflected by Lauren Taves and intercepted by Banaszak. Steelers Bradshaw out on the field commiserating with Pastorini and his teammates. They all have great respect for an outstanding athlete, and no one in this game relishes this situation where they see a fallen foe.
Watch Pastorini as he scrambles away from Joe Green. Taves running stride for stride with him. Pastorini off balance here as he steps back, tries to unload that football. Taves going for the football, catches him as his shoulder rolls away. Looks like he may possibly have done something to his shoulder. What a terrible position to put yourself in, with your body rolling one way and your arm going the other. Let's hope that there's not a serious problem with Pastorini's throwing arm.
Well, that's an unusual picture. In the middle of a game, a man is injured, and Mike Barber and Terry Bradshaw going over the hitters.
While we have a second, Dick, we gave you a good look at Leon Gray earlier and talked about the trade, the shocking trade that brought him to Houston from New England. Had a chance to ask him this morning if he had any inkling that that was going to happen. And of course, that's one of the facts of life that professional athletes have to deal with, that they can be traded on the whim or the decision of a general manager, an owner. He said no. He said, in fact, we talk about the highs and lows of the game. He said, I'd left training camp and gone home. My wife had gone into labor, and we had a baby born to us at 6:30 in the morning. And he said, I called the coach, Ron Earhart, just on top of the world, and said, Coach, I got great news for you. We just had our baby and things are going well. And the coach said, I've got news for you too, and told him at that point that he'd been traded to the Houston Oilers. And he said it took a while to soak in, but still doesn't know why. But that's putting them right together, isn't it?
That's really riding the emotional elevator from the penthouse right down to the basement. Now, Pastorini, the applause from the people across the way indicating that certainly is conscious, but obviously in considerable pain, and they're going to cart Pastorini back into the clubhouse. Well, he has so many injuries, and the way he's holding that side could either be the shoulder or the ribs, and obviously is through for this day, and hopefully
let's hope that it's not a serious problem. I'm sure that they're not taking any chances, and we'll try and get you some news on his condition as soon as we can. They say it is his right shoulder, and as you got a chance to look at it here, watch him now as he rotates away to deliver the ball, and then turns his body back on the delivery, but can't bring the arm back because it's pinned right there. As Taves goes after the ball, his shoulder follows through, but can't bring the arm with it.
Meanwhile, Greg Hawthorne on his first rush as a pro has scored from 9 yards out. Well, Greg Hawthorne, the #1 pick from Baylor, off his own left side.
We're very excited about the potential of this young man, and he gives you no reason to challenge that as he goes easily into the end zone. Excellent blocking. Looked like he was going half speed and just trotted right in for the 6 points.
You can imagine the emotional letdown of the Oilers after seeing their quarterback carried off the field, and the Steelers immediately punch in the touchdown, tack on the extra point, and we have a timeout. 8 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the third quarter at Three River Stadium, where the Steelers have opened a 24-0 lead.
There's Phil Simms, number 11, the #1 draft pick of the Giants, along with Randy Dean, the backup quarterback out of Northwestern.
You know that O.J. Anderson and Alexander were both available when the Giants took Simms?
Here we go on the first running play from the 9-yard line. Brian Kelly making the tackle on Anderson. Bud Wilkinson, Dwayne Putnam, who last year was the offensive line coach for the Philadelphia Eagles.
There's Anderson. He was actually selected after the Giants took Simms. Now, Simms is going to wait a year or so, but doesn't it make your team that's playing now feel like they're expendable? Well, go ahead, you guys, and fill in for a year or so, and we'll catch you later.
Second down, 8, a pickup of 2 by Anderson. Again, Dwayne Morris, he comes out of there to the 25, 26, 27-yard line. Brad Van Pelt eventually caught up with him. Morris, kind of cat quick, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, well, you're from behind the Giant defense. Let's watch the blocking now. Bob Young to the right, straightens up, takes McCoy outside. That's a real battle. Carson gets sort of stripped as somebody was glued on his back. And I'll tell you, I like Wayne Morris. He's a very fine football player. Not too exciting, but steady.
Very, very steady. He had 123 yards against Washington last year. The only man to go over 100 yards for St. Louis all year long. And right now, St. Louis is mixed up, and they're going to have to call for a timeout. Little mix-up in there, and so with 8:21 to go in the third quarter, Jim Hart uses his first timeout. We come back, it'll be a first down.
Welcome back to the Pontiac Silverdome. Frank Lieber along with Sonny Jurgensen. And as I recall, the Redskins were in front last week against the Oilers as we head into the last period.
They don't want the same thing to happen, I can tell you that. That's why you see their starters still on the football field.
Well, we have a little more comfortable cushion right now, leading by a score of 24-3 as we go back to work. Third down and a yard for the Lions at the 31-yard line. And again, the Redskins jam them up pretty good at the line of scrimmage, but they didn't need that much, and they picked up the first down.
Where Don Hover stuck him right as he went up in the air to try to pick up the first down. He met him, but they didn't have but a couple of inches to go for it, and they picked it up.
Bart Starr said we have to get reckless. We have to play with abandon. We didn't do it against the Bears. They didn't do it in the first half here. And finally, the one play that has turned this game around, the opening kickoff of the second half, a daring onside kick recovered by Green Bay. And now from that onside kick, they've taken the lead, 14-12. So the strategy was reckless as they came out, and the team is playing with that kind of a reckless.
They came out with the idea of making something happen. They did on the onside kick. Now it's a good football game.
All right, it's short. Fielded on the 20-yard line, up to the 30. We've had very short kickoffs in this game. Up to the 35-yard line is Jack Holmes, number 45 of Texas Southern. But remember, the Saints can strike from any place in the field. So we should have a roaring finish to this one next Sunday. First game, regional. The Lions and the Jets. Philadelphia's at New Orleans. Tampa Bay against Green Bay. And San Francisco versus Los Angeles. The second game, Chicago, Dallas, the 4 o'clock game.
New Orleans has to be aggressive on offense. They've got to go after him just like they did in the first half to move the football and get back in this football game.
Archie Manning.
There he goes, roll out.
Rolling out, looking. He's hit, and he is decked, and he throws the ball to his tight end, Childs, for a loss. No wonder he didn't get that one intercepted. Mike Douglas hit him. That ball was a floating duck just hanging up there behind the line of scrimmage for somebody to grab off.
There was a play-action screen to the tight end. The tight end went down and blocked. Watch him. And then he comes back to the other side. Archie's going to throw the ball back. He didn't have a chance. With a pursuit like it was, Henry Childs made the reception, and they lose some yardage on the play.
Buffalo leads the Bengals 17-10 in the third period. Bengals may be off to another staggering start like they did last year. Second down, 13 for New Orleans.
I don't know why he doesn't just throw the ball in front of those defensive backs.
There he did to Wes Chandler. That's his 8th catch, and he's out of bounds. He's out of bounds on his 37-yard line. And Chandler did that 7 times in the first half.
But he ought to do that on first down because he still has all the room in the world on the outside. Sometimes if you're not careful, you're successful doing something and you think, well, because we've been so successful, we'll do something else instead of doing it until they stop it. He can do that anytime he wants to on first down especially.
They have a third down and 8. Weaver and Hunt go out.
The middle is wide open. The middle is wide open. There it is. Intercepted.
And it's intercepted at the 45 for Green Bay. That's intercepted by Mike Douglas, who's playing a tremendous game here today, number 53. And that was quite a catch. He caught it just before it hit the turf. The Packers have the ball. The first turnover for the Saints.
The middle was wide open. The safety man was very deep. Look at all the room in the middle area. Marshall gets a little pressure, threw the ball behind Tony Galbraith, and Mike Douglas really did a fantastic job of intercepting that ball.
3rd and 5 from the 28-yard line. Arch will get in trouble. And at the 32-yard line, he goes down. That was Ray Oldham, a former Baltimore Colt and most recently Pittsburgh Steeler drop. Gary Jeter putting on good pressure.
He got a sack last week against Jaworski, number 25. He usually comes from the outside on this. See if you can pick him up. Here he comes around the corner, and he gets in on it. Jeter making some of the play, too.
And now we're going to have a 49-yard field goal attempt by Mike Wood, who attempted a 60-yarder and just missed it. We have a man short. Bob Young comes into the picture. A little late in getting there. They have 8 seconds to get this up before the delay of game. 49-yard attempt. Worley holding. The kick by Wood is on the way, and it's going to veer to the left. Wood not able to connect. Wood coming into this game and attempted only 1 in the regular season of play, and that was a 60-yarder of a week ago. And so the Giants are able to keep the Cardinals from capitalizing on the drive. We'll be back in a moment.
Leotis Harris is in for blocking power. First and goal for the Packers. They've already scored 2 touchdowns in the third period. And the New Orleans defense now is getting porous the way it was against Atlanta.
Looks like they might go right outside. No, they're going left.
And there's a hit. Great charge there.
Tommy Myers made a great hit.
Myers came up in that safety position to stop that play. They're going to spot the ball on a 4-yard line of New Orleans at the loss of a yard. Second down, 4 to go for a Green Bay touchdown.
Here you see Tommy Myers break into the seam and really makes a great hit. The running advantage that time, Kurt, was really to the right. They had a wingback over there. I thought they would run to the right. That was the weak spot, but they went to the strength.
Second down, 4 to go for a Packer touchdown. Atkins makes a yard. He's to the 3-yard line of New Orleans. Brings up a 3rd and 3 for Green Bay for a touchdown.
No, that was a trap play and a well played by Derlin Moore again, number 74. And also Joe Fetterspiel, number 58.
Tampa Bay at Baltimore. 2-yard run by Ricky Bell. The point was blocked. It's Baltimore 17, Tampa Bay 6 in the second period. 10.5 to go. Bart Starr. He's seen his team explode finally on offense. 3rd and 3 for a touchdown. Lofton in motion. Atkins.
Here they go right.
Atkins is over for the score. They had it out there.
Yeah, they had that on the 2 preceding plays and went the other way. They finally came back to it, and he was wide open around the outside.
Hey, the Packers may have found themselves a running back in this rookie.
They sure have. He's an outstanding looking back. Alex Price, 75, is trying to get him and couldn't overtake him, and he goes in for the touchdown. A great looking play by the Green Bay Packers.
3 touchdowns for the Packers after being stopped cold, almost listless in offense in the first half. And Atkins has scored, and he has been a spark plug here in this third quarter. That's his first professional touchdown. He scored many at the University of Maryland. Marco for the point. Only kicker left that was in the league in 1972. And it's up, and the kick hits the upright. Is no good. Marco was decked on that charge.
There it is. David Gray, the right cornerback, gave him a little massage that time with the elbow. An official didn't see it.
That drive of the Packers, 44 yards and 7 plays. They have a 20-12 lead. Hank, here it is.
Watch it again. Watch David Gray give him a shot right in the smush. Now he hits him low. He hits him right in the shoulder pads.
The smush is the chest. In translation from Hank Stram. Marco's all right. He's up. They had a flag down, I believe. I think a flag was thrown on this play. Marco's kick hit the right upright. They're going to bring this back. I think the penalty's going against the Saints.
Oh, they did see it then. Yeah, they're going to give him another shot, evidently.
Now they're conferring. Let's get it. Hello.
A little tap. The worst thing about that was, if you're going to hit somebody, you better give him a good shot. That wasn't a very good shot, Kurt.
All right, let's listen.
Number 21 defense, run into the kicker.
David Gray for running into the kicker. There's 2 penalties, really, running into the kicker and roughing the kicker.
Fishers were right on top of that play.
Well, Marco gets another chance for the extra point. Everything's gone Green Bay's way here in the third period on the penalty. That kick is up, and he has that one. So it's a 21-point third quarter for the Packers. And their lead now is 9. Green Bay 21, New Orleans 12.
All right, you've been here a time or two. 3rd and goal to go from the 3-yard line going in. To call this one for me.
Well, you're not gonna kick a field goal here. So there are a lot of alternatives. I don't know what their game plan was going in, but you're gonna go for it on 4th down. So you got a lot of choices.
Gaines and Robinson in the backfield. It is Robinson down to the goal line and over. Touchdown, Detroit. Bo Robinson scores his first NFL touchdown.
Knowing that they were going to go on 4th down if they didn't make it here, the run was the safest thing they could do. Robinson, that's why they started this young man from West Texas State, and he gets in for his first NFL touchdown.
Nose for the goal line on that particular play. Benny Ricardo to try the extra point with Swider, the punter, the hold. You know how many of these soccer kickers have number 1 on their jerseys? Herrera, Septien, Ricardo. Extra point try is good, and with 13 minutes and 28 seconds left to play in the game, the Redskins lead has been trimmed to 24-10.
Was he open? Look, Ma, nobody around. He's got the ball, takes off, and then he's going to be hit by John Turner, number 27, and he'll hit the ball on the tackle there, and the ball squirts out, and Hannon was there for the recovery. Williams was hurt on the play, but he appears to be okay. He's over on the sidelines. But more importantly for Minnesota, the Vikings have the ball.
Tommy Kramer has not had very good field position to work with most of the afternoon. The Vikes have mounted 1 touchdown drive. They trail 19-7. Kramer to the air with his first down throw, and Rashad steps out of bounds after making the catch. Who is New England ever putting it on the Jets? 42-3.
Oh, boy.
Washington leads Detroit at the Silverdome 27-24, rather 10. They're in the 4th. And Tampa Bay comes back with 6 points after trailing 17-0, but they're still behind Baltimore 17-6. That game not yet to halftime. They'll measure for the first down here.
There's 1 minute and 38 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. So time is not a real big factor yet, but the Vikings obviously have to score more than a touchdown and a field goal. They got to score at least 2 touchdowns or a touchdown and 2 field goals.
And that safety right at the start of the 3rd quarter could become a very important factor as we come down to the wire. They barely got the first down, as you saw. Now they're at the 27, 1st and 10. There's Ahmad Rashad coming out of the backfield and going in motion to the right side. And Kramer finds Rashad, who breaks away from some tacklers, but then slips down at about the 42.
That time the Vikings came up with a real smart play. They put him in motion, and the way the Bears had made their defense, Doug Plank, the strong safety, was going to have to cover Ahmad Rashad, and that is a mismatch because Plank is used to covering tight ends or being a free man. Actually, they ran the out pattern, and it was a good pass, but he could have run right straight on down the field. Then he puts on his little nifty move, gets away from Tom Hicks, and gets another first down for Minnesota. They'll try something like that more often, probably.
Speaking of the tight ends, I don't think we've seen a pass thrown in the direction of the tight end for either club today. Cobb, Mata, Tucker, Voigt, none of them has figured on a pass catch so far this afternoon. Robert Miller found the going very tough against the Bear defense that time. We move inside 40 seconds to play in quarter number 3. A loss of 4 on the play, and Green Bay has increased their lead over New Orleans in the 3rd quarter to 21-12.
Green Bay's ahead 21-12. Was that?
That's right.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's ahead, and now Pittsburgh's ahead 24-0 over Houston, and Tommy Hart is in there at defensive end for the Bears, number 53. He was in on that last play, playing now in place of Dan Hampton.
Tommy Kramer has completed 6 of 10 passes for 85 yards. 4 of the 6 he's completed have been caught by Ahmad Rashad, and this one drops incomplete. Doug Cunningham was out there, and so was Rashad. Rashad 28, Cunningham 89.
And Virgil Livers had the best cartwheel I have seen in many, many years. Here comes the blitz. Excuse me. Gary Campbell, Bruce Herron, number 51. Kramer comes forward. Now watch Virgil Livers. He's woo! Ooh. And here's Rashad, who was open, but the pass was high, and Virgil went up to get it and took a little ride.
All right, it's 3rd down and 14 from the 37 with 4 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. Kramer in trouble, and the 3rd quarter ends with an Alan Page sack of Tommy Kramer.
Alan Page. Let's take a look at Page. He goes to the right of your screen. Steve Riley on the blocking there. He just muscles by. Riley, number 78, makes the sack.
That's the end of the 3rd quarter with the score. The Bears 19 and the Vikings 7. And we now pause for a word from your local station.
2nd down 8. Carpenter. That's Gary Dunn.
Gary
made the
Dunn.
stop.
Gary Dunn, the hero of last week's game, with 3 sacks against New England. And just looking across that defensive line, none of the original steel curtain in there. Dwight White, Salad there, Joe Green, L.C. Greenwood, Ernie Holmes, of course, long gone.
That was Beasley 65, Dunn 67 made the play, and that's the end of the 3rd quarter at Three River Stadium, where the sellout crowd enjoying the home team advantage.
Let's get some scores here. Grogan, the guy that can't pass, that just hit his 5th touchdown pass of the game. 28-yarder to Harold Jackson, who's caught 3 long ones in the game, and it is now New England 42, the Jets 3. Washington and Detroit, the Lions have scored. Bo Robinson, 22-yard run. It is now 24-10, the Redskins in the 4th period. And here's a kickoff. We got a long ways to go in this one. 1.5 minutes to go in the 3rd period.
And this game's a long way from being over, Kurt.
It is.
A lot of fireworks left.
Back is number 84, Rich Motti, the inspirational leader of the special teams for the Saints. I want to talk to Hank about the Green Bay defense in a minute. What's happened? Why can't New Orleans move it here in this half the way they did in the 1st half? Motti backpedals, fumbles the ball. Halfter comes out. He's to the 5, to the 10. He gets out to the 15, over the 20, and out to the 23, 24-yard line where Jim Gano takes him down from Tulane right out of New Orleans. Probably was a Saint fan when he was in college.
No question about that, and they like him very much here, and he's doing a good job for the Green Bay Packers.
All right, Henry, what's Green Bay done differently on defense to stop the Saints' offensive spark?
All they're doing really right now, they're controlling the line of scrimmage much better than they did in the 1st half. The 1st half they were catching. Now they're getting penetration, reacting, playing with a lot of animation, a lot of enthusiasm, and the New Orleans team just has to stay with what they know they can do and execute. They just haven't. They've been kind of listless so far. They look like they were a little stunned with the onside kick, and they kind of haven't recovered from that early drive. They have to do something right here.
No doubt about it. That onside kick to open the 2nd half has been the play of the game. The Saints ball on their 24 with a 1st down. Manning goes to work.
Tight end is open.
There he is. Childs has it. Good call, Hank. It's on the 44-yard line. Estes Hood, the cornerback. Mike Hunt, the middle linebacker, pinched him there, but too late.
That's all he has to do. They've got good protection that time. They can throw the ball any way they want to. Watch Henry Childs. Fakes inside, breaks outside, is wide open. Archie puts it right on the numbers, and it's a 1st and 10 for the New Orleans team. One thing they have to concern themselves with, however, is that their place kick, their field goal situation. That could be the deciding factor in this football game.
45 seconds remaining in the 3rd period. Saints ball on their 44 with a 1st down.
He ought to come right back and throw on 1st down to one of these outside receivers. Here he is.
Going to Chandler. Chandler had not quite turned, and the ball was thrown the other way to him. He was trying to peel back to his left, and the ball was thrown to the opposite direction. 2nd down, 10.
But he shouldn't stop doing that, because anytime he does it, the guy's wide open. He just ought to stay with it, especially on 1st down. You get a good chunk.
Chandler's caught 8 passes today, 7 in the 1st half. Mostly of that variety, those little sideline outs in front of the lagging back. Now the Lions have come back to make it 24-17 in the 4th period. Watch it.
Woodruff is wide open in the left
Boy,
flat.
he is. There he is at the 50s, at the 45, and he's down at the 40-yard line. A first down for the Saints. Mike McCoy hitting there, the right cornerback.
The big thing, though, the Saints must. There's a flag down on the play, it looks like. And it looks like it's against the Saints. Looks like it might be a holding penalty. It's a tough break for the New Orleans Saints. But the big thing with New Orleans, they moved the ball up and down the field, but they haven't made touchdowns. That's what they have to do. They have to take advantage of their scoring opportunities. Here we go.
Offense, number 65.
That holding is on number 65, Robert Woods, the right tackle. That spots the ball back to their 34. They have a second down and 20. The score is 21-12. Green Bay, 24 seconds in the third period. 9 penalties for the Saints, just 3 for the Packers.
Let's look for the back. Let's look for the tight end or one of the backs this time if Archie throws. There's the tight end.
He's open again, right down the middle, and he stopped very close to the first down in Green Bay territory. In the Green Bay 47, Johnny Gray, the free safety, belted him there, but Childs, the tight end, is getting open. And that's...
Here he is again. He's got to be open with the way the coverage was, Kurt. He throws the ball right down the middle, and Archie reads defenses so well. Look at the middle, wide open. The safety man is so deep that there's no chance in the world for him to make any kind of a play on that kind of a pattern. Johnny Gray that time was a free safety, was way deep.
They're going to measure with 2 seconds to go in the third quarter. Now they'll stretch that chain out.
Looks like they made the first down, Kurt.
Stretch it out, boys. Well, I don't think so.
No, they didn't. By an inch, it looks like.
There he is, an inch to go. It is on the 46-yard line of Green Bay. A holding penalty set the Saints back, but Manning recovers by hitting his tight end down the middle. And that's the gun. The end of the third quarter with a score. The Green Bay Packers 21, the New Orleans Saints 12. We now pause for a word from your local station.
Brand new season on the CBS Sports Spectacular gets underway next Saturday with the big fight from Houston, the Italian Grand Prix, and the U.S. Amateur Roller Skating Championships. Ricardo ready to kick off. Interesting to see now if the Lions defense can hold the Redskins. They can move back into this ball game. High kick and very short. Harris fields it at the 16-yard line. He's up to the 20-yard line, and we got penalty markers all over the play. Harris still on his feet and finally dropped back at the 17. Do you care to venture a guess?
Oh, he was clipping. It was clipping real early. The official had trouble getting his flag out. I tell you, that line defense should be all fired up now because they'd like to force another turnover and see if they can't get back in this ball game.
And the Redskins, with a lot of young football players, may be thinking now back to last week, hey, we were ahead 2 touchdowns in the last quarter against Houston. Could it be happening again?
And they're starting inside of that 10-yard line.
Personal foul, clipping, number 51 on the run back. First down.
Monty Coleman guilty of the clip. What the Redskins want to do here is be careful, have a good drive, eat up some time on the clock. Don't make any mistakes. Don't beat yourself.
Won't turn it over. Malone and Riggins, the setbacks behind Theismann. Line crowd getting noisy. Riggins trying to get outside.
He fumbles.
Back, fumbles the ball. Who's got it? Detroit recovers at the 13-yard line.
It looks like a replica of last week. John Riggins did the same thing against the Oilers. The same thing happened. The exact type of play. Riggins got the ball. See what happens. He loses it. Had it in his left hand. The ball is loose. The Lions come up with it. First and 10 on about the 12-yard line. Take a look at it again. See what happens to the football.
Al Baker, number 60, winds up at the bottom of the pile on top of the football. He made the fumble recovery, and things are getting interesting now here in Pontiac, Michigan. The Lions with a first down at the Redskin 12-yard line. Touchdown here closes it to 24-17, and still lots of time left. The rookie, Jeff Comlow, at the command, comes out throwing on first down and throws it away.
And boy, did he make a good play in throwing that thing away.
Leonard Thompson, number 39, was the intended receiver. Parrish was back there with him.
I don't understand the call, Frank. You're going after one of the best single coverage people in the league in Lamar Parrish, and they went right to the strength of the Redskin defense.
That's the second straight series now they've thrown on first down.
Yes. Wanted to get one in a hurry.
Luther Blue, number 89, in the Detroit lineup. 2nd and 10 to go from the 12-yard line. Kane to the 5. Kane in for the touchdown.
Look out. Boy, did they get some blocking. Excellent blocking here. Watch this. Kane cuts back. Homer Elias made the block that sprung him loose. Watch your left guard. Homer Elias, number 61, going out, throwing a block right here. Just cuts back in, gets in for the touchdown.
Kane goes in, standing up from 12 yards away. Ricardo with the extra point try. And the Lions have their second touchdown and 14 points in a period of 1 minute. 12:56 still left here in Pontiac, Michigan. Redskins lead now trimmed to 24-17.
3 straight touchdowns by the Green Bay Packers have put them in front, 21-12 in the third quarter. And you Tampa Bay fans, you'll be seeing the Green Bay Packers next week.
1st and 10 at the 48-yard line. Doug Williams guns one. At the 25-yard line, taken by Dwight Harrison. Harrison is back up across the 30 to the 31-yard line, and the Baltimore Colts get it.
Let's check out the penalty.
Yes, there is a penalty to be checked out.
And one of the Colts just throwing the football down, number 28. It's going to be holding against Baltimore. What a turnaround. An automatic first down, offensive holding.
Cal Laporte checking for the line of scrimmage.
He's not going to rush anything, is he? He's very relaxed out there. I like that.
Cal's been around a while. He's been in a few of these. There it is.
Holding 5-4 defense, first down.
That's Sanders Shiver, one of the linebackers. So a big break for Tampa Bay here. Keeps this drive alive.
At the Baltimore 47-yard line. Owens to the right side, Higgins left for Doug Williams. Penalty marker. Ricky Bell has the ball. And he goes out at the 27-yard line, but there's a marker. Fred Cook ran him out.
Oh, a lot of penalties in the first half here. Good blocking on the right side. Ricky Bell had some running room.
Apparently it's against Baltimore, and it is.
Well, they picked up about 20 yards on that skirt around the right side.
Ball is spotted squarely at the 27-yard line.
Offside, left tackle defense, first down.
Well, the left tackle, if he's got him right, that's Mike Barnes, number 63. But it was, I think it's Fred Cook.
I think you're right.
They called him left tackle, but it's a left defensive end for Baltimore. It was offsides. Naturally, they took the play.
1st and 10. Tampa at the 27-yard line. Eckwood. And the rookie picks his way to the 24. Fred Cook made the stop. Again, a 3 to make it 2nd down and 7. We have 8.5 minutes remaining in the first half.
Buffalo's put 7 more points on the board. A 29-yard interception by Lucius Sanford, formerly of Georgia Tech. He's a great linebacker. You're seeing some good linebackers in this football game. Stan White, number 53 there, the right linebacker for the Colts, had 8 interceptions in 75. That's an NFL record. And David Lewis for Tampa Bay is not bad.
Obradovich is in the ball game, and incomplete intended, way downfield for Jimmy Giles.
Bradovich caught a touchdown pass last week against Detroit. That's Jimmy Giles, number 88. Flag on the play again.
Well, the four marking this one off.
Now, first quarter, all the penalties, most of them were against the Colts. In the second quarter, they've turned it around.
Personal foul, roughing a passer, 88. Defense, first down.
That's Herb Arvis. Makes it first down and 10 yards to go, and the ball is at the 12-yard line of Baltimore in possession of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
This year, as soon as that quarterback starts to release the football, you better lay off of him. It's going to be roughing the passer. They're really out to protect him now.
Bell and Eckwood. Ricky Bell cuts back. Got just inside the 10-yard line. As Lyle Blackwood brought him down. Took up about 3 to make it 2nd and 7 at the 9.
Good pitch out, and Lindsey, it's very seldom you see a fullback who can demonstrate this play. Usually they don't have enough speed. Ricky Bell does. Quick pitch to the left side, picked up 3 or 4.
Well, many football players tend to put on weight and get heavier. Ricky Bell hasn't. Ricky Bell was weighed earlier this year, this spring, at 211. 2nd and 7 at the 9-yard line.
Yeah, he could carry 225 easily, I think, in his frame.
Well, he did for a good while. Touchdown!
Look at that release.
It was really gunned in there to Isaac Higgins.
Beautiful pitch.
Isaac Higgins of Southern University, as Doug Williams has thrown a TD pass.
And I tell you, Tampa Bay, you can't count this team out. They're young. They've got a lot of explosive people. They've got some skill. Isaac Higgins, who can really fly. Just a beautiful post pattern, and Doug Williams right on the button.
Conversion attempt coming now. Neil O'Donoghue is in to attempt. Keep in mind that the one a moment ago was blocked. Tom Blanchard will hold for him. O'Donoghue kicks, and this one is good. So with 7 minutes, 6 seconds remaining to be played in the first half of the football game, the score is Baltimore 17, Tampa Bay 13.
These teams have really teed off on each other. And from the 29 now, the Cardinals with a 21-14 lead. And there's 3:43 left to be played in the third quarter. A year ago, the Giants had some disastrous times in the fourth quarter. They were not a good fourth quarter club.
Well, they were a little thin.
Well, it is a beautiful day. Look at that, going to get a suntan.
I told you, they think the Kiss concert was here. Instead, the Giants have played a whale of a football game. Let's watch Bob Young working against Big Mike McCoy in that line a little bit now this series, all right?
Hard on the first down, Anderson. He's got the corner. 35, and he's out to the 37-yard line. 8 yards just like that.
Watch Martin shake his head, number 75. Anderson got outside him so fast with no blocking. He doesn't understand how he got there. Now watch this. George can play. Watch the left part of your screen. Just boom. All of a sudden dip. There's not even a chance to miss him. You can't teach that. That's blinding speed, they call it, I think.
They gave him 9 yards on the play. 2nd and 1. He's fast approaching another big afternoon. He has 76 yards on 22 carries. There he goes again. And he's got the first down. And look at the leg drive.
He's got everybody in the league now wanting to hit him until they do. And then they say, you know, he is a good back.
Well, he's shaking off that bump a while ago. The thing they told me about Anderson is he just doesn't want to go into that training room. He'll play with an injury. When he was in Miami, he missed only 2 practice days in 4 years.
My heavens.
So he's had the ability to shake off the bumps and bruises.
Now watch Bob Young, number 64, 281 against Mike McCoy, who might be an even ton. You're talking about 2 sumo wrestlers working on the line of scrimmage. We'll watch them a little bit here.
First down with 2:23 to go in this third quarter. That's Dave Stief, who's back in now, so he's okay in motion. Pat Tilley to the 45, 50-yard line, and he's a yard short of the first down. Tilley, who had 62 catches a year ago for St. Louis.
Good play. This is like getting your great 12-cylinder machine working on all of them. Watch the way the screen forms to the left. Wortman's out in front, number 62. You'll see very good execution here. Tilley very easily takes it, doesn't rush it. Good block by the tackle. And only Kelly's good range really keeps this from being a big gamer.
Second down, a yard to go. 56, Tim Carney catching a breather. Roger Worley, 22. Second down, a yard just across the 50-yard line. Oh, wait a minute, that's Wortman. Wortman and Gary Jeter going after each other.
Wortman jumped, but did Jeter do it first? Let's see. Aha, number 62.
Keith Wortman, the most improved lineman of a year ago. He chased Roger Finney out of a job, but eventually Finney was traded to New Orleans, and Wortman was a 10th round draft pick for the Packers and came to St. Louis and gained 40 pounds.
Offense, number 62. Second down.
Pretty good football genetics, though, coming from Nebraska. He played with Osborne's team out there that turned out nothing but stud horses.
There's the stats on Anderson, as we mentioned. There's only been 3 rookie running backs in the NFL with 2 consecutive 100-yard games. One of those was Earl Campbell. The other is Alan Amici. And you know the third guy.
Sally Toth.
Here's Hart. Off to Wayne Morris. Morris to the 50, 45, and Morris to the 40-yard line for the first down. John Mendenhall over to make the tackle.
What a hustling tackle. I just started to say, from your defensive left tackle position to pull down the fullback on a screen from behind is pretty good effort. You know, Alan Amici came into this league and had about 600 yards after 3 weeks. And he told me that they interviewed him and said, how do you like this league? And he laughingly said, I get hit harder in the Big Ten than this. And he said he barely got another yard the rest of the year. So you got to be careful.
16-yard pickup on that play to Wayne Morris, just short of the 40-yard line. Here's Anderson. Wow. Anderson's got the corner, 35, 30, and out of bounds, and that may be another first down. Wow. Ray Rhodes, and I would say the Cardinal offense now is looking pretty impressive.
What a run, though. Brian Kelly steps right into the hole and has 32 nailed. Now watch what happens to 55, to the right of your screen. He steps right up, penetrates, he's right there. There's nobody there. It's already been pulled back. He runs like he's on sort of on his heels a little bit, shuffles, and he's strong.
It's a good point you bring up. Mel Gray has labeled him Scooter because he does run on the heels like that.
Scooter, that's not bad. That may stick.
1:24 left to go, third quarter, as we have first down. Hart back. Jeter giving chase. Wide open. Chandler. Touchdown. Al Chandler, who dropped one earlier, kind of redeemed himself on that one, didn't he?
Chandler was open the minute he broke away from the line of scrimmage. It looked like that young Giant secondary sort of split and zoned to both outside positions.
He's shaking up on the play.
He sure is. He's got something in the lower leg area.
He scored last week against Dallas on a touchdown catch.
Watch the left part of your screen now. Hart doesn't see him for a minute, but Hart looks to the left corner and he sees Tilley is sort of covered. And now he says, hey, look at this. Number 87 is free and clear. And I mean the zone, there's no way it can collapse back and make the move.
Good for 28 yards and a touchdown. Wood with a point after. The Cardinals really showing some diversification on that last drive. They've opened it up. Worley to hold, Wood to kick. And Wood is, wait a minute, no good. It's off to the right. He missed it. Mike Woods shot that time veering to the right. And with 1:18 to go in the third quarter, that might leave the door open to the New York Giants, who now trail in this game 27-14. Let's go back on that last play.
Tilley now up the right sidelines. I'm sorry, I thought he was on the left side. That was probably Steve that was over there. Tilley was open too, but that's maybe after the safety man deserted and ran for the tight end who had gotten exposure.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Kurt Gowdy and Hank Stram are into the fourth period in County Stadium, Milwaukee. New Orleans has the ball in the Green Bay 46 with a score 21-12. A big third quarter for Green Bay. They scored 3 times.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see Archie throw a play action pass here. Let's see what he does.
Third down and an inch to go. Gives it to Galbraith. Running wide. Short. He better get over there. Dangerous call on a lateral play. When you have that short yard, he's trying to make the first down.
The only thing about Galbraith in that kind of a play, he runs so well with his eyes, knows where he is all the time, saw a little seam on the inside as they try to stretch the play out, took advantage of the seam and got the first down. But he's that kind of a runner. He's very alert, very quick-footed, and is always aware of where there might be a seam.
Pittsburgh leading Houston 24-0 in the third. Many thought Houston might upset them. New England had a chance to beat Pittsburgh last Monday.
He ought to throw the ball right here.
All right, here's Manning slipping but coming up. Throws on the run. Short. Ike Harris, he was off balance. He slipped, tried to reset, and threw, I think, the only bad pass he's thrown in the game.
Yeah, that's right. He threw that falling away and didn't have a chance to put anything on it. For that reason, it fell incomplete. But the short stuff is still there, and Archie just has to take his time. He's got a lot of time, just move the ball down the field, and he's got to get touchdowns, however, instead of being in a position where he has to kick field goals.
He's had leg injuries. He had tendonitis in his shoulder, 2 operations on it. Everything has happened to him. A lot of players would have given up, but he did. He's had 2 really great years the last 2 years, and he's off to a good start again in 79. Manning now is getting for
a lot of room outside again.
He's there.
Oh, he
lost that ball. Chandler lost it over there.
Well, you don't see that happen very much.
Could hit him. Could really belted West Chandler.
Chandler comes off the ball, drives the defensive back deep. Estes Hood, watch him, and then breaks to the outside. The ball is right there. He has to leap for the ball. He took his eye off the ball, evidently. Tried to catch it with his body in a slip down.
Tom Owen is in now, replacing Steve Grogan, who can't pass after 5 touchdowns passes. And Owen hit one. It's 49-3, New England over the Jets. Third down and 10.
Let's see the tight end or the backs. The middle is wide open again. One of the backs or the tight end should be wide open.
Archie Manning dropping back, scrambling out of there. Looking at the 40, 35, 30, first down. Archie Manning gets it on his own that time, and he ran into Dave Simmons, reserve linebacker, who was in there in the prevent defense to guard against the pass.
Watch this now. The middle is wide open. Dobler really made a nice block. Watch, Archie sees the seam, takes a whiff of the middle, sees it wide open very decisively, makes the move upfield, and does a good job of protecting the football, makes the first down.
Saints on the Green Bay 29. Saints had a 2-touchdown lead over Atlanta, let them get away. They led 12-0 here at halftime over Green Bay. Had them stop cold, and now Green Bay's in the lead by 9.
There's a quick screen again.
Chandler out of bounds on the 25. Put it on the 24-yard line of Green Bay. It'll be second down, 6. Second and 6. Score 21-12. Green Bay 13-18 to play. Chandler to the left.
Marty's the flanker on the right side.
Got Rich Marty out there now, 84.
Draw play. Oh,
and that's Strawn. Strawn's out to the 20. He's inside the 15. He's to the 13-yard line. Robert Barber stopped him there on the 13-yard line, and it'll be another first down for the New Orleans Saints.
Mike Strawn did a nice job of seeing daylight on the outside, started up the middle, broke to the outside, and made a nice gain. Good running on the part of Mike Strawn. Watch it again. A simple draw play. Emmanuel Zanders, look at Z-Man, make a nice block in the middle, number 79. Permitted Strawn to get outside, lowers his shoulders, lowers his head, and gets as much out of the play as he possibly could and fell forward, which is so important.
First down. Saints on the Green Bay 14. Slowly moving it. Up
There's
the
the outside
there
again.
it is, and that pass complete to Motti. He's at the 10-yard line. They put him down on the 11. A quick out pass to the far sideline where Estes Hood was there. Let's see, they spotted on the 11, just a 3-yard gain at second down and 7.
Very soon, he's going to be able to fake that play to the outside and have the receiver go up the field for a big play, because they're starting to play a little more tight than they were early in the game.
I gave you that New England score. 5 touchdown passes for Grogan, 1 for Tom Owen, 49-3. Motti.
Good time for another draw play right here, Kurt.
Chandler and Harris are the receivers.
There it is.
The draw play to Strawn. Strawn's to the 10. He goes to the 5 and to the 4. And he's very close to a first and goal. Barzalauskas finally hauled him down, and the clock shows 11:37 to go.
Here it is, another good draw play. Mike Strawn getting the most out of the play as he possibly could, with good blocking at the point of attack with Zanders, John Hill, and Dobler, all of whom did a good job.
They have all the tight ends in there now. Hardy, Williams, and Childs. The Saints have a 3rd down and a foot to go. They're on the 4-yard line of the Packers. Williams had just passed for a touchdown. Baltimore 17, Tampa Bay 13.
He might come out with a play action here. Let's see what he does.
3rd and a foot to go. Manning gives it to Strawn. Strawn trying to hit, and that's going to be close. He'll have to wait until he untangles as he slanted off his right tackle, and the officials stopped the clock with 10:56 remaining in this game. The Packers are ahead 21-12. And they're going to measure. Doug Williams, a 9-yard pass to Isaac Higgins. Baltimore 17, Tampa Bay 13. Baltimore had a 17-0 lead. 7 minutes to go in the second period in that game at Baltimore. What is it?
Looks like he's very close. It's hard to tell from this angle.
I don't know.
He didn't make it. Yes, he did.
Yeah, they say he made it.
Yeah.
Green Bay's not happy about that. It's 1st and goal to go. New Orleans on the Green Bay 4-yard line.
Very important that they get the ball in for the touchdown in this drive, Kurt, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see him maybe run a play action pass here on the 1st and 4 situation. Let's see what he does.
1st down and goal to go. New Orleans on the Green Bay 4. The Saints are trailing by 9 points. Manning gives the ball to Galbraith. Galbraith cuts back, and he whirls close to the goal line, but he stopped around the 1-yard line. The cutback made it for him. Had he continued slanting, Galbraith's unhappy. Somebody had tangled up with his legs. Watch him cut back on this.
Yeah, that's what he does so well, as I mentioned a little while ago. Zanders is out in front, but you see he saw the running room inside and did a little twist and got it right down close to the goal line. Excellent running by Tony Galbraith.
Packer is injured. It may be Barzalauskas. I'm not sure. No, it's Mike Hunt, the middle linebacker. And it's going to be 2nd down and a foot to go for a New Orleans touchdown. Rich Wingo will come in the game, number 50. Time remaining is 10 minutes, 19 seconds. And our score is the Green Bay Packers 21 and the New Orleans Saints 12.
Bears in the driver's seat. 12:14 to play. They have the ball 1st and 10, and they lead 19-7. Walter Payton. Again, he cuts back against the grain. And he is to about the 36-yard line of Minnesota. Tommy Hannon, the strong safety, made the stop.
He is so good about of cutting back against the grain like that. That time, Jeff Seaman, number 50, just overran the play, and Walter ran to the vacated spot by Seaman.
Before that run, Payton had carried 20 times for 143 yards. He got 8, so now he's up to 151 yards. Chuck Foreman from Minnesota, 10 carries for just 18 yards. In motion, Baschnagel on 2nd and 2. Dave Williams, a Chicago 1st down. Matt Blair stopped him, but Dave Williams, will tell you again, has distinguished himself this afternoon.
He's done very well. He follows his blocking. Watch Noah Jackson, 65. He's the left guard. Now he'll stay with his block on McNeil. He hits 54. He hits him again, and that gives Williams a chance to get through the hole, and finally Hannon is in on the tackle. Good blocking by the Bear offensive line. There's Jeff Seaman, number 50, as you see him getting blocked there by Reeve Sorey, and there was Jackson's block at the top. The Bears are out muscling him on the line.
We're inside 11 minutes to play. Golden Richards in motion. Evans a pitch back to Payton, who is bearing down on Rick Caceres' all-time record. Now he's bearing down on the end zone. Touchdown, Chicago.
Unbelievable. Walter Payton. And did you see that high step that he did the last few yards? He wanted us all to see it, and we got a good look as Walter Payton around the end goes for the touchdown. Look at those stats, 49 yards yet to become the Bears' all-time leading rusher, and he's only in his 5th year of professional football.
He goes 27 yards for his 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. His first TD scamper covered 43. Here it is.
A pitch out of the I formation. Reeve Sorey, Dave Williams out front. There comes the block. Watch Sorey hit Sutherland. And now look how he's carrying that ball. Now lift those legs. Lift them, Walter. That's it, just like the Stallions do it.
Oh, what an afternoon for Sweetness. 22 carries, 178 yards, 2 touchdowns. The Bob Thomas conversion is perfect. And with 10 minutes and 45 seconds to play in the ball game, the Bears have opened up a 26-7 gap on the Vikings.
Round, round, get around, I get around, yeah, get around.
No, it couldn't be.
Do you know who that is? You're crazy.
You're Walter Payton. Man, you sure get around.
With an RTA transfer, you could really get around.
Round, round, get around, I get around, yeah.
From the 12 now, the Giants are not the field position they'd like to have with 1:09 left in the 3rd quarter. Pisarcik back. Far side is Coder. Coder is getting some traffic over in his area. Roger Worley was there first. Tim Carney. That play didn't develop well at all.
Oh, a little bit of action there, too. Coder and Carney.
There's Eric Williams trying to keep Carney away from him. Tim, a real competitor.
Oh, yes.
I'll tell you, there's been some bad blood in this game. All game long, it seems to be resurrected time and time again.
But I'll tell you, it makes it a lot better to play against a team that you really don't like. Because as long as you're going to have to hit somebody, you might as well not like them, at least for 3 hours. It's an old philosophy that Genghis Khan, I think, came up with.
They tell me about you guys that played back in the 50s and 60s. What did they say?
Said a lot of things.
So it's going to bring up now. 2nd down, 9, and here comes Coder again. That didn't get much. Maybe to the 14-yard line. Will to bring up a 3rd down. Fans here a little unruly right now after their team jumped up on top 14-0. It's been a complete reversal since that time.
Now, would this be a time for Sims to get some action? If you're going to mature as a quarterback, you can't do it over there carrying a clipboard.
Well, they tell us that Randy Dean would come in next, but that's a good question. Coder, by the way, has only gained 19 yards on 6 carries. He's had to work for all of it. 3rd and 7. Big tight end is picked up by Kenny Stone. Stone is going to make it to the 12-yard line. Ken Stone, who a year ago had 9 interceptions, leading the NFC, gets his first of 1979.
He's keeping the ball, too. He admitted that last week's option pass was the one that beat him for the touchdown against Dallas. This ball is overthrown just a little bit. Just can't quite hang on to it. And Stone does a little shifting of his own in gears there and makes a good run back. From Vanderbilt, I believe.
Yes, sir, and he is the kind of guy that has found a home at free safety, and you can see he kept the football. 9 interceptions, and interestingly enough, he didn't play all the games last year. He missed the last 2 because of a back injury. The pass was intended for Cleveland Jackson, the rookie tight end, but it was too tall for him. On the 1st down, Thomas Lott. For a quarterback, he doesn't run too badly, does he?
Well, he always ran well for Oklahoma.
There's Pisarcik explaining what happened on that interception to Ray Perkins as the 3rd quarter has ended. The end of the 3rd quarter with the score. St. Louis 27, the New York Giants 14. We now pause for a word from your local station.
2nd down. About a foot to go for a New Orleans Saint touchdown. Here in the 4th period. Saints behind by 9 points. Manning to Strawn, he's in there. And the Saints are right back themselves. Mike Strawn of Iowa State playing in place of the injured Chuck Muncie, who was hurt early in the game.
It's a trap play, and he finds the running room and dives into the end zone. Nice running on the part of Mike Strawn.
And that was a nice drive, Hank. 76 yards in 13 plays. Kept it going. And now the extra point. This can be very important. Galbraith. We're waiting to see who's going to kick it. Eddie Burns will hold it.
He's tying his shoe, I think, Kurt.
There he is. Galbraith has missed 2 short field goals and an extra point, kicking in place of the injured Erxleben today. Why, this is important. They're 3 points down now. His kick is up. It's good for Tony Galbraith. And now a field goal could mean the difference for the Saints. So we'll take a timeout here in County Stadium, Milwaukee. Green Bay 21, New Orleans 19.
Gamlo hands off to Kane. Kane is out to the 25, fights his way to the 29. I'll tell you, the way this guy has run, I got to start him next week.
I got to go along with you. He has really done some good running today, and the effort he puts in his running. Here again, gets a good block. It goes outside, but watch his second effort. Leaping, spinning, doing everything he can to get all he can out of the run.
He picked up 8, 2nd and 2, Lions at their 29.
Got 79 yards.
They're that far away from tying it. Kane tries the left side. Looks like he stopped short of the first down this time. He was bothered most of last year by sore ankles. Was a 3rd-round draft choice in 1977 by the Lions. 1,000-yard runner at San Jose State, where he played for current Michigan State coach Gerald Rogers. Interesting fact, as a student at San Jose, Rick Kane was once employed as a locker room guard at San Francisco's Candlestick Park when Monty Clark was coaching.
Oh, is that?
That's something?
Isn't that called tampering?
Oh, no. 3rd and 1. They've got the first down and then some. Bo Robinson looked like he was going to be stopped behind the line of scrimmage, but the Lions rookie from West Texas State shook off the tackle, picked up the first down at the 44.
Boy, he does make a run here. Kind of an unusual call, a little delayed, more or less behind the line. You see him break the tackle there. Rich Malott runs free on Joe Lavender, but had the ball a little loose. Dusick almost jarred that ball loose in coming across.
Clock continues to move. There are 4 minutes exactly left to play in this football game. 1st and 10, Lions at their 44-yard line. They trail by 7. Handoff goes to Robinson over the right side to the 50, 45, 45, 40, down to the 30, down to the 26-yard line. Ken Houston saved the touchdown. Robinson just running over people.
Boy, does he make a run. You see why they started him and why they were so pleased with him and not afraid to go with a rookie. You see, he never quit running, kept driving. Well, they were lucky to bring him down.
29 yards and a first down for the Lions at the Redskin 26. Kane stumbles as he cuts, falls forward to the 24 for a pickup of 2. It'll be 2nd and 8. Less than 3 minutes to play in the game now. Touchdown and an extra point, of course, could set up the possibility of the 15-minute sudden death overtime period. 2nd down. Lions need 8 for the first down. They're at the Redskin 24. 2 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. Rookie Jeff Comlow back to throw. Has protection. Still looking. Finally gets it away and almost intercepted. Houston almost intercepted it. Hill was the intended receiver and Freddie Scott was also there. Number 87. He almost brought it down before it went out of bounds. Wild, wild finish. Packers lead New Orleans 21-19. That one's gone back and forth. Clock stops with 2:20 left to play. It is 3rd down 8 for the Lions. They want to call time. Jeff Comlow will move over to the near sideline for a word with the head coach, Monty Clark. and Bob Schnelker, the offensive coordinator. Boy, this has turned into some football game. In case you joined us late, Redskins had it under control the entire first half, though the Lions did score first, leading 3-0, and the Redskins capitalizing on some turnovers. A couple of interceptions. Ran up a 17-3 lead at the intermission. Lions came out and fumbled. Bussey did on the first play of the third period. And the Redskins went zip, 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 and they had another touchdown. And it was 24-3, and it looked like the rout was on. And then, of course, the Lions stormed back with 2 touchdowns of their own. That's a new score. Cardinals just put 6 up on the board and lead the Giants in the third period 27-14. Great comeback by St. Louis after being down 14-0. Redskins return home after this game and face the Giants a week from tomorrow night, Monday night game. And the Lions hit the road to take on the Jets, who are in the process of being dissected today by the New England Patriots and Steve Grogan. There's the stat on the third down conversion. Big play for the Lions on 3rd and 7 from the Redskin 24-yard line. Comlo standing calmly in the pocket. Scott at the 2. He is down to the 1-yard line. Touchdown! Touchdown! Freddie Scott. Look at this action. Here it is again. Comlo standing calmly into the pocket, waiting for Scott to break across the middle. He does. He's hit at the goal line, but the officials say that he was in. Great view of it there, right from the goal line. Ricardo, and this will tie it up. Brand new ball game with 2 minutes and 13 seconds left to play. Are you believing this? Well, we may be looking at sudden death. What a comeback by the Lions. Trailing 24-3 in the third period. They have stormed back to tie the Redskins. This ball club and this crowd is on fire.
First and 10 at the 27 for Tampa Bay. Doug Williams. Screen left. Eckwood has it. 35. And gets it up to the 40-yard line.
Let's see if the whistle was blown. Darrell Austin, the right guard for Tampa Bay, made a great block. The 5-year veteran from South Carolina. Let's watch Darrell Austin now. He'll be at number 69 if we can pick up his block around the left side. There it is, right here on the linebacker, Stan White. Great block. And Eckwood has got a hold of that football like a loaf of bread. Then he tucks it in. And they're trying just to, I guess, teach the rookie a lesson. You better hold on to the football.
First and 10 at the 40-yard line. Penalty marker. Eckwood carries. No gain.
On the carry, Hernandez on the tackle. Flag on the play.
Penalty to be checked out here.
Well, no gain on the play. Let's see if they take the down.
Illegal motion, 61. Offense, penalty declined, 2nd down.
Greg Roberts. Penalties declined to the down count. 2nd and 10 at the 40-yard line.
Greg Fields in there, the rookie, playing defensive end. Passing situation, trying to get the quarterback.
Doug Williams. Higgins. Took it right at the 35, went out of bounds at the 34-yard line. Run out by Dwight Harrison. First down and 10 yards to go with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Lindsey, there's not 3 quarterbacks in the National Football League that can throw this pattern with such a low trajectory on that ball. Look at this. Beautiful arm here of Doug Williams. Right on the button, right between the seams of the zones. Isaac Hayden's an easy first down. Great throw. Well, Buffalo just killing Cincinnati, actually, in the fourth quarter. I know Kenny Anderson is hit for 73 yards out with Billy Brooks, but Buffalo, Lucius Sanford scored once for Buffalo on the interception.
Davis carrying. Johnny Davis, who was in the fullback spot ahead of Ricky Bell, who was the tailback in that set.
Barnes on the stop.
It's going to be marked at the 34-yard line, which will make it 2nd and 10 right there. Mike Barnes, Herb Orvis made the stop.
Well, Grogan's passed for 3. He's now retired. Tom Owen took over and threw a touchdown pass. 49-3.
Gordon Jones, Isaac Hagan to the wide receivers. Jimmy Giles is the tight end in this alignment for Tampa Bay. Quick release, and it's incomplete. Sandy Shiver had it right on his fingertips.
Good defensive play that time by the linebacker. 4-year veteran from Carson Newman. There's your Stan White on the outside there. Number 54 calls the deflection. Sandy Shiver.
We saw Steve Zabel come into that alignment as a linebacker. Joe Ehrman has come out now. 3rd down and 10 yards to go for Tampa Bay.
They're double covering both the outside receivers, Vince.
Eckwood. Closed off. Sandy Shiver was there.
Jerry Eckwood carried. Closed on by Shiver. Stopped by Barnes and Leary.
Spotted at the 34-yard line where it is 4th and 10. 3 minutes, 14 seconds left to play in the first half. Baltimore is leading Tampa Bay 17-13. John McKay, the head coach in his 4th year with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And they're going to go for it on 4th and 10 here late in the quarter with the ball at the 34-yard line of Baltimore.
Watch blitz. Here it comes. Safety blitz on the left side.
Incomplete. He's trying to get it to Giles. Bruce Laird made a diving attempt. Ball goes over on down at the 34-yard line.
There you see Doug Williams picking himself up. He didn't get sacked. But Nesby Glasgow, the rookie from Washington, came in from the safety blitz. Here he is on the left side. You see him at the top of your screen. The tackle, Dave Revis, blocks on the left side, and Williams doesn't even see Glasgow. He hits the quarterback, and Bruce Laird should have picked it off. It was 4th down anyway.
So the ball changes hands with 2 minutes, 50 seconds left to play in the half. Colts are leading 17-13. They get it at their own 34-yard line. Greg Landry, the quarterback. He's quarterbacking throughout the first half. Burt Jones has not played. Unloads to Hardiman. Up to the 40-yard line. Cecil Johnson was there on the stop.
40-yard line.
Well, we're winding down on the 2-minute warning here, Lindsay. They've got all of their timeouts remaining, so Landry's no rush.
Andy Crowder is coming in defensively now for Tampa Bay, and Bill Kohler has gone out. That's at the nose tackle in the 3-man alignment. 2:15 on the clock, first half. And just about nothing. Gary carried, Ben Gary from the University of Southern Mississippi. Chambers, you see there on the bottom of the stack. And there is the 2-minute warning. With 2 minutes remaining to be played in the first half, Baltimore is leading Tampa Bay by a score of 17-13.
Dick Enberg, Merlin Olsen, Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh. The Steelers 24. Houston Oilers nothing. Houston with its deepest penetration of this game. 3rd down and 9 inside the Pittsburgh 15-yard line. Nielsen under the blitz, and he can't hit Ken Burrow, who complains that Blunt was holding him. That's that long-standing matchup. Blunt and Burrow, and Blunt getting the better of things today as not allowed a catch by 0-0. Ken Burrow of the Oilers.
There's the emotional leader of this Pittsburgh team. I'll tell you, he's a mean-looking man. Amazing to me, Dick. You look down the lineup of that defensive team in there now, and the whole front four is switched over from the steel curtain that we knew. They got Beasley and Dunn and Banaszak in there. Furness in there. Names that got an offside on the Oilers, it looks like. I think the real key to the successful domination of the playoffs in the last few years by the Steelers have been several things. They have quality players and incredible depth. They certainly are able to generate outstanding coaching. Chuck Noll, a brilliant strategist, has got a good coaching staff, and they have a top-notch organization here. They've been able to draft well, and it would appear from the depth of this team that they're going to be safe for a long time to come.
5 yards against the Oilers. It's 4th down and 15. Nielsen trying to get on the board. Away from Beasley. Into the end zone. Intercepted. Wagner has another. Mike Wagner. That'll be a touchback for Pittsburgh. They'll take it out to the 20. So the Oilers' longest drive of the game denied as we open this 4th quarter. Mike Wagner, the heady free safety of the Steelers, always around that ball. And we have a timeout early in the 4th quarter in Pittsburgh, where the Steelers still lead 24-0.
That's Dwight Scales of the Giants. Immediately behind him is Coach Ray Perkins.
Well, I like his style. Tries to reverse on the kickoff. Right now, the horses aren't here, but when he gets the right people in the traces, I think the guy has a good imaginative style of football. I like it.
We start the 4th quarter. 2nd down and 6 on the 8-yard line of New York. Anderson, by the way, has 91 yards rushing now, and a mix-up on this play. Like Joe Bostic, 71, fired out. We've got Bostic and Collins playing in that offensive line now. Collins, a second-year man out of Georgia. Bostic, the rookie from Clemson, as Deerdorf has been hurt along with Steve.
There he is. He's wearing the headset himself. The good young coaches, the Vermeils, and they wear that headset, and they are the ones responsible. And I really like this young guy's act.
False start. Offense. Number 66.
That's
Second
Collins.
down.
That's George Collins, 4th-round draft pick a year ago. He's an All-American selection at Georgia. They're getting some playing time, and I don't think they expected to play this much. The injuries have precipitated that. There's Gary Parrish, number 89, jumping in the tight end spot. 2nd down, 11. Hart. Boy, did he zing that football. As Dave Steep, the intended receiver.
I thought he threw a sinker. That ball was not easy to catch. I'm not saying Steve shouldn't have caught it, but watch this. Jimmy looked like he's forcing that throw a little bit. Let's check. Man, I'm telling you, that ball is sinking it fast. That would stick on your chest. You'd take it home whether you like to or not.
Catch that one whether you want to or not.
Boy.
And now from the 13, it's 3rd and 11. Cardinals leading 27-14. Hart back. Protection is excellent. He throws intended on the far side for Paris, the tight end. Beasley Reese defending on the play. Paris playing in place of Chandler, who was shaken up on that touchdown catch, and that'll bring up 4th down, and Wood will come in with a field goal attempt.
Really good coverage by Reese all day, really. Except perhaps somebody did make a mental error on that last touchdown.
Hey, what about this? Washington last week lost a lead, and they're doing it again.
Who's playing quarterback for Detroit? Comlo, the young man from Delaware, just hit Freddie Scott with a 24-yarder.
30-yard field goal attempt by Wood, and it's not going to make it. It might have been partially blocked, or he didn't get it up. And so Wood has missed one now from 30 yards. Earlier missed one from 49 yards. And the Cardinals still haven't put away this New York Giant football team. Roy Simmons, we believe, got a hand on this. Let's look at it as we go away for this break.
And no let up. Walter Payton is coming back in the game.
Payton came into this afternoon's action needing 227 yards to surpass Rick Caceres as the all-time Bear ground gainer. He's got 178 so far, which leaves him 49 yards short. Next week, regional games on CBS, Detroit and the Jets in New York. The Eagles at the Superdome against the Saints, Tampa Bay and the Packers at Green Bay, the 49ers and the Rams at the Coliseum in LA, and these Bears will be in Dallas to play the Cowboys.
And Bob Aguilini is now the quarterback.
So all three Bear signal callers have seen action. Avellini hands it to Payton. And Payton churns out some more yardage. Phipps was the starter. Evans was the man who really got them going. And now it's Avellini trying to finish up. Neil Armstrong using his quarterbacks like Herman Franks across town with the Cubs might use his bullpen.
That's right, and that's what he said last week. He said, I'll use any quarterback. He said, I have confidence in all three of them. And he said, I'll play the hot one.
So if you wanted to put it in baseball parlance, Phipps the starter, Evans would get the win, and Avellini might get the save. 2nd down and 5, and Payton is within 44 yards of the record. Dave Williams. James Duck White puts him down, and this will be a 3rd down play with the clock showing exactly 8 minutes left.
You know, there aren't too many coaches who would say I'll play any quarterback, you know, because they feel that the players get used to one cadence, one style of quarterbacking, one kind of throwing, and this kind of thing. But that doesn't seem to bother Coach Armstrong. He says he'll play them all, and he's proving that he means what he says. And the Vikings are in big trouble.
3rd down and 2. If they can keep this drive alive, it would just about finish the Vikings. Avellini rolling left. What's he doing? He's going down for a loss, that's what. His efforts obviously not appreciated by the Soldier Field faithful. Fred McNeil gets credit for the sack.
Well, his choice of going to the left when he's a right-handed thrower, he probably didn't like that call when it came into the huddle. He would much rather run to the right so he'd have a chance to throw the ball. It's so hard to run left and turn and throw when you're a right-handed thrower, but that was the call, and the Bears must punt.
But the Vikings still need 3 touchdowns in just a little more than 7 minutes. They go for the block. They don't get it. Parsons gets it off. Fair catch called for and made by Keith Nord at about the 22.
Kurt Gowdy and Hank Stram in Milwaukee. It's now a seat squirmer, a 2-point game. The kick by Galbraith is tumbling to Odoms on the 10. Steve Odoms out to the 20, to the 25, to the 30, 35, and the Packers will take over with the ball around their 37, 38-yard line. At Buffalo, Ken Anderson hit Billy Brooks 73 yards to put the Bengals back in that game with Buffalo 24-17, and then Roland Hooks just ran 32 yards for a score. Buffalo 31, Cincinnati 17 in the 4th period. Cincinnati lost their opening game. They were shut out by the Denver Broncos. 37-yard line. Packers fall. They're ahead by 2. Time remaining, 9:45. Steve Atkins. Atkins out to the 40, 45, 50. He may be on the way. The 30, the 25, the 20. Tripped up, and down he goes. The rookie, Steve Atkins, carries the ball.
Boy, can he run.
Almost over. He's had quite a second half, this rookie from the University of Maryland.
And he does it so easy. Watch, it's the same sweep they've been running. Send a man in motion. Watch, he runs to the left. Barney Smith makes a nice block. Missed tackle by Tommy Myers, number 37. Grooms is chasing him, dives for him, and he's finally about knocked out of bounds by Clarence Chapman, number 24.
You think he might be a starter from now on?
If he isn't, they better have an investigation.
1st and goal to go. Green Bay on the New Orleans 3. A 60-yard run by rookie Steve Atkins. He has 96 yards and 9 carries. Nearly 10 yards a carry in the game. And Bart Starr said, we hope he gets going. He's been a little timid. He hasn't been timid in this one. A cutback and a touchdown. Eric Torkelson, number 26, goes over. It took 2 plays for the Packers to go 63 yards. Eric Torkelson scores, and the Packers had their lead again.
Here's the same play again, this time with Torkelson. They're running to the left side. He sees the alley, missed there. Tommy Myers finally makes the tackle, but it's not, no, Joe Campbell made the tackle, but it was too late. Number 73.
I'll never understand this game. The Packers go a game and a half, can't score a touchdown. They've now scored 4 touchdowns in the second half of this one. You figure it out. Ed Burns, our holding now will be David Beverly, and Markle will kick it. 27-19 Packers. It's up, and this makes it 28-19. A 63-yard drive in 2 plays. And the Packers may have found a new star today in a rookie back by the name of Steve Atkins. It's 28-19, Green Bay.
Now, Mike Wagner, excellent athlete at Western Illinois. So many great Olympic athletes. And as you see Nielsen being picked off, I want to give you that Olympic address again. U.S. Olympics, Post Office Box 1980 N, Cathedral Station, Boston, Mass. 02118. A fumble, and Bradshaw again on the loose ball. And it's been an incredible statistic today. We've had 6 or 7 fumbles, all recovered by the fumbling team. Earl Campbell has certainly had many better days than this one.
I doubt if he's ever had a day, and I don't think this would be a problem to check out. I doubt if he's ever had a day this bad in the pros, except for the game against Houston, in which he was hurt and had to leave in the first quarter.
24-0 Steelers. 2nd and 11, Pittsburgh. Harris and Thornton behind Bradshaw. No, it's Rocky Blyer into the game, and he drives out to the 24-yard line before pushed back by the Oiler defense. Blyer from Notre Dame, number 5 Steeler rusher all time. Smith and Stallworth are now the wide receivers. Lynn Swann given a breather, but Bradshaw still in at quarterback. I know Mike Kruzik is a bit frustrated. The backup quarterback for the Steelers was such an outstanding player in front of him, and even in a game like this, he doesn't get much action.
How about the number 3 quarterback, Cliff Stout? Been there a number of years, never had a single play in the regular season. I mean, if you want to be frustrated, try that one.
That's for sure. Bradshaw behind the intended target, Franco Harris, and Art Stringer, the closest Oiler. Now, David Stearns, Ted Nathanson, our producer and director, they've had cameras at all angles. Where they got this one, Merlin?
Well, they got this one tucked away behind the offense. As you watch Bradshaw drop back, get a look at the pressure being applied by the defensive lineman. Excellent coverage. There it is right there, thrown low and away. Franco Harris had no chance. Stringer was upset. He thought he had a chance.
10-man rush and a big kick by Colquitt to Billy Whiteshoes. He makes just an excellent catch, then stays in bounds. 25-30 and wrestled at the 31. And Johnson getting his leg pinned in underneath his body, and let's hope that he wasn't hurt. That was an awkward tackle as Johnson went down, and he has not gotten up yet. Oh my. 13.5 minutes remaining in the game. Pittsburgh leading 24-0.
Ricky Bell, fumble. Ball got away up at the 32-yard line. Brady Cook's got it back. 1st and 10 for Baltimore at the Tampa Bay 32, and we have 1 minute 3 seconds on the clock. Lindsey, as a running back, this is the only thing that should be going through your mind right here is Ricky Bell. Hold on to the football. You do not fumble in this circumstance right here. And he just coughed it up very easily. And big number 72, defensive left end, Freddie Cook, has got it. Stan White stepped in. Fred Cook made the recovery. 1st and 10 now. At the Tampa Bay 32-yard line. Clock starts on the snap. 1:03 remaining in the first half.
And they talk about your pressure. The offense for Tampa Bay has really put pressure on them.
Screen left. Gary. Bill Kohler was there.
Well, they're going to lose about 9 yards on this one. Poorly executed screen to the left side. They showed it right away, Lindsey.
2nd and 19 at the 41-yard line. And Landry again retreats. Completes this one. But it'll be marked at the 34. Taken by McCauley. Hit immediately by Richard Wood, former All-American linebacker at SC. And time is taken now by the Baltimore coach, stopping the clock. 30 seconds left.
Well, they want to get a little bit closer. Tony Linhart has not kicked a 50-yard field goal in the National Football League yet.
Players are shown it'll be 3rd and 12 at the 34-yard line.
What I was saying, the points on the board from Baltimore were all caused by Tampa Bay's offense. Actually, the defense of Tampa Bay, rated as one of the best in the National Football League, really has played well. But, boy, they've been put under some terrific pressure here in the first quarter, especially.
Tonight on CBS, they'll be leading off with a hard-hitting edition of 60 Minutes. And then Archie and Edith Bunker keep the comedy going on All in the Family. And join Bonnie Franklin for One Day at a Time. You'll see why when you're looking at CBS, you're looking good.
You're looking good. Looking good right here. The NFL at its best on CBS. There's Ted Marchibroda. Greg Landry's got to play. We're talking to Bill Munson, quarterback coach.
In case you've joined us along the way.
I was with Bill Munson. He's quarterback coach with Tampa Bay.
Bert Jones has not played in this ball game today. 3rd down and 12. And he swings it out now to Gary. Then Gary to about the 32.
That play didn't look good at all. It looked like the play you made up in the backyard when we were kids. You remember that? Well, you go up the middle, you go off the right side, and I'll try to hit you over in this right flat. Didn't fool anybody.
Timeout again for Baltimore. 18 seconds on the clock. It'll be 4th and 10 when players resume.
Now watch, they just telegraphed this right away. Look how deep, of course. He tries to throw it. That's a lateral out there. If he hadn't caught the football, it would have been live. That's Ben Gary, the rookie. And he gains about 2 yards, but it wasn't going to fool anybody.
At halftime,
18 seconds left in the first half here, and Baltimore is leading by a score of 17-13, having taken an early lead, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have been battling back. John McKay along the sideline had a great record, of course, as a collegiate coach, University of Southern California. After they won the Open at Tampa Bay, somebody said, "How does it feel to be 1-0?" He said, "I've been there before." This is going to be a 49-yard field goal attempt.
Got the wind with him a little bit.
Lenhart's kick is short.
He hasn't kicked one that long.
Over at the line of scrimmage. 13 seconds on the clock, and the line of scrimmage is at 32.
Now let's see if number 12 throws the bomb. I would.
Howard Davis, unbeaten, and looks like going to be quite a boxer against Termite Watkins.
I hope Watkins is tough.
Also the Italian Grand Prix Roller Skating Championships next Saturday, 4:30 Eastern.
All right, looking good.
On a first down, Anderson going wide, and he's just short of the 50-yard line as he approaches 100 yards. We'll keep you posted on that. I'm mentioning again, there's only been 3 other players ever to do that in their first 2 games in the NFL. 193 yards last week. He hasn't had the long run today, but he still has piled up that yardage.
We should also mention that the Giants are not a particularly good blitzing team, and the reason might be that they're still so new to one another they can't get
there
it together. Yep.
94, gain of 3, 2nd and 7.
He's been hit too.
Hart gives off to Theodis Brown, and the ball separated, and the Giants have it. Mike McCoy, 79, pounced on it, along with Martin. Looked like McCoy may have jarred the ball loose, and Martin came up with the fumble recovery. Let's look and see.
First down, Giants.
Looks like a strip by Van Pelt. It's the first fumble that the Giants have recovered, but they forced 3.
Oh, the Giants are still alive in this game. They trail as they'll have it at the 50-yard line.
34, White Shoes Johnson injured on a fairly innocent tackle.
You get an idea right there. Looked like his legs were twisted as the tacklers and blockers alike rolled over the top of him. He's still on the turf. Large number of players there clustered around him, several doctors and trainers. And what a disastrous afternoon it has been for the Houston Oilers. Not only disastrous on the scoreboard, but Pastorini carried off in a stretcher into the locker room. And now White Shoes Johnson obviously dragging that right leg as he heads off the field, and not the kind of player you can afford to lose and still hope to be effective in your season, and that is not a good sign as he leaves the field. What a sad day, Dick.
It's a tough emotional pill for the fans of the Oilers to swallow today, as you see the other scores, updates from around the country, and it's rather obvious today we are consciously trying to keep you right on the spot. All the other games in the National Football League, you've seen the scores almost as quickly as they put them on the scoreboards in the various NFL stadia. Here, Bum Phillips looking for that first one to go up on his side as Pittsburgh leads 24-0, and the casualty list is mounting for A.O. Phillips.
I believe that's the same knee that Billy White Shoes Johnson hurt last year and missed almost the entire season. So that might have been the look of almost.
Well, there's the frustration. There comes the frustration of the Oilers after the tackle of Tim Wilson. One of the Oilers appeared to be Rob Carpenter, went after a Steeler defender, and a punch was thrown. It appeared that it was after Mike Wagner that Carpenter was addressing his anger, and he is out of the game. We'll see whether or not any Steelers ejected.
And you quickly see the defensive coaches and Bum Phillips and the rest of the team say, hey, cool it, we don't need this. Let's show a little class out there, but frustration is bound to bubble. The Steelers came in here, the Oilers, came in here expecting to play good football. And they have played tough against the Steelers, perhaps tougher than any other team. Rob Carpenter coming in from the backside, stacking up a little bit on top of play. That's number 29, Ron Johnson, who wondered where that extra shot came from, I think.
Nielsen hits Renfro. Oh, that's got to be a penalty. Renfro hit by 53, Dennis Winston, and he almost tore his head off, and I don't see a flag down. I thought there was a penalty when you hit a man in the helmet with any part of the arms or body, and that was a high hit. I'd like to see that one again. I thought that was a penalty.
Well, Renfro has not caught a pass in the preseason or until now. Is recuperating from knee injury. Takes this pass comfortably, feels good about it, and all of a sudden just is ambushed right there. That's Dirt Winston, and he just about did take his head right off. Got sandwiched at the same time by Lambert coming in underneath, or not Lambert, but Cole, number 56. The ball exploded out of there. Donnie Shell, 31, picking it up for the Steelers, who now have the ball.
Mike Labor with Sonny Jurgensen. Pontiac Silverdome, 2 minutes left to play. There's the book on Joe Theismann, 9 out of 14. Thus far in the afternoon. Redskins 2nd and 10 from their 23. And it is really getting noisy here. Theismann asked the official for a timeout because he cannot hear the signals.
I'll tell you one thing, Frank, they realize how loud it is here at this stadium because last year they were talking about it because they had a close one here last year. But for the Lions to come back the way they have, well, you have to admire them, and this crowd is a part of it.
Now they'll get the same business again, I'm sure, when they come up to the line of scrimmage from the crowd. Listen to them. It is noisy. 2nd and 10. Theismann rolling to his right. Flag goes down as the pass is completed over the middle to Don Warren, number 85, the rookie tight end at the 30-yard line. That could be pass interference.
I think so. I think he had a hand on his back. You see the signal there. Had a little hand, little contact before the completion.
Of course, he caught the ball nevertheless, but the pass interference penalty.
Defensive pass interference, number 46, first down.
So that goes against Doug Jones. The big thing there, you take the penalty because it's a first down. 1:52 left.
Theismann did a smart thing that last play, rolling away from Baker, getting away from him.
Hand off Riggins, sweeping the left side up to the 35 and ridden out of bounds in front of the Redskins bench at the 38-yard line by Doug Jones, number 46. Now keep in mind that the Redskins have all 3 of their timeouts left. That's going to be a big factor here.
It has to be with 1:45 left because last week they got the ball in the last 2 minutes. They only had 2 timeouts. This week they realized the importance of that. They're going in with the 3.
You saw Harmon, number 38, duck into the huddle with the play selection from the bench as Jack Pardee is sending this one. McDaniel wide, or rather Buggs wide to the right side, and Thompson set in the slot inside of him at the bottom of your screen. Little swing pass out to Benny Malone, who is whipped down at the 42, and we get a flag.
You're going to get another flag here.
Could be a face mask.
Yep, that's what it is.
There's another break for the Redskins. 1 minute 36 seconds left to play. 5 yards, walked off, moves it out to the 47-yard line. First down.
Number 28 defense, face mask penalty, first down.
So 2 penalties against the Lions in this drive, giving the Redskins 2 big first downs.
The big thing to have right here is poise. Both sides need poise, young teams.
Thompson to the left side, Buggs to the right. Wiggins straight up the middle to the 49-yard line. A pickup of 2 on that play. Dave Purifoy, number 75, making the stop.
Clock still running, down to 1 minute and 20 seconds now.
Second down, Redskins need 8 for the first down. They're at their 49-yard line. They have all 3 timeouts left, but you can see the time ticking away.
They don't need but a couple of first downs before they get in field goal range for Mark Mosley.
Here's Theismann, another flag down. Pass overthrown, intended for Thompson. The flag went down on the opposite side of the field. Let's see what this one is. There's 3 penalties coming up here in 4 plays. 2 have gone against the Lions. This is a motion penalty against the Redskins.
I think they'll refuse this one.
What do you do here, Sonny? You take the penalty, or do you decline it and make it 3rd down and 8?
I'm sure the coaches are going to make this call from the sidelines.
It'll
be 3rd down and about.
They got 3rd and 8 if they don't take the penalty, or 2nd and 13.
I think
I'm
going to go 3rd and 8.
45.
I'm going to give them 3rd and 8 if it's me.
It's Doug English, number 78, the defensive captain of the Lions, talking with Gene Bart, the referee. English wants instructions from Monty Clark, and I think Monty has indicated decline it.
Illegal motion, 88 offense, refused, 3rd down and 8.
So big play for the Redskins of this drive. 3rd down, they need 8 for the first down. They're at their own 49-yard line. 59 seconds left to play, and the score is tied.
Big play. Big play for the Skins.
Buggs to the left side, Thompson to the right. Theismann handing off to Malone on 3rd and 8. He's fighting for it, and I think he got it. He went out of bounds at the 43-yard line, very close to the first down. It depends on where they mark it. Well, that's got to be a surprise.
Take a look at this play. What a call on 3rd and 8 to run a sweep. Go outside. Benny Malone, good blocking. Excellent blocking, just breaks a tackle. Gets enough for the first down.
It was Ron Saul, number 64, who cleared the way for Benny Malone with a key block. And it is a Redskin first down at the 44.
Well, that's some kind of call. That tells you what Jack Pardee was going to do on 4th down, because he was going to go for it on 4th down too. He wasn't about to punt the ball to the Lions.
Redskins still have all 3 timeouts left. They have a first down at the 44-yard line of Detroit. Here's Theismann. In trouble. Another flag goes down. The pass is incomplete. Intended for Warren. They say he trapped it. And we may have a holding call coming up against the Redskins. Preliminary indication is holding against Washington.
Well, this is a costly one because they were very close to Mark Mosley's range.
How far you figure Mosley can kick it?
He can kick it 55, 57 yards.
Number 64, offense, illegal use of the hands.
I didn't hear you with all that bedlam going on. How far you think he can kick it, Sonny?
I think he can kick it. I think he can kick it 60 yards if you give him the opportunity. He attempted one last week to 70, a little out of his range.
Here's a holding call once again.
Yes, you see Bob Kazeel got caught after Joe had scrambled.
That moves it back to the Redskin 46-yard line. Down reverts to first. Theismann goes over the middle. He's got Hardiman. Fumble the ball at the 50-yard line. They say he was ruled down. Redskins will get the ball at the 50. They say that Hardiman went down before he fumbled.
I think it was the correct call. He went on the ground before.
Redskins going to use a timeout now. This is their first timeout of their 3 with 36 seconds to go. They'll have the ball at the 50-yard line. It will be second down, and the Redskins need 17 for the first down. They have to get down to the 33-yard line to pick up the first.
Well, the Giants aren't out of this yet. The fumble recovery. The ball got away from Theodis Brown. They have a first down at the 50-yard line, trailing 27-14. That missed point after could figure very big in this game yet. Ernest Gray in motion. Pisarcik. This is Cleveland Jackson. Jackson, the rookie out of Nevada, Las Vegas.
Well, you know, when you run out of control, sometimes you can't put the ball away. Again, rookies will do this. This ball is laid right in there. And if he lasts in the league, Jackson will make this catch. This one should have been just put away and then worry about the people later.
Hit him in the shoulder pad. There he goes, limping off.
Big Coppins, obtained from L.A., is playing left tackle.
Gary Shirk has come in at tight end, replacing Jackson. 2nd and 10. There's Pisarcik's stats for the day. A blitz again, and down he goes, Tim Carney. Pisarcik going to have a tough time getting out of bed tomorrow morning.
Well, either Neville or Van Horn have to slide over and pick up that linebacker that blitzes to the outside. Watch the left part of your screen now. Let's see where Carney comes from. He comes right off. You can see Pollard occupying at least 3 Giants. Oh, boy, that's when you want to turn in your union card.
Or quit playing dues or something. There's Carney coming off on the 41-yard line now. 3rd down, 19 yards to go. Coming after him again. And he's going to go down again. Bob Pollard there this time. Joe Pisarcik just taking a real pounding in this game. Sacked 7 times last week against Philadelphia. And here today, he's been down twice on this series.
Last year, the Giants had this man of theirs, their quarterback, sacked 28 times. But, boy, they're going for a record right now.
That's 5 sacks today. That's a lot.
Makeshift offensive line will do that.
Last year they gave up 38 for the entire season. Jennings kicked, Bearcats called. Thought it was, wasn't it? Yeah. Lott, with the Bearcat signal, then started to take off. And very wisely pulled up short. And so at the 28-yard line, the Cardinals with the football. They have a 27-14 lead as they try to even their record.
Our telecast here in Detroit this afternoon, produced by Howard Reifsnyder and directed by Jim Silman. Our associate producer, Jay Frommert, and our field operations engineer, Ray Savignano. Technical directors, John Kumo and Stu Meyer, and the audio man is Tom Jimenez. Close, right, Tom?
Well, I'm glad you had to say that, Frank. I would have said Jimenez.
I'm sure you would have.
I know it is Jimenez.
2nd and 17. Here we go. 36 seconds left. Redskins at midfield. Trying to pull it out. Score is tied. Theismann over the middle for Hardiman. Down at the 45-yard line. Redskins will call another timeout. They picked up 5 on the play. 1 timeout left now for Washington. Look at it again, Sonny.
Again, they're going to the little check down, a little double swing out of the backfield. You don't leave yourself a lot of protection. Joe had to throw the ball in a hurry. He makes a good throw. Both backs coming out of the backfield, giving the weak side back an option which way to go. The Redskins again call timeout. He goes to the bench, trying to find out. Let's get on the same page. We got 2 plays now with 26 seconds left. Seems like last week they had a timeout when they took the ball over with 26 seconds left in that one too.
By the way, New England has scored again. It's now 56-3 over the Jets. Coming up next, U.S. Open tennis. But not before we dispense with the proceedings here at the Silverdome in Pontiac, Michigan. I would say they need another first down or so, wouldn't you, to really get within Mosley's range?
I think so. Last week they went to a crossing pattern. They bring both wide receivers and the tight end across the middle of the field. It's an intermediate pass. It's thrown about 18 yards. They have a timeout. If they complete that type of pass, they can throw the ball in the middle field. They don't have to stop the pass or stop the play with a pass. They can throw it in the middle, call timeout, and let Mosley attempt the field goal.
Now, right now, if they didn't pick up any yardage on this play, Mosley would have to kick a 62-yarder. So they need some more yardage here. 3rd down and 11. From the Detroit 45, Joe Theismann. Downfield, he's got Thompson at the 30, 1st down. He did not get out of bounds, so the clock will keep rolling.
They call timeout.
That's going to be it for timeouts. 18 seconds left on the clock as Thompson limped off the field after making the catch, and a big reception it was. 16 yards.
Good protection this time, rolling out. He's had good protection this time. Makes a good throw right on time. Ricky Thompson, a little drag pattern from the slot position. Still in bounds. The clock runs down another 3 seconds. And Theismann calls timeout. Now they have to be careful if they complete one in bounds, because they have to line up in a hurry to kick that field goal. So they're going to be careful. If no one is open, he will throw the ball away.
I just don't think they could even take a chance at completing it in bounds and expecting to get another playoff. I don't believe it'll happen.
If it's short enough where you can catch up with your people again.
Now, right now, from this point, it would be a 46-yard field goal effort. And here comes Mosley. I think they're going to try right now and not take the chance. The ball is at the 29. You figure he sets it back 7 and take it to the 36. That would make it a 46-yard try. 18 seconds left. This is the ball game right here.
You better believe it's in his range.
It is no good.
There's a flag down. There's a flag down. Hold on, there's a flag down. There may be too many men on the field.
It's going to be against the Lions.
I told you.
12 men on the field for the defense.
12 men on the field. Detroit. He's going to get another attempt. What a mental error to make in a situation like this.
That's got to kill you. Now, instead of 46, it'll be a 41-yard effort. Lions are still trying to figure out who's supposed to be on and who isn't. Now they've got it straightened out. All right, ball now is at the 24. Theismann will put it down at the 31. So it will be a 41-yard try, and now the Lions are going to call time and give Mosley a chance to think about it. Well, that's something you normally do when you have a very young, inexperienced kicker, but I wouldn't think it'd bother Mosley that much. And getting a second chance, Sonny, I guess so you couldn't ask for more.
When a play that important, and people this late in the game that are tired, players going on and off the football field, it's up to that special teams coach to make sure he has the correct number, the correct people that he wants on the football field at that time. There's no excuse in anything like that.
Coming up next, the U.S. Open Tennis Championship Finals from Flushing Meadow. Girolaitis against McEnroe, Everett Lloyd against Austin. Mosley misses this one. Almost certainly will go to sudden death overtime. There are 12 seconds showing on the clock. Here we go. His last effort from 46, slightly short and to the left. 41-yard field goal. This one's plenty far, and it's good. Mosley has hammered it home from 41 yards away. Boy, he gave it the big fist in the air, too.
You don't give him 2 chances. You don't give him 2 chances. One of the great kickers, the most accurate kickers I've ever held for. I held a football for 18 years. Great kicker. Big drive during the 2-minute drill. The Redskins never panicked. They kept their poise. Theismann rolled out, hit Thompson with a big play. And then they got the extra chance with a mental arrow by the Detroit Lions.
You got to say, Sonny, the Redskins got the breaks this afternoon. There have been several of them, the big ones, and they've all gone in Washington's favor, it seems.
Well, they did. They got a handful of them. They had everything under control. They let it get it out of hand a little bit and made a couple of mistakes. Detroit got back into the game. You have to admire them for coming back the way they did, Frank. Then have it go down, have a chance to go into overtime, and have 12 men on the field.
8 seconds left. Redskins 27, Lions 24.
You know, that's an amazing thing. That happens. It happens every week in professional football. And that's one of the first things you learn when you play football. There are 11 men on a side.
There's several people on that line bench that'd like to crawl underneath it right now, I'm sure. Whoever was responsible.
And you have to admire that official for being alert and picking that up, too.
Squig kick, and the Redskins have recovered it. Washington recovers at the 48-yard line of the Detroit Lions. Well, I thought maybe he'd squib it, but not quite that short. Oklowitz on the recovery for Washington, and that should do it.
Onside kick goes to Washington.
Redskins will have to run just one play. And they will be home free with their first victory of the 1979 season. And what started out as rather a dull football game certainly has turned into a very exciting game. Redskins are out of timeouts, and so are the Lions. Lions want to call time, but they don't have any left, and that's it. What a finish, huh? Jack Pardee trotting across the field. And tough luck for Monty Clark. I'm sure Jack seeking out Monty there to extend his condolences. You got to give the Lions credit for a tremendous comeback in the second half, and to lose it on a mental error like that. And there's a young man that really had himself an afternoon. First start ever in the NFL, and he really brought him back, didn't he? 11 out of 22. 162 yards. He did throw for 3 interceptions, but he came up some very clutch throws. Stay tuned now as the NFL Today continues after this word from your local station.
If that's not a penalty, the officials are really asking for trouble. Hawthorne bobbled the snap because the other side sees that, and there's liable to be retaliation. And this is the kind of game that it shows signs of flaring out of control. Let's see that hit again at full speed. See it at full speed. See what you think. Boom. Ooh. You don't go after the head. That's one of the new rules they put in this year, that to protect the man with the ball, you tackle him, you have to hit him in the body surface, not in the head or helmet. You don't attack the man with the ball at the head. Terry Bradshaw, his team in front 24-0 despite a off day in terms of his accuracy. Oops, almost picked off by Stensrud. There's a flag. Jim Smith, the intended target. It appeared that Wilson hit him before the ball arrived. Oh, they're building up to a rematch already, aren't they?
Just like heating dynamite on the stove down there. You watch Bradshaw, he gets away here. That's Stensrud knocking the ball loose. Bradshaw picks it up, and he is decked as he unloads that football. But the lateness of the throw and the extra shot right there by Brazil, there are a couple of possible penalties. Not only the hit over the top before the ball arrives, but watch Brazil right here coming in from the backside.
Boom. Ooh. Did that hit occur before the ball arrived? From that angle, it looked like it was pretty close. It was against Wilson for interference at the 38-yard line. Bradshaw to Hawthorne. And the play was made defensively in such a manner that I believe Brazil shielded the view from Hawthorne, number 27, the rookie. He may not have seen the ball as it cleared the defensive linebacker.
Well, here's a young man who spends most of his time without the headgear and wearing a communication set, talking to the coaches upstairs, relaying suggestions, possibilities, some plays out to Terry Bradshaw.
You know who Alan Clark is, Merlin?
Oh, yeah.
Alan Clark
did a great job of returning some kicks last week.
Well, he just scored for New England, and they now have a 56-3 lead.
Oh, boy. Coach Walt Michaels is probably wishing he'd stayed in bed today.
Hawthorne.
Whoa.
And things are heated, to say the least. (24-0). Pittsburgh leads the Oilers. 11:34 remaining. Might be some questions, Merlin, when you have a valuable property like Terry Bradshaw, why you don't give a Krusic or a Stout a chance to play with 11.5 minutes left and things getting a little rough out there.
Well, I'm sure that Krusic is thinking the same thing, and maybe even Terry Bradshaw is thinking the same thing. But it's hard to second guess a coach that has 3 Super Bowl trophies in his trophy case and has put a team like this on the field.
Well, you know, if you'd ask Bradshaw, he'd never like to come out there. He loves to play the game. At the 25-yard line, Lynn Swan makes the catch, tackled by J.C. Wilson. First down, Pittsburgh.
You said that Bradshaw likes to play. He especially likes to play when things are going well for his Steelers. And right now, he's got it on track. Nice play as he flips it high to Swan. And again, the great athletic ability of that receiver is obvious as he goes up to pull a pass that is a little bit high. Swanee doesn't worry about it. He just goes up, picks it up, and in spite of the hit from the backside, just brings it on down.
Swan leads the receivers of the Steelers with those 4. Hawthorne in motion on first down, Bradshaw. Gets Swan over the middle, and down goes Swan. I believe they'll allow progress to about the 14-yard line. And Bradshaw took a good hit from
Ted Washington.
Ted Washington, right, 59 from behind as he unloaded.
Yeah, linebacker on the blitz, and certainly, what can you do? What can you do? You get in, you get the blitz on him, you try and put the pressure on him. You see him right here. Watch Washington come from the right side of your picture. He'll get clean, come around from the backside. But even then, Bradshaw unloads, gets it away, pays a little bit for the toss. But there's Lynn Swan coming back to the ball, breaking beautifully. It's going to be second, very, very short.
Just short of the first down at the 14 of the Oilers as Swan had to come back to make the catch. Whoops, blown signal, and Bradshaw pays for it. A loss back to the 18 or 19-yard line. Jesse Baker, number 75, a rookie, second-round pick from Jacksonville State. He said, my biggest problem as a pro is all those people watching. The biggest college crowd was around 7,000 plus back in Florida.
Can't help but wonder if possibly there wasn't a blown play as Bradshaw turned around and everybody else was going the other way.
49,792, 49792. Another Steelers sellout, and they've been treated to a 24-0 Pittsburgh game in the fourth quarter. Bradshaw. Oh, what a throw to Jim Smith for the touchdown. A perfect rainbow throw to Smith, and the Steelers have 30.
Safety blitz, as you see Stoddard come out, or not Stoddard, you see Bradshaw come out the field. We're watching White Shoes Johnson going off. That's the second on the stretcher of the day.
And at the same time, Jack Ham is walking to the Pittsburgh clubhouse. Well, what a scene. Ham, an all-pro linebacker with a groin injury. He's going back to the Pittsburgh dressing room. And Johnson, the all-pro kick returner, to the Houston clubhouse. The kick is good by Barr. And with 8 minutes plus remaining in the game in Pittsburgh, the Steelers now lead it 31-0.
leave this one on the ground, and time has run out. They just elected to run out the clock with Eckwood carrying on the final play. And so we have reached halftime intermission here at Memorial Stadium in Baltimore, with the Baltimore Colts leading Tampa Bay by a score of 17-13. And it's been a ball game that has seen lots of action.
Lots of mistakes.
Lots of mistakes, lots of penalties.
That's right. We had 4 turnovers, and those turnovers actually handed Baltimore those first 17 points.
So we have nothing conclusive here, with a difference of 4 points and a half yet to play in Memorial Stadium, Baltimore, Maryland.
Our NBC doubleheader. The Chargers will be all of that as they're ready for the Oakland Raiders. The Raiders with a great victory against the Rams last week in Los Angeles. That'll be seen by most of the country. Guido Merkins into the hold of Anthony Anderson, the rookie from Temple who made this Pittsburgh team. Stopped at the 28-yard line.
I think Bum Phillips might have been a little bit of a prophet. When I talked to him last night, I said, is this a good time to play Pittsburgh? He said, there is no good time to play Pittsburgh. Of course, we were referring to the fact that there were a number of injuries and a number of Pittsburgh frontliners would not play, but they have just been awesome here today.
Well, last week, every game seemed to be so close, 10 of the 14 games decided by a touchdown or less, and it seems to be just the opposite this week in the NFL. A lot of lopsided games. Nielsen right into the arms of Winston. 40, 30, 20, 10, touchdown. Dennis Winston's first NFL interception is a touchdown. Pittsburgh now leads at 36-0.
Dirt Winston, many feel, could be starting for most of the teams in the NFL. Of course, here he backs up the great Jack Lambert. And you see Gifford Nielsen going off the field. Bum Phillips there to talk to him. Watch Nielsen. He gets a pretty good shot right there from Beasley just as he unloads that football. Unable to get it high enough. And, of course, carried it in for the touchdown, add the extra point, and boy, and they bring in the stretcher out. You just hope that they don't have any more use for it today.
Timeout. The Steelers pounding on the Houston Oilers. Now lead 38-0 with 8.5 minutes left.
That's the final in Foxborough. Believe it or not, 56-3, and Walt Michaels and the Jets fly back to New York with their tails between their legs. Try these numbers on for size for Walter Payton. There he is, 23 carries for 182 yards, plus 14 more yards on pass receptions. Total offense, 196 yards for the day. He is 45 yards away from Rick Caceres' all-time Bear record, and doubtless he'll get it next week in Dallas. And they keep it on the ground with the rookie Ted Brown. No, that's Brent McClanahan. Brent McClanahan on the carry. 7-year veteran out of Arizona State. And we have exactly a minute remaining.
Paul Krause went through another game without getting his interception. He's going to begin to wonder if he's ever going to get it.
Chuck Foreman has carried 11 times this afternoon for 13 yards.
His average has been considerably down since that knee injury, and whether he ever comes back to get into form, how much of it is knee, how much of it is the blocking in the offensive line.
They have Brent McClanahan and Robert Miller at the running backs, and they're just running the ball to run out the clock. This is Miller. That was third down and 6 yards to go. The clock is moving with 20 seconds.
I'd like to see him at least throw a pass. I mean, you're behind, you might as well. Why run the clock on? I know it's bad, but what the heck?
Apparently Bud Grant has said the heck with it. It was only 10-7 at halftime, but the Bears blew it open in the third quarter, and this one is all over with the final score as Sweetness Walter Payton leads his Bear teammates off the field. Chicago 26 and Minnesota 7.
So the Chicago Bears are now 2-0 and could possibly have the lead in the Central Division depending on what Tampa Bay does with Baltimore. But it was simply all Chicago. The running game Tremendous offensive line blocking that controlled the Minnesota Viking defense, and that was it. Chicago had it.
And we'll be back after this word from your local station.
2:21 to go. 4th down and 1.5 yards to the Saints. On the 17-yard line of the Packers. They stop him, and the Packers will take over. Kim Jones is stopped by Mike Butler. Packers ball, 2:10 to play, and they'll have a 9-point lead. Watch this charge by Butler. Look at that. He's got him.
Conrad Dover pulled on the play. They didn't block Butler. Nobody touched him. He made the tackle, and it's possession, Green Bay.
And there's your score, 28-19, Green Bay.
4th down, 1 yard, and they bring in a full house backfield. They're going to go for it. Wood in this game has missed a couple of field goal attempts. Jim Hart going to ask for a timeout. So Hart comes over, and it's a 4:47 mark. He'll discuss things with Bud Wilkinson, who last year had to wait through the first 8 games before he was able to enjoy a victory. But the way things are going right now, that's going to be a repeat of 1978. There's Harry Carson going over to the Giant side of the field. Well, Ed Carson is some linebacker.
Bud Wilkinson's got a good staff together, too. Rudy Feldman and, of course, Putter. Our old friend, Dwayne Putnam, is the offensive line coach.
Picked up a new coach in Jim Sweeney, who was the coach last year at Oakland. This is something we'll be looking forward to, the U.S. Open Tennis Championship, the men's and women's finals. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that. I imagine some people try to leave the ballpark here and get over there. Huh?
Well, how old is Tracy Austin?
16.
Boy.
She won that. She'd be the youngest ever to accomplish such a feat. Miss Everett, boy, she's lost a lot of weight.
Well, she got married. She's having to cook probably. Or do
her own cooking, huh?
Yeah.
Cardinals have 1 timeout remaining. They've elected now to go for the field goal. 40-yard attempt by Mike Wood. Worley to hold. Wood's kick didn't get up at all. And Wood is having a tough afternoon.
Kurt Gowdy and Hank Stram, the last 2 minutes of this game. The Packers trying to protect the 9-point lead. They have a 1st down on their own 29-yard line. Or 28-yard line. David Whitehurst off to Marty Smith. 2 timeouts left for the Saints. And the ball spotted now on the 31-yard line. Let's see how many yards the rookie Steve Atkins has today. Unofficially, he has 99.
Second timeout.
New Orleans has just called a timeout. They have 1 timeout left. On your left, the Green Bay Packers. Looks like they're going to salt this one away. They have won 11 National Football League championships. Tops. The last one was the 1968 Super Bowl game. And they beat the Oakland Raiders. Chuck Will has been out for this game. And the Duker. Duke Struck. What a name. Duke Struck. I like that. I like a Hollywood leading man. Associate producer, John Babette. Richard Shapiro, the engineer in charge. Technical director, Mike Piniella.
You know, let's
Good
see.
audio today by Mike.
Let's see, Kurt. They did such a good job of running outside. They put the flanker to one side or the other, sent him in motion, and ran away from him. Made some big gains. Let's see if they try to do this on this drive. Disjoint the safety man and get outside and make a big play.
This is really dismal frustration when you're behind like this. You're down to 1 timeout. What can you do? Here's a club freezing the ball against you. Atkins has 100 yards. Steve Atkins, the rookie, has 100 yards in the second half. 60 on one play, but he's really made this ball club today. He'll be a first stringer probably from now on. Groom stopped him to left end. Number 2 draft pick, Derlin Moore. The Packers set out to get more speed at running back. They got a bad break losing the number 1 pick, Ivory, of Georgia Tech, who holds the all-time NCAA record for most yards rushing in 1 game. But their number 2 pick was a solid pick.
Oh, what a trap!
Yeah, great trap. That's Atkins again breaking through. Steve Atkins.
They'll go for it. 57, the left guard, made a good trap block, I should say, on the defensive left tackle twice, and he popped through there in good shape.
Another first down for the Green Bay Packers. Final coming up, Detroit, Washington. The Redskins won at 27-24. They were ahead 24-3. The Lions rallied to tie it, and a field goal, 41 yards by Mark Mosley with 8 seconds to go. Won it for the Redskins. First down, Packers. Marty Smith bangs ahead. They're just trying to freeze it out. They're down to 8 seconds. And the Packers are going to win their first game of the season. They wondered if they were ever going to score. They won a game and a half, and they win it. A comeback win. That's Bart Starr shaking hands with Dick Nolan.
Well, we might as well have a little nostalgia time. The great teams of the late 50s were the Baltimore Colts, who played here, and the great teams of the early 60s were the Green Bay Packers, on which you pitched. What kind of memories do you have of this field?
Well, I tell you, this is always a kind of a special place for me, Lindsay. It's always seemed that when we played, the Green Bay Packers played against the Baltimore Colts, it seemed like everybody teamed up against Jimmy Taylor, and usually my best days came against the Baltimore Colts. It seemed like they were putting all the linebackers on Jimmy. I used to love to play here.
That's some great, great teams here, the Baltimore Colts of the late 1950s. We'll be continuing in a moment.
Dearly loved owner of the Steelers, Art Rooney. It's a measure of the man. You look at the Pittsburgh Steeler press guide, you don't see a picture of Mr. Rooney. The coaches and players are featured. He's a man who has always taken the shadows and let his players and coaches have the bows, and took them a long time to enjoy the victories that are now piling up fast for this Pittsburgh organization. And you know, I think of Mr. Rooney the way I think of Gene Autry, the baseball owner of the California Angels, who, by the way, will be featured tonight at 10 o'clock, prime time here on NBC. A man loved by just about everyone who's ever met him. And I know there are a lot of people pulling, as they did for Rooney, for Mr. Autry to get into a baseball playoff.
Well, certainly one of the reasons for the great success here in Pittsburgh was the patience that he had with Chuck Noll early in his career when things were not going well here in Pittsburgh. But he said, hey, I believe we're on the right track, and he stayed with him.
Well, he was right. Boobie Clark showing some speed as he pounds down to the 26-yard line of the Steelers, and at this point, with 4 minutes left in the game for the Oilers, a chance at least to save a little face and get on the scoreboard. They don't want to be shut out by Pittsburgh.
We just got word that Lauren Taves has jammed his neck, will not return today, and this is beginning to resemble what they called the Hospital Bowl last year in the Astrodome, when so many players from both of these teams went to the sideline because of the very violent play.
Guido Merkins, a backup third-string quarterback, is now the wide receiver to the left with Renfro in the slot. Bill Campbell has not played most of this fourth quarter. Coleman, just activated before this game, had a contract dispute at the start of the season, joined the club late, did not play last week, suited up today, and he's seen plenty of duty. Tackled by Tom Beasley. Close to a first down, may have a measurement.
They're calling it a first down as they move the sticks down, and I think both coaches feel the same way as this game grinds to a close. They just want to get it over with and get it behind them. Pittsburgh with not much left to prove on this day, and certainly Houston with many wounds to lick from what they've had on the field today.
First down to Coleman. A play call almost as if Nielsen didn't realize he had a first down. He lined up in a tight formation and went off tackle and got short yardage. Clock running down to 2:40, 2:39. Steelers led at halftime 10-0. Still had a game there, but they scored twice in the third period and 2 more touchdowns in the fourth quarter, taking advantage of just about every turnover. And on this day, their superior effort. They just have done so many things well. It'll be a challenge. What did someone call the Steelers? The Goliath of football at the present time. Everyone taking slingshots out at them. Sometimes it takes a little more than that.
Well, playing the way they have today, they're not going to sneak up on many people around the NFL. Of course, they wouldn't anyway. A Super Bowl champion like the Steelers carries a special responsibility in their games, because everyone says, hey, if we beat them, we have instant status.
2 minutes left in this one. We have a timeout. The score, Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh, the Steelers 38, Houston nothing.
Here are halftime stats.
And Lindsay, I mentioned that the 3 turnovers early in the first quarter put Tampa Bay in trouble. Look at the difference here. Tampa Bay has 189 total yards. Baltimore only has 62, but they have control of the football game by 4 points. And those turnovers just gave Baltimore great field position. Yards passing, you see Doug Williams 115 yards. Baltimore only 38, only 45 yards rushing to Tampa Bay 74. And Baltimore has really had the football more, 3 minutes, over 3 minutes more. So they have had trouble moving the football against that Tampa Bay defense.
A satisfying win for Green Bay. They found an offense today. They found a rookie running star in Steve Atkins and a quarterback that played well in the second half, David Whitehurst. And New Orleans must really be wondering about that defense of theirs. They've now allowed 68 points in 2 games, and they've let leads of 14 and 12 points halfway through a game slip away from them. And they just couldn't stop Green Bay in the third quarter this afternoon.
And offensively, I don't think I've ever seen them look better in that first half. They did a lot of things. They moved the ball around real well. Archie Manning did a great job of picking the defenses, but the bad thing about it was they didn't generate any points. They didn't get touchdowns. They got field goals instead of touchdowns. Here's
the rookie. Let's watch him. Steve Atkins, the number 2 draft pick. He's number 32. Hank Stram said, watch him. And breaks a tackle here. Watch him hit there. Look at that. Just shook him right off.
Yeah, Tommy Myers misses the tackle. He goes right down the sideline. Lois Grooms has great speed. He can't catch him. Pat Hughes is chasing. But Clarence Chapman from the far side of the field made the tackle.
Unofficially, Atkins wound up with 110 yards and 12 carries. Pretty good average. And let's give some credit to David Whitehurst, Henry. He had 5 for 5 in the second half of the passing.
Yes, he did a good job, and you have to give Bart Starr and his staff a tremendous salute for the great job that they did in the second half. And you know, one of the other things, here's another shot of that play.
Here's Torkelson scoring.
Here's Torkelson scoring on the very same play. Barty Smith makes a good block on the defensive right tackle, Derlin Moore. Joe Campbell makes a tackle, but it's too late. You know, the other player that they miss a lot here in New Orleans in the secondary is Maurice Spencer, the defensive right corner, who was out with a bad neck. But we thought he was going to be an all-pro player when we had him several years ago, and he's had some unfortunate things happen to him, and I'm sure they miss him tremendously.
A lot of first downs in this game. At 19 or 29. Let's see. The Packers had 21 first downs, and the Saints had 29. Wes Chandler, another big day, 10 catches, mostly little sideline outs. But the Packers rallied and won it with 28 points in the second half. Final score, 28-19. Kurt Gowdy, Hank Stram bid you goodbye. The NFL and CBS is a presentation of CBS Sports.
2 minutes remaining. Bum Phillips Oilers down at the Pittsburgh 21-yard line looking for their first score of the game. They trail 38-0. 6 yards passing for the Oilers. Oh my. Dan Pastorini started off with a shoulder injury. Chuck Noll's defense. That's an appropriate nickname. Tough as steel. Incomplete is Nielsen. By the way, Earl Campbell today 38 yards rushing, 16 tries, a 2-yard average. That's his lowest NFL total for a game in his 2 brilliant years. Let's go down all the scores for you. Final, New England 56, the Jets 3. Final, the Bears beat Minnesota 26-7. Final, Washington 27, Detroit 24. Final, Green Bay coming from behind. They trailed 12-0 at the half, beat New Orleans 28-19. Late in the fourth quarter, Buffalo 51, Cincinnati 24. In the third period, Baltimore 17, Tampa Bay 13. The other games just starting: Oakland, San Diego, Dallas, San Francisco, Seattle, Miami, Cleveland, Kansas City. Stay tuned. We'll have the second half of our doubleheader right after the final gun. We'll waste no time. We'll get you right out to those other games. Third down and 3. Clark to the 14-yard line, appears to be just short of the first down. He's 23, but he won a few Cupid dolls at the carnival.
And he's a fine young man too. plays professional soccer before he arrives here. Had about 20 games professional soccer. Said he had a mad Hungarian for a coach.
That's his father, and his brother Chris, of course, the kicker with the Bengals. A great family from Penn State. 4th and 1. Coleman right into the thick of that Steeler defense, and I believe he has the first down. Gary Dunn, 67, first man to make the hit as the seconds tick away in this 4th quarter of a bruising game. Bruising the ego of the Oilers, who trail 38-0, but much more seriously, their core crippled by some key injuries, primarily Pastorini and White Shoes Johnson. Started off on a stretcher. They're the lineup for the second game of our doubleheader. We'll go right to those games at the final gun. We're in the final minute here in Pittsburgh. Ball just inside the 10-yard line as Nielsen staying on the ground. Clock now 36 seconds. No effort to stop that clock by the Oilers, who are as close as they've been today to a score. Executive producer of NBC Football, Don Ohlmeyer. Telecast of today's game has been produced by David Stern, directed by Ted Nathanson. Technical director was Bruce Berquist. Mike Hadley was our associate producer, and Randy Wands, our associate director. Good job, gentlemen. Nielsen knocked away by rookie Zach Valentine, number 54. It was the second-round pick out of East Carolina by the Steelers. Just 13 seconds left. Stay tuned. The second half of the doubleheader coming up immediately. There's your lineup.
Just as a parting thought, Dick, I'm sure that Chuck Noll would like to take some of these points with him into the rest of the season, maybe parcel out 4 or 5 a week. And it's nice that Coach Bum Phillips and his staff can put this game behind him and say, hey, we got a new week, new chance. Let's forget about this one.
Nielsen has a man open, and Renfro ran out of room in the back line of the end zone with 8 seconds left. Well, next week, the Steelers will be at St. Louis, and the Cardinals gave Dallas all they wanted last week and playing well again today. And the Houston Oilers will host the Kansas City Chiefs, who thus far have played very well. So there's no oasis.
It doesn't get easy. And of course, people looking at this film, certainly on the Pittsburgh side, will have cause to wonder what in the world they're going to do against the defense and how they're going to stop that offense.
Last play for the Oilers, 4th down, 8 seconds left. Nielsen looking for 6, hits Merkins for a touchdown. So Guido Merkins, that is his first NFL score, playing wide receiver, the 3rd-string quarterbacks for Houston. And with 3 seconds left, Chuck Noll with a smile, and that's almost a nasty smile from the head coach of the Steelers.
I don't think that's a nasty smile. I think that he is almost smiling in relief for Bum Phillips and for the Oilers. He didn't want to have them shut out. He's a very nice gentleman. He's not going to give you anything, but to see the score by a guy who has such little notoriety as Merkins, it's strange irony that he would be the guy to score their 6 points.
Frisch to try the point after, and he punches it through. And interestingly, Merlin, Joe Costanza logging that drive. The Oilers finally score in the final seconds, and it took them 18 plays on that drive to punch it in. And a toss from Nielsen, who, by the way, these are his first ever NFL passes, and of course this year, 2 for 4 last year, but his first NFL touchdown. Nielsen to Guido Merkins. Tony Frisch. His one prized possession, not the antiques he likes to sell or collect, but those shoes. They're 5.5 years old. He guards them with his very life.
He must feel as he did earlier in the year when he came out, picked up his jersey, and realized they'd misspelled his name in one of the preseason games. Well, it's been that kind of day. I think there are a lot of players on the Houston side of the line who'd like to have somebody else's name on their back today. It's been that kind of day.
I would close out with an interesting note for you NFL fans. Tony Frisch, that is all time, the best that's kept secret in football. He is the best percentage field goal kicker in the history of this game. Over 69%, Frisch.
I watched him kick one day in practice, and he said, how you want it to go? Left, right, up? You want me to hook it? I think he really has marvelous control of the football. And although he doesn't look the role of the great athlete, he does have tremendous ability.
Onside kick covered by Robin Cole of the Pittsburgh Steelers. It did not go on the 10 yards, but the team receiving can cover it in that strike zone before 10. That's the end of the game. Terry Bradshaw and the Pittsburgh Steelers are now 2-0 after a scare Monday night. They come back to beat the Houston Oilers today, 38-7.